Sanbona, good morning. Goeiemorgen. Dumelang. I don't mind repeating. Good morning. Sanbona. Dumelang. Support team, support staff, team JoGEDA. Can we please make sure that we usher in Abantu accordingly? And then I'll come to the business of the day. Molweni bantu bakuthi. Good morning, people. I think the weather has an effect, but as we go along, we'll manage it. Mine is to extend an apology. We have to respect you. We had indicated we will start sharply at 9 o'clock. We can't just wake up, asinawuvuka, sizohlala. So mine is to say, sincere apologies. We are about to start. I'll introduce myself. Why am I standing in front of you on this chilly day? For now, please accept my sincere apologies on behalf of the leadership of JoGEDA and JoGEDA as a family. You can't extend an invitation to people with so much on their in-trays, so much on their outstanding list, only to make them idle, more so in this chilly weather. Umandla Mabece, Ukhadebe Omnyama, honor 58 years of age, has seen it all, still standing. Akana issues, noba phambi kwenu. Fortunately, nibonile khona ama-lady, at least as an motivator, ngikwazi uthetha. If you smile, thank you. If you frown, it comes with the job. Mine is to say, people, can we please be efficient in taking our tea? The leadership politically have just finished the briefing and we are about to start. Suffice to say, it's with regret. We are talking in a serious investment. If you can manage time, are you really serious? But I can assure each and every one of us, by the time we march out of here, everybody will be saying it was worth it. Diakolisa. Kindly bear for me, maximum 15 minutes from now onwards. I'll do it myself to usher everybody inside. Sitting arrangements is for the support of protocol team. Thank you. This is it's a chilly morning. Sorry, brother. Also another one. Break every chain when they come in. All right, thanks. Shall we say, as you see, because the politicians are on the side, they are just having tea, but they are calling them to come in. So as they come in, we'll welcome them. There is power in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Good morning, people. Can we please settle? We are about to start. Ndiyanibulisa abantu abahloniphekileyo. Ndicela sihlaleni phansi. Just grab your cup of coffee, your snack, quietly engage with it. The leadership partly has arrived, and some are continuing to join us.
Welcome to a place where the ancient mountains tell stories of days gone by, where the river flows fast and strong with a passion for life, where the footprints of pre
All right, all right. With all the powers vested in me, myself, I, Mandla Mabece, ndicela sihlaleni phansi, the leadership has arrived. We can't be talking investments, yet we can manage ixesha. Time is money, is valuable. You miss it, you'll never recover. The best you can do with the little number of years, a few number of years the Almighty has given you, make sure you put it to good use. How good it is, we are blessed with showers. We acknowledge the leadership, the honorable MECs, the executive mayors are here. I see there are chairpersons of the board, there are mayors from locals, there are board members, there's everybody. I'll acknowledge you afterwards. Come through me. All right. Managing what is outside of your control, at least this one is within my control. Thank you so much. We are in Stegspruit, not Sandton, ICC, not Cape Town, ICC,
Good morning
not
and
Durban,
welcome to all
ICC,
our guests joining us today.
not East
It is
London,
our pleasure to welcome
neither
you to
is
the
it
JoGEDA Investment
Boardwalk.
Conference.
Investing in real economies. Let's grow JoGEDA, JoGabi together. Ukhatebe lo phambi kwenu. Ndicela ipermission ndikhulule ibhatyi kukho abaphathi here. Chairpersons of the board, MECs, the MPs, bantu abakhulu, municipal managers, CEO, DG, the investors. Andifuni investing akhupha imali ithi laa mntu utyebileyo zange acele permission yokukhulula ibhatyi. With your indulgence, kindly allow me to take off my jacket or my coat. Thank you. Yaqala indaba. Yenza kakuhle Mandla Mabhece. Can we please request ubaba umfundisi asixhumanise nomdali wethu? As we are engaging interchangeably, kuzabe kudlala video showcasing iJoGabi. Why JoGabi? It's a rural municipality. Why JoGabi? It's a rural municipality. If you like it, you can say in the middle of nowhere. Nobody expected that we can do something of this magnitude. We can only thank the good Lord. Ndicela ubaba umfundisi azosiqhumanisa nomdali. Over to you, ma'am. Ukhona ubaba umfundisi in the absence, respectfully umntu ozivayo. I'm humbled to be MEC oqala iculo, that's partnership. Real economies. Singekaqali noqala, she is setting the tone. Any volunteer? Umandla uqhelile ke yena kangandidibanisa nomdali, but yami imithandazo kufuneka
Shall we all bow our heads? Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, we thank you this morning for being so good and so kind unto us, that you have protected us from different parts of this country, the region. We have gathered here, Heavenly Father, to bring heads together and reason together. The reason for us to be here, Lord, we want to change people's life by making sure that they are investors in this part of the country. We pray that as we are opening this gathering, lead us, give us the wisdom and the understanding that surpasses human understanding. We thank you And we believe that, Heavenly Father, those who are still on the road, you'll protect them and guide them to reach here safely under your guidance. In Jesus' mighty name, we thank you. Amen.
This is JoGEDA. This is JoGEDA. We are talking investment. If you are talking investment, you need to make sure anything and everything that you do is guided by the good Lord. Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip. Thank you so much, Honorable MECs, the executive mayors, the whole family within JoGEDA. Maybe there are mayors from elsewhere. I haven't gone through the attendance register. We are all invited. The good thing about economies, they know no physical or administrative boundaries. I'm happy then that we are all gathered here. Before we go any further, Ute Uba Chief Whip, we are here for change. At times, change brings it discomfort. Akubi mnandi mos. Xa utshintsha into. Ndakhe ndaticha kwisikolo kuthiwa yiGqili apha eAlwal North. Sasiplatuna neMalcolm S. Ngena ngo-12. Ayi, afika lo 12 sendonakele man. Kodwa ndathi bandihloniphe isalary yam. That was 1995. Change comes with a process. Therefore, I'll invite the CFO, JoGEDA, to tell us who is here. Perhaps also to give an indication of apologies. And then uRhadebe omnyama ungoyiki into oqhelile ukuma phambi kwabantu athethe into ezinhle. Uzawuqhubeka athethe nani izinto ezinhle. We really appreciate your presence. We are mindful of the weather. We'll be efficient in time management. Over to you, CFO. Uzosintroducela i-guest, but before that, ukhona ubaba ozasi-welcome. Ubaba yes, bamela ukhona ubaba ozasi-welcome. The good thing yena uyi-official. Uzawuma apha ecangkwam kwam anike i-moral support. Ubaba uStokwe, xolo uba ndikujonge straight baba. Uvelile igama, xolo ukuba ndikubize nge-first name, Honorable Mayor. Uzoveza iJoGEDA. He's the Honorable Mayor of a local, the biggest local in the district. Proudly, as he comes here, he has got a cap of clean audits. International visitors, in terms of audit standards, clean audit is an assurance that the books of the municipality are in good hands. Shall I say successive clean audits, Babu Mayor? Hayi man uyavuma katsho ngomlomo. Babu Mayor, into enhle iyanconywa. Successive clean audits, because we're talking investment. When you invest, you must make sure that there's no doubt about security of my investment.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Bendicinge into yoba ndizawuziphakamisa ngokwam ngengoma. But I'm mindful of time. Allow me to greet the Honorable MEC, abafundisi abakhoyo, the Executive Mayor of JoGEDA, Umama Mphoselo, and all other mayors who are here, Chairperson of the board, and all board members who are here, the leadership of the African National Congress as led by the Regional Secretary, members of the executive committees across our district municipality, CEOs, and all municipal managers who are here, senior managers and managers of different spheres of government, our sponsors and partners who have made sure that this event becomes the success that it is, our special guests, the potential investors. Ladies and gentlemen, Magwaneli is saying Program Director, this initiative is a game changer and a trailblazer for our district. And we are honored as people of Sinku to be the hosting municipality. I know some of you traveled Galendlela R392, which is a road that connects Lady Grey, Stegspruit, Tele Bridge, and the Walaza border, which links us with the Free State province. It is not in good condition, but we want to assure people who are here that there's so much work that has been done by the municipality. We've had engagements with Sanral. Landlela izakwenziwa. The tender closed on the 15th of May. We are hopeful that before the end of next month, there is going to be an appointment on that road. So then the investors can know that there is work that has been done, because that road is so important for our economy. So it is important that we give confidence to our investors. Program Director, it is correct that we have mentioned that we are really in Sinku, and Sinku local municipality is in the center of JoGEDA. And JoGEDA is a home of good governance. And Sinku local municipality in that good governance is leading with 11 consecutive unqualified audit outcomes, which 10 of those unqualified audit outcomes, 10 of those, they are clean. And for the past 5 years, Sinku local municipality have been matching pound to pound the allocation of grant. MIGS gives us between 43 and 47 million each and every financial year. And Sinku municipality each and every financial year invests from own funding exactly the same amount, but in the past 2 years, we've doubled the amount. And we are doing this to ensure that we fast-track infrastructure building, to ensure that our investors can be able to have the infrastructure that will make their businesses to prosper. Because as a municipality, we've adopted a mission statement that says, as rural as we are, we want to build an economy that is going to benefit our people. Because Indo Estibansayo APA is to ensure that we make a meaningful impact in the lives of our people. And investors and business people must play a central role, because government alone cannot be able to achieve that. But government have got a particular role to create an environment that is suitable for businesses to prosper. And we remain committed as Sinku municipality to ensure that we play our role, that environment is being built. We are engaging Sanral, because we must reverse the old Transkei special planning. Apo umgaqo omkhulu wePhondo okanye kaSanral ungena ngaphakathi in the middle of a town. We know that our economic hub, Stegspruit, is congested, and we are working with Sanral to ensure that we resolve that particular road. We are doing so by ensuring that we invest in what we call urban redesign framework, which is a plan that wants to make or to reduce traffic congestion in Stegspruit, but above everything else, allow free flow of goods and services and people flowing freely within the center of Stegspruit. And we have since put resources to ensure that that plan, it is funded, and we can assure investors now it is ready to be implemented. Sinku municipality is one of those municipalities that contributes good quality wool from this province. We are producing good quality wool from here in Stegspruit. We are producing good quality wool. We are one of the best municipalities in this province. Xa ufika eBhayi apho kuhlelwa khona uboya, uzabubona uboya bamakhwenkwe amakhulu aseSingu buhlala bodwa because of the level of quality. But we must ensure that we maximize the value chain in that process. Ensure that we increase the value chain so that abantu bakuthi bakwazi ukubenefita in that process. Hence, we are here to plead with those that are willing to partner with us and see how best can we extract something out of that value chain so that we don't really take them to PE without ensuring that our local people are beneficiating. This corridor played a critical role in the liberation of this country. Many liberation heroes crossed here from Sinku to go to Lesotho and the rest of the continent to fight for our liberation struggle. So it is important that we ensure that this area remains a strategic center of the economy, and so that our people can feel the actual beneficiation of the democratic dispensation. As a municipality, we are putting every effort to ensure that we create an environment that is conducive for investors. Ngokuqinisekisa intoba all the compliance matters are done in a speedily manner. We are open for investment, and we believe that an investment to this rural municipality and this rural district is a direct investment to the improvement of the conditions zempilo zabantu. When you invest in JoGEDA, you are directly investing into improving the conditions of our people, and God will bless you for doing that. We want to call upon all the investors that there's so much potential in the district. We want to call all the investors to partner with us to develop this district. We are rich in agriculture. There's so much potential in retail. I think we're one of the few municipalities when we've got one retail shop like Boxer, having 3 shops in one town. That shows the muscle and the potential that we have. And I can assure investors that there is a lot that we can be able to achieve together. You are all welcomed in Sinku. We are ready to partner with you. We are open for investment. You must ensure that we are going to ensure that your investment here in Sinku, it is protected. For the past 5 years, we have not had a single shutdown, because we've sent a very strong message to our people that if there are differences between government and the people, we can't take as a first step to close or have a shutdown, because that takes away from the economy. And I can assure you that in the past 5 years, we have not had a single one. That's the commitment we have as leaders. The environment is suitable for business, that the environment is suitable for investment. People of Sinku are ready for you. People of JoGEDA have opened their arms for you to come and invest here. We are ready to partner with you. You are all welcomed in our municipality. Thank you very much, Chair.
The ground is fertile. Whoever had doubts, why am I not invited to East London? Talking of the metros, no offense. Why am I not invited to Nelson Mandela Bay? No offense. Matching rand to rand, walking the talk, because we are serious. We are not good just by playing with words, being creative, sebenza yonke jargon, but at the end of it, it's meaningless. Thank you so much, Honorable Mayor. Sengu, the biggest municipality in the district, walking the talk, being honest about challenges. Don't be discouraged when you navigate a pothole. Everything is in control. Yonke into efunwa yi-investor itheni isezandleni zabantu abanikwe mandate to create a conducive environment. I won't repeat anything. Suffice to say, it was quality, it was substance. Clean audit awululanga in the context of serving villages ezininzi kangaka. Clean audit in the context of poverty ayilulanga. Going the extra mile, matching it rand for rand. Awuxhomekanga kwi-grant. You are doing it. Thank you so much. I can never repeat what we have been saying, other than to say we extend an invitation to the CFO, JoGEDA. Uba uza mama, uzo introduce her. As she is coming, Ma'am? As she is coming, cela nime, ma'am, respectfully, I'm talking of a female. Once unikele into kumuntu ongumama, everything is in good hands. Chartered accountant, conscience, a professional with conscience. Malibongo, sis. A rare skill, prime on the agenda of South Africa's critical scarce skills. She could have been taken by a blue chip company. She could have been taken by a metro. Her conscience said, let me serve my people. Over to you, ma'am. Can I declare my weaknesses? After hours, Mandla, after hours, I make the lady smile. Over to you, ma'am.
Nqanda sodolophu. After hours akabikho. Nqanda sodolophu. Good afternoon or good morning. Kudala silapha izolo. Program director manqale ndi-introduce wena. Mr. Mabhece enzela ube nento na ubonakala. How's it man after hours? Another one engicela umintroducer uRev Sanda. Noko sasikhulisele ecaweni. Andimboni apha phakathi. Yes. Inkosi kakhulu. Nceko. Sinomntu omkhulu phakathi kwethu sodolophu. Ndizokwenza umsebenzi omncinci according to the program is the introduction of guests and apologies. Manqale apology. Honorable MEC Williams andimboni ebethe usesendleleni. Let me start with that one. Let's welcome MEC Konsiwe. Umama omkhulu. Isezi ixesha lakhe. Qala ngembokodo. Si welcome umama we district executive mayor umama Mphoselo. Si welcome bekuthiwe mos si collective. Si welcome umayor uCouncillor Lenks Mayima waseLundini. Si welcome lo tate besuka apha ke umayor uCouncillor Stokwe ngowaseSenqu. Si welcome uCouncillor Hlathuka MMC Finance JoGEDA. Imali zasedistrictini nenicenge phanoko. Si welcome uCouncillor Mbonjwa portfolio head LED Senqu. Si welcome uCouncillor Mfisa uChief Whip waseSenqu ebethandaze kamandi. Si welcome uCouncillor Mgijima uChief Whip and also portfolio head wakwa infrastructure eLundini ne double barrel. Si welcome uCouncillor Mtichane portfolio head LED eLundini. Si welcome uCouncillor Scotty acting chief whip. Bekuthiwa acting chief whip kaloku lamini waseJoGEDA. Si welcome uCouncillor Ngendane portfolio head finance eSenqu. Ndingabethwa ke xa ninongaqali ngeboard. Sicela welcome uMr. Maqashela the board chair. Ndimgqibelesela I'm sure usaphumile. Xa unesithongo kawuhlali phansi. Si welcome uMr. Tindleli, board member. We welcome Mr. Mdeni, the board member, and also municipal manager was eLundini. So welcome Mr. Kashi, who's a board member, and also was Walter Sisulu. We go to the stakeholders. The program is international program director. And ndicela siqale ngoProf Byron Price, CEO and president we-BEP Consulting wase-USA. And not Dr. Maureen Bodia, CEO Travel Car Rental from Zimbabwe. Mr. Somkyala from SRDA. Mr. Hala from CHDA, Mr. Mosala from ECXEC, Sino Dr. David Lefutso from Kuha. Oh, thank you. Sino Mr. Machikijela from Department of Land Reforms. Oh, there you go, apha ngemva. Sino Dr. Mboto wase-DDED. Uphi? Athule? Mbonile mos. Sino Mr. Sonjica wase-Agriculture. Hamba no Mr. Sangqele. Then sino Ramatlou ohamba no Mr. Mau wase-DSBD. Sino Mr. Dlomo, board chair wase South Coast Tourism and Investment Enterprise, all the way from KZN. Uhamba no CEO wakhe ongu-Mr. Sibiya, no Investment and PMU ongu-Mr. Mongezi. Sino Mr. Ngcobo ongu-Geo wakwa-Geoscience, no Mr. Yanga wakwa-Conrad. Ndibuyele local. Sine-directors zethu zakwa-LED, uMr. Leku waseSenqu, uMr. Tikane wase-Walter Sisulu, no Mrs. Eddie wase-Elundini. No CFO wase-JoGEDA, Mr. Toit ehamba no wase-Walter Sisulu, Miss Sikolo, ndigadele nto inemali ke. No Mr. Duka waka-Treasury endifuna appruvele, so the Treasury is in house. We've got bathe ndingababizi ke aba, kodwa I think ukuba ndinikwe umboko, I have to acknowledge uMr. Thule Joka no Mr. Sangqela bahamba no MEC. Sine leadership apha ngaphakathi from the ANC, Councillor Bongela, Regional Chairperson. There you go. Mr. Vidonza, Regional Secretary. Thank you. Mr. Plaki, REC Treasurer. Thank you very much. Councillor V. Norman, REC member. Thank you very much. Miss X Gologolo, REC member. Thank you very much. Abaninindo, we've got Dr. Mahambana, Ono Double Doctor, who's our CEO, JoGEDA. Malbongo. Uhamba no Mr. Cuban, ongu head wakwa planning and infrastructure. Uhamba no Mr. Khalisa, ongu head wakwa investments, and Mr. Khalisa. Ahambe nam Mrs. Mbanakanje ngu-CFO. Sibulisa ke ne-management yonke elapha ne-working team esenzele sakule ndawo. Enkosi kakhulu, Program Director.
Thank you, ma'am. Short and sweet. Don't drag it too long, lest it loses its substance. All protocol is observed. We are grateful that you managed to find time. There are people from Stellenbosch, Professor Zwelinzima, Nkosi yami. Sithi noba kunzima, but with our determination and commitment, we'll make things happen. Ubaba uStokwe indicated the climate is conducive. CFO confirmed ukuthi it's doable, it's possible. Uba wenze a clean audit, ingabiyo into only ye local uSenqu. Now we go to the substance of a program. Later on, we'll do tokens of appreciation after each and every speaker. We are now trying to manage time. Professor Price from the US, welcome, Baba. Please stand up, Baba. He had an option to go to the Maldives. He had an option to go to Seychelles. He had an option to go to Haiti. Haiti has got challenges. He chose to come here because there is a sense of purpose. Everybody is appreciated here. Nabaphathi wethu kwawa bantu kuthiwa yi-NGO. I usually say abantu be-NGO, following from the footsteps ka Honorable Mayor. Abantu be-ANC, we acknowledge them. Regional Secretary, Chairperson, yonke lo portfolio, we acknowledge you. Dingathiwa ndichemile. In case there is any other NGO, none, you are appreciated. We now move to the next slot. The next slot, because I'm trying to manage ixesha without compromising what we are here for. The next lot now is to request Honorable Executive Mayor. Okay, the next lot is to request umuntu ozosintroducela. There are members of the Executive Council. We've got Honorable MEC. As protocol dictates, there must be somebody coming to introduce. Am I correct, Seth? Declare any projector, please, people. I don't have my specs. I sat on them. I did bring them. Dihleli phezu kwabo ndidrive imoto, they crashed. So ndicela executive mayor aze ngaphambili. Can we look at the attire, please? I shall be failing in my duties to allow only executive mayor and portfolio chair basesengu baphakame. I'll be failing in my duties. Can we please give her a standing ovation? Over to you, Mama Mayor.
Thank you very much, Program Director, and greetings to you. Greetings to the Honorable MEC for Agriculture, Ms. Nongceba Khonziwe, all the mayors of the JoGEDA municipality, Elundi Nisinku and Walter Sisulu, and all the EXCO members and mayoral committee members, MEC for Cooperative Governance, Engafike Njalo, Mr. Zolle Williams, umbutho omkhulu osithumile eburhulumendeni, as led by the Regional Secretary, uKhombetu Vikita Donsa, siyabotisa kuni, Chairperson of the board and the board members, CEO of JoGEDA, representative of development finance institutions, commercial banks, investors, business formations, and organized agriculture, distinguished international delegates from the United States of America, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, and other partner countries, representative of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, the Housing Development Agency, Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, EXEC, Land Bank, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, the Council for Geoscience, the Grashama Shell Trust, and all participating institutions, captains of industry, government officials, SMMEs, cooperatives, community representatives, exhibitors, sponsors, and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. Be happy. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome you to the inaugural JoGEDA Investment Conference under the theme, Investing in Real Economies, Growing JoGEDA Together. Today marks a defining moment in the economic journey of our district. We gather here not merely to discuss possibilities, but to build partnerships unlock opportunities, and shape a shared future of inclusive growth and prosperity. On behalf of the JoGEDA municipality, I wish to commend our implementing agency, the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, under the leadership of its board chairperson, Mr. Bantu Magashela, and CEO Dr. Viwe Mahambana, for conceptualizing and organizing this important conference. This initiative demonstrates bold leadership and a clear commitment of repositioning JoGEDA as a competitive and attractive destination for investment. It reflects our collective determination to move beyond potential and towards implementation, beyond planning and towards tangible economic outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, JoGEDA district occupies a unique strategic position at the intersection of the Eastern Cape, Free State, Northern Cape, and the Kingdom of Lesotho. We are endowed with abundant natural resources, vast agricultural land, renewable energy potential, tourism assets, and a resilient entrepreneurial spirit. Agriculture remains the backbone of the JoGEDA economy and one of our most significant competitive advantages. Livestock farming makes a substantial contribution to the district's gross domestic product, supporting thousands of livelihoods across our rural communities and sustaining a vibrant agricultural value chain. Our district is recognized as one of the leading mohair producing regions in the Eastern Cape, contributing to a world-class fiber industry that has earned South Africa global recognition for quality and excellence. Sorry. Beyond primary production, this presents enormous opportunities for investment in agro-processing, value addition, textile manufacturing, wool and mohair beneficiation, livestock development, and export-oriented enterprises. With vast grazing lands, established farming expertise, and growing support from government and industry stakeholders, JoGEDA is uniquely positioned to become a leading agricultural and agro-processing hub that drives rural industrialization, creates jobs, and unlocks sustainable economic growth for our communities. Yet, we also recognize that potential alone does not create jobs. Potential must be packaged, potential must be promoted, potential must be financed, and most importantly, potential must be implemented. That is precisely why we are here today. This conference serves as a platform to showcase more than 10 bankable and investment-ready opportunities across agriculture and agro-processing, renewable energy, tourism, property development, industrial development, logistics, and beneficiation industries. Our objective is very clear: to attract investment that stimulates local economies, strengthens the value chains, develops infrastructure, supports SMMEs, and creates sustainable employment opportunities for our people. We want this conference to result in real partnerships, in real commitments, and in real projects that transform the lives of our communities. As a district, we are not seeking short-term transactions. We are seeking long-term strategic partnerships built on trust, shared value, and mutual growth. We therefore welcome you all to the participation of our national and provincial government partners who continue to create an enabling environment for investment and development. We are honored by our honorable MECs, Honorable Nongceba Khonsiwe and Honorable Zolle Williams from our beautiful province. To our commercial banking partners, investors, developers, and private sector leaders, your presence here signals confidence in the future of JoGEDA. We look forward to engaging with you on opportunities that can deliver both commercial returns and developmental impact. We are particularly honored by the participation of the international experts and investors from the United States of America, Zimbabwe, Eswatini, and beyond. Your contribution brings valuable global perspectives, innovative ideas, and international networks that will enrich our discussions and strengthen our ability to position JoGEDA within the broader regional and global investment landscape. Today's program has been carefully designed to move beyond speeches and into meaningful engagement. Throughout the day, we will explore opportunities in agriculture, agro-processing, renewable energy, tourism, and property development. We will hear insights from industry leaders, development practitioners, government representatives, and investors. And importantly, your attendance is very much appreciated, and also success will be measured by the quality of partnerships established. Also be measured by the investment commitments secured, and also be measured by the jobs that will be created, and also measured by the business supporters, and also be measured by the improved quality of life experienced by the people of JoGEDA. Government alone cannot do it. The private sector cannot do it alone. Development agencies cannot do it alone. Communities cannot do it alone. But together, we possess the knowledge, resources, networks, and determination necessary to unlock the immense potential that exists within the district. This conference sent a clear message to South Africa and the world that JoGEDA is open for investment, JoGEDA is ready for partnership, JoGEDA is committed to sustainable and inclusive growth, and JoGEDA is determined to build an economy that creates opportunities for current and future generations. To all delegates, stakeholders, and partners, thank you for joining us and for believing in the future of our district. I wish you a fruitful engagements and discussions, productive discussions, and successful partnerships. Together, let us invest in real economies and grow JoGEDA. You are all welcome. Thank you very much and enjoy JoGEDA. Thank you.
Siyabulela Mamu Executive Mayor. I'm impressed. We're in the middle of nowhere. Nobody expected the quality of the engagements. Nobody expected the caliber of the people gathered here. Nobody expected that we'll be able to deliver and render this conference successfully, at least for now, the way we are doing. Simply put, the ground is fertile. Outside is raining. The Almighty is showering us with the blessings. Let us be change agents. The leadership has created an environment. We have been frank with our shortcomings, not only lamenting, indicating that road infrastructure is in good hands. Tender closed. Umama, we are indicator, there are 10 massive projects that are up for grabs. So investors, the ball is in your court. Us as government, us as stakeholders, we are ready to work with you, to handhold you. We won't be saying our plans are not getting approved. I'm struggling with Home Affairs. It's a boutique investment house, the investment powerhouse. That's exactly what Umama Umeya is saying, except for saying, Mamu Umeya, we are the headquarters. When you talk of good governance, come to JoGEDA. Umama Umeya, maybe kuba challenge inyawo zami zijonge ecaleni mhlambi nendlebe zami. I never heard ekhuluma kwabantu base KZN. Mphathi wami sawubona. Ngicela uphakame mphathi wami. Ubaba uDlomo. The better part of my life, I was nourished by Ugu district. So we are acknowledged, Baba uDlomo. Umama Umeya indicated ukuthi the ground is fertile. Ubaba uStokwe indicated ukuthi clean audit successively so for 10 years. I don't know why, Umama Umeya, you must claim no easy victory, because to attain a clean audit in the context of a rural municipality, it's not an easy thing. How many clean audits, Mama Umeya? 5 successive clean audits. It's in the family. It's in the family. So if you are doubtful that your investment is in good hands, put us to the test. Just commit 200 million, 100 meters, and see ukuthi there won't be return on investment beyond theory. We are now inviting a leadership to welcome MEC. I'm not sure about Honorable Williams Ukonana. I'll be guided by leadership seated here so that we can play around, be meaningful in terms of time management. What is important, it was acknowledged about Usendleleni, so he does have a blessings there too, and he is behind us. In the absence of Ubaba MC Williams for now, I think I'm proper to welcome another Mbokodo, Mama uKhonsiwe, ngicela simphakamele. As she is coming here, she will be introduced by Honorable Mayor. Mine is just to say, Honorable Mayor, you are going to introduce Umama MEC. I'm trying to say we are exhibiting Umama MEC unxibe outfit. The outfit a traditional. The outfit I assume ayithengwa with boutique houses elsewhere. Ithengwe local. With respect, Mama, when we say we are showcasing, we are exhibiting, we are also demonstrating that it is doable. I would request, Mama, I put you under pressure strategically, so strategy and tactics, be short because the MEC is just next to you. Otherwise, ngicela introduce, ma'am. Afterwards, I won't say anything. Izoba nguwe, Honorable MEC.
Okay. MEC. Hi. Andikoyiki. Okay. Thank you so much, Program Director. Program Director. Ukuseva ixesha. Allow me to say all protocols observed. Ngoba nomphathiswa selapha. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that it is my honor to introduce a remarkable leader, a dedicated advocate for our communities, Honorable MEC Kunstiwe, who is currently serving as the Eastern Cape MEC to Agriculture, Rural Development, and Agrarian Reforms. Our Honorable MEC is a seasoned member of African National Congress. Born here in Stakespruit, Pagulalali asepela pelandaba. Uthi kusekhonsiwe ke pha. She embarked on her political journey in a vibrant landscape of the Eastern Cape, earning her seat in the province legislature in 2014. Throughout her career, our Honorable MEC has held significant roles, including MEC for Human Settlement, MEC for Sports, Creation, Arts, and Culture. Her educational credentials are impressive, featuring a Bachelor of Arts, degree in Social Science, and a higher diploma in education from the University of Fort Hare. Her unwavering commitment to public service is evident through her extensive experience within the ANC and labor movement. She has demonstrated leadership capabilities in various capacities, notable as a provincial treasurer of COSATU and in key positions within the ANC structures. In her current role, MEC is highly focused on fostering investment in agriculture and rural development, understanding that these sectors are crucial for shaping local economies. Through her department's program, she promotes sustainable agricultural practices and agrarian reforms, aiming to enhance food security, create job opportunities, and uplift our rural communities by attracting both public and private investment. She is building a resilient local economies that can thrive in an ever-changing global landscape. In this way, Honorable MEC Kunziwe is not just shaping policies, she is actively driving economic growth that works side by side with the aspirations of the diverse communities within the Eastern Cape. Please join in me in welcoming our Honorable MEC. Bokodo, mapai.
Inibhidi yempela ngokule yenziwa ngulo meya waseLundi. Enkosi kakhulu program director. Ulibele nje into yoba ndixele uba isiduko sam ndingumdudube umvundla ubhayi ukhetha ugwaca ugobota umsithukazi. Enkosi kakhulu. Mandithathe lithuba ke program director ndihloniphe wena ndibulise kuwe. Ndibulise usodolophu we-district. Ndibulise usodolophu osiwongileyo apha ongumvundle naye. Ndibulise usodolophi waseLundini. Andikamboni ke owase-Walter Sisulu. Kodwa ke inoba zikhona ii-reps zase-Walter Sisulu. Ii-councillors ezikhoyo apha from different municipalities. Chief Whip ke yi-entry and exit of the African National Congress in a municipality. Molweni bo Chief Whip. Niphethe apha. Phethe nam lo. Ndibulise ii-departments ezilapha. I-Department yakwa-Agriculture ikhona ndiqinisekile phofu CFO uzicacisile ii-representatives ezilapha. Kodwa bakhona nyhani abantu abakhoyo apha endifuna ukuba acknowledge ebendibabonile uba bakhona. The leadership of the African National Congress, ithamsanqa nje sinalo into yobana in all the municipalities of JoGEDA, asinaye umasipala ongakhokelwa yi-African National Congress, izandla kuloo ndawo. Ikhona i-leadership ye-African National Congress apha in the form of Regional Secretary, Comrade Uvikita, nosihlalo we-region, uComrade Umfundo Bhongela. Molweni maqabane. Nabo bonke ke osomashishini and investors ezilapha. Ndiyafuna ukuthi qala phambi kokuba ndithethe nditsho ukuba what is the conference? Njengoba simenywe apha nje. The conference is understood to be a formal meeting or gathering of people that gather together to discuss ideas, lento soyenza apha, share information and solve problems. These gatherings typically range from small gatherings, private business consultations, to massive ones. The intention is to work together, share ideas, and have solutions to problems. Featuring keynote address, ule conference, speakers and presentations, and networking. Ibonile ke ba kwezi programs alapha khona ne-networking. That is really the conference. So we really appreciate and are honored to be part of this very first one in JoGEDA. Andithi yokuqala zange yakhona. It's an inaugural. So we must appreciate the thought behind. Nokuba sihlalo nguwe who came up with the idea, but the thought behind this one is much appreciated. Siyabulela ke kuwe sihlalo naku CEO endicinga uba inoba nidibanise intloko. Enkosini ngalonto. As I am starting to present here, I want to acknowledge the leaders from outside this country. We are called the home of legends for various reasons. As we discuss in this conference, you are going to see and understand why we are called the home of legends as the province. Scholars often say that knowledge without action is of little value. Kausapa la flask yampa. is of little value. I frequently remind my team and technocrats that if we cannot translate the knowledge that we have acquired into practical results, then that knowledge serves little purpose. Kuthiwe ke apha we also have academics, imfundimani, abantu abafundileyo. And ke ndibone umsuthu ke apha Dr. Class umntakwethu odla ngokuthi imbi into yomuntu ofundileyo kodwa uyawuhlala ecomplaina okanye ekhalaza. That is regarded as waste of education. Andithi msuthu? The first point I wish to make this morning, this conference, excuse me, must produce action. Asinawusuka kwindawo esisuka kuzo sizogadarisha apha ugqiba sincokole sihambe. We want to see results and outcomes. It cannot be another gathering where we analyze our challenges very well, speak very well, and then leave with very little moment or movement and action. It must help us move from discussions to implementation, and implementation, from interest to investment, and from possibility to visible progress. I shared the same message recently at the Africa Agricultural Indaba, held from the 20th to 22nd May 2026, organized by the Border Kai Chamber of Business in the Kukombo or Buffalo City municipality. There too, the call was the same. Let us turn our discussions into outcomes. Because our people do not live inside conference language. They live in villages. They live in towns, farms, and households that need jobs, functioning local economies. As I welcome you, Honorable MEC Zolile Williams, I acknowledge as you come to join us here. The second point I wish to make is that we must be intentional. We must be deliberate in how we identify, we profile, and strengthen the industries that can carry this district and this province forward. I say this wearing two responsibilities. As I stand here, I'm also acting for the MEC of the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. The Eastern Cape cannot grow by accident. We have to make choices. We have to decide what this province stands for economically, where our natural and strategic advantages lie, and how we organize both public efforts and private investment around the strengths. The State of the Province address made by the Premier this financial year point that very clearly. It identified agriculture as the mainstay of this province. Tourism, energy, digital technology, and related sectors as areas where the province has comparative advantage and where jobs can be created. Within that wider provincial economy, agriculture remains the mainstay. Not one of many, but the mainstay. That is not because of what it might become one day. It is because of what it already is. It feeds people. And every one of you that came here, you have got something to eat before you came here. Yeah, then you must thank farmers. You must thank agriculture. It supports livelihoods and it carries rural economies. It creates room for agro-processing, logistics, trade, exports, and enterprise development. Xa sithetha ke ngezolumo, singathethi ngomhlaba kuphela. Sithetha ngobomi, sithetha ngesidima sabantu, sithetha ngomsebenzi and our heritage. Sithetha ngekamva leliphondo. Agriculture supports social development because it feeds poor households, children, elderly, and vulnerable families. It supports health because patients in hospitals and clinics must be fed. It supports education because learners are fed in schools. It supports business because caterers, traders and retailers, processors and hospitality establishment all depend on reliable food system. So when agriculture works, many other parts of the economy and society work with it. This is why I do not want to speak about agriculture too narrowly, as if it belongs only to one field. It is linked to small business, tourism, local procurement, rural development, logistics, environmental sustainability, and industrialization. Over a period of time, we have all heard many things being said about our produce, our province, and some of them are true. We hear that the Eastern Cape produces some best of the beef internationally. We know that our citrus belt exports some of the sweetest oranges. Many years ago, I once read an article in newspapers that the Eastern Cape produces the most sweetest oranges throughout the world. So that is one of the things that we should be proud of as the province. We know that different districts have different productive strengths. The challenge before us is to stop speaking about these strengths as if they are only stories and to organize them into functioning value chains and investable regional identities. Masiyeke ke ukonwatyiswa ukududuma kwezinto zethu kuphela, masizakhele uqoqosho oluphuma kwezo zinto zethu. Earlier this week, I visited the Citrus Belt, Kokam, along the Gamtus River, particularly around the Patency and Young areas. I had gone there to assess the damage caused by the recent heavy floods, storms. While the destruction was evident, very painful, I was equally encouraged by what I witnessed across the value chain. The damage is catastrophic. Preliminary assessments they projected the cost around 1.5 billion. Imagine, was not planned for, was not budgeted for, as some of the orchards and plantations have been completely swept away. However, when we met and engaged with farmers, many of them are still in high spirit despite that problem and remained courageous. It reminded me of the words of the philosopher Will Rogers, who said, I open quotes, the farmer has to be an optimist, or he wouldn't still be a farmer, close quote. Besibheneke no Mr. Khathu ukhaya, ubungeke uthi lo muntu ujongene nelahleko enkulu. He was still cheerful, still steady and thinking ahead. The kind of resilience is what sets a farmer apart. It was also inspiring to see the board participation by black and white farmers, young and old, all actively involved in agricultural economy in that citrus belt. You get to witness previously disadvantaged farmers operating large tracts of land, creating employment opportunities for local communities, and participating across the entire value chain. They establish and manage their own orchards, own critical infrastructure, transport their produce to their own packhouses, take responsibility for operations, and play an active role in exporting their own produce. Importantly, many of these are black farmers operating on government list farms. These are kinds of success stories that we want to see and replicate across the province. I'm proud ke nami xa ndingqina ukuba even apha eJoGqabi, we pride ourselves when we hear that JoGqabi is at least leading in producing the best wool. Zigusha zethu eziya. And we know that in livestock, imfuyo is the wealth bubutyebi babantu bakuthi. So asifanelanga siyithathe kancinci loo nto leyo. Yile nto bathi uboya bethu, indyebo yethu, ngqo. These are the kinds of success stories that we need today. Sifuna ukuba njengokuba xa uhamba usiya kweza citrus belts ubona ikhonkco liphelele, kube njalo nalapha eJuqa. Ke siyeke laa nto uba umntu asebenze yedwa afuna uba nguye yedwa ingangalala. Abanye abantu babuke kuye. You must pull each other by hand and go forward, sisebenzisane. Kamnandi ke zonke ezi stakeholders khoyo apha namhlanje zinemali, zinezimvo. Ndirongo phi na kanti bendingathanga ndimeme investors? Abantu abanemali abo. Zine-policies or regulations. Masithethe ke ngoku, why do we keep pronouncing on agriculture and agro-processing master plan, yet we still fall short in realizing what it actually demands of us? Xa siphuma apha ke, esifanele uba sibe no way forward. Sisuse problem, thina siyathanda ukhalaza, and that is a very bad habit. We like to complain. We always put obstacles before we can do something. Sithanda ukhokhelisa ilitye endleleni so that we don't proceed. Can we take away all those stones? Ke sibheke phambili, because apho sifuna uya khona kuphambili. Program director, once these value chains begin to function properly, they build capacity, they create jobs and deepen the local economy. As we gather here today, I want us to focus on practical solutions. Let us use this opportunity to develop concrete interventions that will help the wool industry in this region complete and strengthen its value chain. Apha kudibene ngqondo ke izifundiswa, abantu abanohlahlo, abantu abanamava, abantu abanegunya lokwenza izinto zenzeke. Therefore, njengoko ke uba wesiphile le lapha phantsi kwenene masiyisebenzise kakuhle ukuphucula le Juqa and ultimately our province, the Eastern Cape. The Eastern Cape has a population of over 7.2 million people. JoGEDA has the smallest population and around 380,000 households. That contributes the least to the economy and has the lowest number of employed people. Let us ask ourselves, why is that the case? Many people here remain largely subsistence producers and are able, at least in part, to produce their own food. The question is, how do we optimize that? How do we move from being potentially yokuba ngabaqeshi and be commercial and be business people? Bana imfuyo, bana buboya, yiyo loo nto sibanika i-sharing shed asazikhiqiza. Njonje ke ngoku sikhiqiza ne-spring water. Kuba senzela into yoba njengoba sithi mabalime nje, bangathi sisokola amanzi. Sixelele nje uba umthombo undawoni. Will bring water to the village. Traditional leaders also remain important partners in this work. In many of our rural communities, they stand close to the realities of the land use, livestock production, local organization, and community stability. Ngabo ke abaza kusincedisa ngomhlaba ukuze sikwazi ukwakha ezi factories sizifunayo. If we are serious about building investable rural economies, then traditional leadership must continue to be part of this conversation, part of the planning, and part of the implementation. The JoGEDA district is made up of 3 municipalities, Walter Sisulu, Elundini, Nesenqu. Elundini is the smallest of the 3 in terms of its geographical footprint. Umasipala ke waselundini ngomnye wemimandla emihle kakhulu. Inhle yona iJoGEDA shem. Hayi xa unothatha nje imoto ujikeleze the mountainous area kuhle uThixo wahlala phansi xa wayedala le district. Sangenze nje wayengangxamanga waphola apha engqondweni. Wayenza yantle. Thina ukuma ke ngoku sithathe ithuba senze lento inhle apha iphuhle kakuhle ibe lulutho kubantu bakuthi. Its urban areas and surrounding commercial farming districts remain important sources of employment, with people working in agriculture, commerce and services. Senqu local municipality derives its name from Sesotho word. Andithi na? Senqu. That river is not just a geographical feature, it is a productive asset. It supports water storage and conservation infrastructure, influences grasslands and vegetation of the region, and enables agricultural activity. Njengoba ndithetha le nto nje, I'm just reminded of the quote that was made by the chairperson of the board. Ukuba apha eJogqaba sinento ekuthiwa yi-Garib Dam. Ndakhe ndayibona ngala wam wenyama when we were there. Venterstad. The bulk, better part of that dam is here in our region. Kodwa, the water rights of that dam, Free State, they're clocked. So we must ask ourselves, uba, hayi man, yenzeka njani loo nto, sikhona singaka. And there is a portion near the dam, ehlala abantu abamhlophe bodwa, I mean purely white people. And when we got closer there, they were so surprised. Baphuma bonke besibuka uba sifuna ntoni kwispace sabo. At least the leadership that is here is challenged to make sure uba ayiyenzeki mani laa nto phaa, ayingombono omhle kakhulu. Ngoba babengathi inoba bangenelwe xa babona thina sinje singene kwesa space sabo, because we wanted just to check at the Garib Dam. I know we've raised this at a provincial level, that the three provinces, Northern Cape, Free State, and Eastern Cape, are having discussions about that dam and the water rights that are there. So imbi into yoba libe kuthi dam, kodwa sibe ngabona abantu that are not benefiting. Uthatha amanzi uyowabeka le koKouKama igqithe zonke iindawo ezininzi apha e-Eastern Cape. So at least we must think and talk about those things. Siyibange njengeJogqaba, because ilapha kuthi. So I've been saying we must be intentional about making commodity belts fully functional and active value chains. We cannot continue to celebrate production alone while the value continues to leave our districts. We cannot continue to speak about agriculture and agro-processing and the master plan while the actual chains remain incomplete. So the efforts that we must always be deliberate. I want to reach to a point where just one can move through the citrus belt and see a value chain at work. Abona kapha apha eJogqaba. This is just for knowledge or sharing. I have never seen any other area in the province enemithi ebizwa ngoba yimpampiri ngaphandle kwalapha eJogqaba. Ipampiri, uba besinoyazi importance of that tree called impampiri. Amaphepha la siwasebenzisa agcwele apha enziwa out of that mthi. And thina, therefore it means we must do something about that. Sizingce ngalaa nto. We must also be deliberate about linking production to trade and industry. Districts do not grow simply because they produce more. They grow when what they produce is processed better, traded more competitively, and connected to industries that create further value. If Jogqaba is to move forward, then agriculture, agro-processing, trade, logistics, and industry must increasingly speak to each other. That is why innovation also matters. Research institutions, innovation agencies, and industry support bodies have a role to play in helping us improve product quality, strengthen beneficiation, support processing, and open new market opportunities. We should not only ask what we produce, we should also ask how we trade it, how we process it, and how we make it more competitive. Program director and delegates. That is how capacity grows. That is how jobs are created. That is how districts become commercially alive. As an acting MEC for Department of Economic Development and Tourism, I also want to locate this district within the wider economic environment as we are facing. This conference is taking place at a time when the world economy is uncertain. Trade tensions, geopolitical pressure, and investment caution are affecting how capital moves. These are global realities, but their effects are local. They affect jobs, they affect exports, they affect investor appetite, they affect whether rural districts are seen as investable. That is why this conference matters. It allows us to present not only needs, but projects, not only constraints, but opportunities, and not only challenges, but a district that is preparing itself more deliberately for investment. The conference program is correctly structured in that regard. It gives space to district catalytic projects, international and regional investment perspectives, and focused discussions on agriculture and agro-processing, renewable energy, tourism, and property development. That is important because real local economies are built where sectors are connected, not isolated. We have also to be honest that government is operating in a constrained fiscal environment. The infrastructure needs of the districts like this are larger than the public funds alone that can carry. Urhulumente nyhani shem, nganokwazi uzenza izinto zonke yedwa. That means development finance institutions, private capital, public entities, and municipalities must increasingly meet around concrete projects and shared risk. That is why the work of the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, JoGEDA, and the district municipality matters, excuse me, their role is not simply to speak about development. It is to help package it, profile it, and attract support around it. We also need to bring academia, research institutions, and innovation partners more deliberately into this work. Universities, the Technology University Agency, the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, and similar institutions have an important role in helping us move from production to beneficiation. They can support research, product development, technologies transfer, testing, and innovation so that we produce what we produce is not only more, but better, more competitive, and more aligned to market demand. Asinakho ke uthetha ngemveliso kuphela, singathethi ngophando. I also want to acknowledge the work already done in support of small, micro, and medium enterprises. Partnerships between the districts, the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, and financial institutions in the enterprise development matter greatly. Programs that help entrepreneurs understand their own businesses, operate more effectively, and build their own plans are not minor interventions, they are foundations. At the same time, support to informal traders and smaller enterprises remain one of the areas where much more still needs to happen. Water matters. Sanitation matters. Electricity matters. Buildings matter. Roads matter. Trading space matter. Business to grow in neglect. Business do not grow in neglect. They grow where environments make enterprise possible. I am pleased too that tourism is not treated as an afterthought here. JoGEDA is not only an agricultural district, it is also a district of water, landscapes, heritage, destination potential. The Garib Dam initiative is one of the examples of how tourism can become catalytic. It is not only about visitors, it is about accommodation, transport, recreation, cargo processing linkages, local supply chains, small business opportunities. That is the kind of integrated thinking we need. So as I close and conclude, let me return to the simple point with which I began. Knowledge without action serves as very little purpose. We know JoGEDA has agricultural strength. We know it has tourism potential. We know it has landscapes, water systems, livestock, fiber, and people with experience. We know catalytic projects have been identified. We know there are institutions in this room with ability to support the implementation. Our task now is to connect these pieces properly. Let us use this conference to define clearly what JoGEDA must become. Let us identify what must be prioritized. Let us say what must be funded. Let us say where the gaps are. Let us say who must do what. And when we leave here, let it not be said that we hosted yet another good conference. Let it be said that we took a district with real assets and moved it closer to becoming more profiled, more investable, and more productive than before. Xa siphuma apha, macace ke uba uJoGEDA asisayi kuhlala ingulaa mmandla wamathuba athethwayo kuphela, kodwa iza kuba ngummandla ophuhlayo, otsala utyalomali, nowakha amathuba emisebenzi kubantu bakuwo. And the same spirit of the district development model, I urge our partners, public and private, to put their shoulders to the wheel. That includes government, investors, development agents, farmers, traditional leaders, and communities themselves. Let us collaborate. Let us support what matters. Let us solve funding and implementation blockages where they exist. And let us build an economy in JoGEDA that is not only spoken about, but the economy that can be seen, measured, and experienced by the people of JoGEDA. Let me at this stage thank the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency for coordinating this conference and for focusing our minds on the real possibilities of this district. JoGEDA is part of the Eastern Cape's rise. If we are building a prosperous and thriving Eastern Cape, then this region must not be left behind. It must be in the forefront of that journey. The time for JoGEDA to shine is now. Let us support it better, profile it better, invest in it with confidence, and ensure that its agricultural strength, tourism potential, and enterprise opportunities find full expression in provincial economy. Masebenzeni ke sonke bethu. Nanku umthwalo ubekwe phambi kwethu. Ndiyabulela program director. Imvula. Mayine. Pula. Ayine. Enkosi kakhulu.
A round of applause. A round of applause. We are breaking the chains of poverty, underdevelopment, malnourishment. Everything negative can be associated with JoGEDA. Siyabulela Mamo MEC. We welcome Utata MEC Williams. She has said it all. She has said it all. Mna, I'll summarize it. Ngale ngoma ezodlala, we are breaking the chains. Synergistic and strategic partnerships that will take us forward. Innovations, moving away from working in silos, agriculture and tourism. How I summarize it. Sayazi cocktail, mocktail and selene. Sayazi mocktail. There's a coconut pina colada. There's a pineapple. Coconut is hard. You have to break it before you can get to the juicy part of it. Pineapple is uncomfortable. You have to slice it, de-skin it. At the end of the day, it gives us a delicious mocktail. Put in lemon, you get something extraordinary. That's exactly what Ubaba, Uvelile, Vela Sengu, Vela JoGEDA, Umama Executive Mayor. We are consistent, we are intentional in terms of packaging a boutique of projects ready for uptake by the private sector. Partnership, Amakosi, nothing about us without us. We are working with academics, local and global. We are intentional. We know what we want. You may say whatever you want to say. I don't have to dilute whatever you said, but it was worthwhile. We take stock of what's happening in the Citrus Valley, Sunday's River, Citrus Valley, and we need to have our own commodity belts, value chains. Now I invite Honorable Williams. He has instructed, not requested, ukuba anga introduced for the sake of time efficiencies. Over to you, MEC. We welcome you. We did receive your apology. Over to you, sir. Break every chain. Oh, welcome back. Siyabulela futhi, siyabulela futhi. Good to see you. Breaking the chains. Usacela nje uzirelieve Honorable MEC. Dicela sibe sicula. What we are doing is uncharted. We are not in Sandton. We are not in Cape Town. We are in Stegspruit. You may not really believe if you happen to sleep or stay over in the comfortable establishments as corner here. People are serious about investing in Stegspruit, in JoGEDA, wonderful real estate in the middle of nowhere in your standards, in our standards. We are intentional. Over to you. There's a Samsung phone elahlekileyo. Should you find yourself without your property, a Samsung phone, please go to the support staff. It's in safe hands. Ikona, there is power in the name of Jesus, breaking the chains because siyaphamili. We are intentional. Pula aine. Okay. While the MEC is still attending to matters private, Stella Usisi also introduced some other stakeholders who have since joined us.
Thank you very much, Chair. Cela introduce uSpeaker no Chief Whip Basa Walter. We acknowledge you. Kade bafika acting. Kulandwa kubuzwa MEC uMayor wase Walter befake apology because uattende ndiyayibona le nto kaSalga kuba yinto yoomama. Uattende uSalga eKapa ungu-Deputy President naye pha. So si-acknowledge yiloo nto. Si-acknowledge iSterk CWC ndibone phaa ngemva community. We acknowledge Department ka-GCIS, Department of Trade and Industry Competition ku-DTIC, Housing Development Agency ukhona phakathi kwethu, emanzini municipality ukhona phakathi kwethu, Stellenbosch on the School of Public Leadership ukhona phakathi kwethu, Salga ukhona, Department of Small Business ukhona phakathi kwethu, Ukuha, South Coast Tourism and Investment ukhona, Dagu Group, Invest SA, Standard Bank, Land Bank, SAPS, WSITA. We also welcome Itimka MEC and welcome MEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. As Honorable MC comes to the podium, ungotuki please uba unale moto. There's power in the name of Jesus. A blue Ford, something has happened to your car. It's not for consumption by everybody here. Please contact a support team or unjebo. It will be negotiated amicably. But ngicela uba une blue Ford LD 67 GFGP. Cool down, everything is in good hands. Toyota Cross, please, may you move your car, BW07 ZDZN. May you move your car, it's blocking the flow of traffic. Over to you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Greetings to you, the chairperson of the board of JoGEDA, Mr. Maqashela, Bantu, Umbutho, and all the board members of the JoGEDA Development Agency, the executive mayor of the district municipality, and all the mayors of various municipalities of the district. My colleague, Honorable MEC Konziwe, all the leaders from municipalities that I've seen here in the form of councillors. I've seen the leadership of the NGO, the officials. I think 4 of them are here, as led by the chair, and Unobala Nononjebo. Greetings to you, colleagues, and I've seen heads of various state agencies, CEOs that have graced this investment conference of our district here. Greetings to you, colleagues, managers of municipalities, investors that have joined us here. And everyone who is present here. I've seen Kutwa traditional leaders are also present here. Greetings to traditional leaders. Now, I'm really privileged to join you today as we gather around an important investment summit of our district with a theme that says investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. And this theme speaks to a simple but powerful truth. Sustainable prosperity is built not through speculation or short-term gains, but through investment in the productive sectors that create jobs, generate income, develop skills, and improve people's lives. The real economy is where people work, produce, trade, innovate, and build. And this is found in our farms, in our factories, in small business, tourism enterprises, logistic networks, schools, and community projects. It is where economic growth becomes tangible and where development becomes visible. For JoGEDA, investing in the real economy means focusing on investing in our people, in our land, in infrastructure, and our entrepreneurs. We are blessed as a district with significant strengths. We've got fertile agricultural land. We've got strategic transport corridors. that links us to various provinces of our country. And these assets are a strong foundation for inclusive growth. However, we must acknowledge the challenges before us. High unemployment, especially amongst the young people, poverty, infrastructure backlogs, and limited access to finance continue to affect many households and businesses. These challenges require collective action and bold leadership. The question, therefore, before us is not whether opportunities exist. The question is whether, how prepared are we to work together to unlock the opportunities? Investing in JoGEDA's real economy requires us to focus on several priorities. Now, Program Director, based on my responsibilities in the executive of our province, we have developed 2 strategic programs. And the intention of those programs is to accelerate investment in our municipalities across the province. We developed the risk-adjusted strategy with the aim of accelerating infrastructure development, where the whole value chain from project initiation, project inception, project administration and registration and approval, environmental impact studies, until project is ready for procurement, and then project management and value is created on site, but within a short space of time. All of us, those who are managing state entities, investors, are frustrated with us as government because our projects took time to be completed. If you talk infrastructure, because of appointment of incapable service providers, a project that must take 24 months end up taking 60 months, and therefore discouraging investment, because investors lose money through inflation as the government delays to allow them to invest because of slow infrastructure development. Now, to address that, we came up with this risk-adjusted strategy to say, fast-track this thing called procurement and project initiation so that infrastructure development can happen in an expeditious manner. And we have succeeded in doing that. So that's the first enabler that we as COGTA are coming up with to encourage investment in our municipalities. The second enabler that we have developed is the non-negotiables. The non-negotiables are about maintenance of infrastructure to be able to allow investment to happen in our municipalities. Many of us simplify this issue of maintenance of infrastructure, but it's quite an important enabler for investment, because if the infrastructure of a municipality is operating maximally, therefore it is easy for business to invest in that municipality because there's a clear maintenance plan of electricity, for instance. In our responsibility as COGTA, we know municipalities have responsibility to provide stable electricity for investment to come in. Upgrade electricity so that those industrialists who require huge kilowatts of electricity will then be able to invest in the municipality, because the municipality is ready with an upgraded electricity. Then bulk infrastructure also enables and facilitates investment. Now, the challenge that our municipalities have is that we are so excited with developing new infrastructure to the extent of forgetting about maintenance of the old. And the old infrastructure collapses and no investment takes place because there is sewer everywhere in our towns. And sewer results in risks of environmental health challenges, pollution of water, and all those. So the non-negotiables in respect to investment are emphatic on saying, maintain stormwater drainage systems. Because no industrialist or factory or business will invest in the municipality when in every rainy season, your town is underwater. So there's risk of insurance escalations, because it means their produce or whatever they are doing is going to be underwater. So those risks discourage investment in municipalities. So the non-negotiables are saying, do what you are supposed to do, upgrade, manage town planning. You see, municipalities take this issue very lightly. If a business owner applies to open a ShopRite or to have a mall or to have a factory, but the municipality takes 10 years to approve that, that investor is gone. Now the non-negotiables are saying, Buto, if there's a business application, within 2 months, a municipality must give those people licenses, but following all the laws. So that's our contribution to municipal investment as COGTA, to say we can't accept a situation where our municipalities do not perform as expected. And this thing is performance managed, because we can hold the mayor accountable for performance in all these aspects. Another critical issue is good governance. Investors will not be encouraged to invest in areas where there's no control. There's no rule of law. An investor buys land, but the following week, there are people that are constructing on that land that the investor has to build a factory. If there's no rule of law, there can't be investment. And so the non-negotiables are emphatic on bylaws implementation so that you control your jurisdiction as a municipality and protect investors from having to deal with legal matters that are out of their scope. And these things will happen only if we are emphatic on the rule of law. Disaster management plans. If you have woken up today, you have seen on TV, Nelson Mandela Metro is underwater. Sarah Bartman is underwater. And now, Nelson Mandela is our prime investment destination. When we go out to other countries, they identify Nelson Mandela as an area where they can invest. But Nelson Mandela in the past 2 months has been underwater. Now, if that happens, then investors are sensitive to a municipality that will always be underwater, because it just indicates that there's no disaster management plan that is risk averse in order to attend to challenges that the municipality is facing in terms of infrastructure. Now, we are enforcing through the non-negotiables the implementation of disaster management plans, so that investors can be encouraged. If they want to invest, they request a disaster management plan from JoGEDA, from Sinku, and we can show them that we are risk averse, we've looked into those matters, we are in control of our jurisdiction. So that's what we are doing in COGTA. And then once all these things happen together, they then build trust for investment in your jurisdiction. So implementation of risk-adjusted strategy and the non-negotiables will actually build trust for investment to our jurisdictions as JoGEDA municipalities. Now, I was talking in general terms. Are you then ready as JoGEDA municipalities to implement non-negotiables and risk-adjusted strategy? I-managers ijonga phansi xa ndibuza that difficult question. Our municipalities are in the red because of slow performance in grant expenditure. I-risk-adjusted strategy idevelopwe eJoGqabi, yiJoGqabi engunamba mgqutsu. My best performers, Amatole District Municipality, is flying, and its municipalities. Chris Hani District Municipality and its municipalities are flying. iJoGqabi ihambele emva. Now, iJoGEDA eyona need more investment. So it means iJoGEDA must be led to understand that the quicker we implement infrastructure projects, the better for us. Now, agriculture remains one of the district's most important economic pillars. Yet true value is created not only through production, but also through processing, packaging, storage, distribution, and market access. At some point, we implemented a strong livestock improvement program in JoGEDA, and we're doing it in the Elundini municipal area. And we're working with Teba Bank. The district invested and Teba invested in that livestock improvement program. And that assisted the communities there to improve the quality of wool of their sheep and to also improve the quality of meat that we were producing. But unfortunately, Teba withdrew from that program and the district was left alone. But I can see that every year there are programs to improve quality because of cattle that the district is purchasing to improve the quality and sheep that they are purchasing. That program, if it can be sustained, it will create better animals in our district so that we ensure that the rural communities, their produce is better and can be marketable. Then every opportunity to add value locally creates jobs locally. By supporting emerging farmers, strengthening cooperatives, improving irrigation schemes, and attracting agro-processing investments, we can build stronger local value chains that benefit communities across the district. Small, medium, and micro enterprises are the backbone of local economies and worldwide. They create employment, drive innovation, and keep wealth circulating within communities. Entrepreneurs need more than encouragement. They need access to markets, affordable finance, business development, digital tools, and enabling regulations. Now, what can a municipality do to enable investment? Manage your rates and taxes. In the non-negotiables, we are clear. If an investor comes to your jurisdiction to say, I am prepared to invest, I will create 100 jobs, we drop rates and taxes and tariffs for that investor because he or she is coming in to create 100 jobs, we drop rates and taxes. Then that investor talks to the other one, and then this encourages investment in your jurisdiction. But if you are rigid, you've got CFOs who do not think about local economic development and investment and the district and local economics, you will then collapse when it comes to this flexibility on tariffs. Because once we do that, then investors can come galloping to our district to invest in our jurisdiction. When entrepreneurs succeed, then local economies grow. Because an entrepreneur appoints few people to work, and therefore that make households to be extricated from poverty because of assisting entrepreneurs. Now, there are lots of ways then municipalities could do to encourage entrepreneurs, where there are incubator programs that must be initiated for small contractors to be assisted to understand the business of tendering and also engage in the construction industry, because in JoGEDA, you can say that's one of the current areas that you can still flexibly ensure that there's movement of our people. Roads, water systems, energy reliability, broadband connectivity, logistics facilities, public services are not merely expenses, they are economic investments. Infrastructure lowers the cost of doing business, attracts investors, improves productivity, and connects people to opportunities. A competitive district requires infrastructure that supports the current needs and future growth. This thing then of infrastructure development, ifuna ke sibe more municipal based. If you break down the MIG funding for various small projects in order to certify all the councillors, 17 councillors, this then defeats a bigger mega project that can actually be implemented to help everyone in the municipality and encourage investment. So these small projects are not working. We need mega projects that are going to assist. No development strategy can succeed if young people remain excluded from economic opportunities. The future of JoGEDA depends on equipping young people with relevant skills, supporting innovation, expanding vocational training, and creating pathways into employment and entrepreneurship. I think we must sustain that program of these sitters. Sitters have got money lying around. Train our people as we started that process so that communities are benefiting from what government is investing. Government alone cannot transform local economies. Business alone cannot solve our social challenges. Communities alone cannot overcome structural barriers. Real progress happens when government, business, academic institutions, development agencies, and communities work together around a shared vision. Partnerships create trusts, trust creates investment, investment creates growth. And economic development today must also be sustainable and inclusive. Growth that leaves people behind is not sustainable. Growth that ignores environmental stewardship is not sustainable. As we pursue investment and development, we must ensure that opportunities reach women, youth, rural communities, and all the historically disadvantaged groups. We must build an economy that is competitive, resilient, and equitable. The goal is not simply to increase economic activity, it is to improve people's lives. The measure of success is not only the number of projects launched, but the families whose circumstances improve because of those projects. As we look ahead, let us be ambitious about what JoGEDA can become. A district where agriculture thrives, where businesses grow, a district where young people find opportunity, where we attract investment because we are stable, we have good governance, and we are able to work together for the success of the district. Economic growth can therefore move towards social progress. This vision is achievable if we commit ourselves to practical action, collaborative leadership, and long-term investment in the real economy. We must move beyond discussions and conferences to action as a district. Let us convert this investment summit into the opportunity for growth of the economy of the district. We have, as a matter of fact, worked together with the University of Fort Hare to assess the role of development agencies. whether are they fashionable entities to have, or are they value add into district economies? And the University of Fort Hare is finalizing that study. And one of the key elements of development agencies is to ensure that investment is attracted to the district and business support to our businesses around the district. At some point, Maletswai was losing businesses in a very short space of time. Businesses were moving out of that area. How are we working on that through using the development agency to try and prevent that? Whilst this side, Stegspruit, Mount Fletcher, are attracting businesses, but town planning is a problem in Stegspruit. And poor town planning, where many jurisdictions are managing town planning, municipality and traditional leaders, it creates chaos and can discourage investment. Because if you go down, that's a taxi rank Stegspruit, if any of those major shops burn down there, let alone the capacity to respond with firefighting, but there's no formal planning for streets to come into those shops to extinguish fire. So that investment is gonna be extinguished because there's poor town planning. So this thing is very critical to prevent lawlessness in the management of town planning. We are working currently in partnership with COCTA towards the finalization of the JoGEDA economic development strategy, which is 5-year planning, which will guide the district towards implementing sustainable economic development. This is a plan that we are going to use to stimulate growth and improve the quality of life within JoGEDA. Let us grow JoGEDA together. Chairperson, thank you very much for this opportunity. It was my intention to be with you until we finish this conference. But Mbuto, umntu osebenza nomasipala usebenza nenkokheli. Now, as we wake up this morning, Nelson Mandela is underwater, Sarah Bartman is underwater. Now, I must go to Nelson Mandela from here. I can't be with you. Xolo zinkokheli magoqolo asoze ndiyiphakamele district iJoGEDA. So I can't be with you. I have to leave for Nelson Mandela. Yabona ke program director. Umntu oyifunayo lento yobu MEC hayi angakayithathe. Anditsho ndi honest kuni. Ningabuza apha ngaphandle bakhe uyayithanda yena. It's fine. Angakayithathe Mbutho ne? Because yabona Mbutho ndisuke eBhayi, ndiphume eEastern Cape, ndiseKoukama, ndakhwela eBhayi ndaye eKapa, ndibuyele eJoGEDA ndazokwehla eBloemfontein, ndithi ndibheke eMonti ebantwaneni. No, nditshintshwa apha funeka ndisuke eJoGEDA ndibheke eBhayi nase-Sarah Bartman. It's a thankless job. Ndizawuthi ndihamba nentanga zam sesikhulile sesipenshina. Mna ndizabe ndingena ndiphuma esibhedlele zona zibe zijima ziwoka. Kuthiwa le ndoda hayi sesibhedlele uvile ngayo because of travel, too much travel. It's killing this thing. ifuna abantu abatsha nabo sihlalo berijini bangarayithi uyithatha le nto. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Thank you so much. Standing ovation, please. Thank you, MEC. Siabulela. Yes, we are ready. That's the sum of it. We are ready. I won't waste much time. I won't dilute what the MEC has said. Suffice to say, there is commitment. Beyond theory, let's do it. It's doable. We acknowledge the exhibitors. We are going to break just a walkabout, Sibone exhibitors, because they are part of us. We need to promote them. Afterwards, I believe we just had tea less than an hour and a half ago. Afterwards, we'll go to the substance now, wherein we'll present the opportunities, the state of development, the opportunities. We just have some engagements, sharing experiences, and then after lunch now, we'll be indicating exactly by way of practice, tangible outcomes, medium, long term, what is it that we'll be doing by way of commitments, well-thought commitments. And now I request you to take about 15 minutes break. Please, let's honor Ikasha. It's a bit chilly. We don't know what's going to happen in the afternoon. So let's make sure that we go out and embrace the exhibitors. We will acknowledge them individually. Abebuya. Dicela Sipumeni, Ozakwethu, we acknowledge you. Can we all now stand up and march out? We give opportunity for leadership first. Opportunity for leadership, ushered by the support staff, and then we follow leadership. Everybody, Bandubakuti, is acknowledged. Siabulela, Honorable MEC, you are excused. Siabulela, sir. Thank you so much. Somebody, unemoto.
We actually offer a vast number of products that we offer as Standard Bank, starting from business solutions, loans, financing to do your solar financing. So we've got asset-based finance. So we got quite a number of products that we do as Standard Bank. And yeah, and we absolutely privileged to be part of this day here. And yeah, we've been coming a while now with JoGEDA, that we've been partnering with them, sponsoring events and being part of this community. And as we're here today, we just want to, as I see people sitting here, and yeah, you can see there's a vast number of people, and yeah, this is about empowering, making sure that we drive growth, and we assist in our communities where we can. And that is the real aim of today. It's to say that we empower, that we uplift, we support. I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Standard Bank Group. Ngayothatha noba i-funeral policy man ukuthi siyabulela Standard uzile apha kufaka nje la investment. And now I invite Amalulu, also 2 minutes maximum. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Rocky Malebo. I'm the Business Development Manager for Amalulu. Firstly, let me thank you for the opportunity that we're given to be here today to showcase our product. It will be easier if we were outside to see what we brought here for everyone to see, but with the minimum time that I'm given, I will try to squeeze everything in one. The product that we wanted to showcase today, it's a dry system sanitation. It's just a toilet that doesn't require water to function. It's more ideal for rural settings, like places where we don't have bulk water supply. How it works is a toilet seat is equipped with a mechanism underneath that separate urine and feces at source. So at the end of the day, you will remain with feces that are very dry inside. So what we have done, now we have developed a toilet that we coupled it with a shower. It has a roof with a tank that harvests water from the rain, and you can also put water manually into it. And there are pipes that you can connect. If you have standpipe, you can connect it directly to the source that you have to feed it with water. We have it outside here. It's just we are doing touch-ups. I can also invite, if you have time when we have lunch breakups, so that you can come and see it tangible. And we are also doing we are working with schools, the Department of Education, the NECT. Yeah, thanks very much. And if you have time, please come and make a stop. Thank you.
Sanitation is dignity. It's not justifiable. Our schools in the villages have got issues with sanitation. Thank you so much, brother. We are so patriotic, and incoma indoda kodwa ncoma umsebenzi wakho ungathi incomile la ndoda. Umsebenzi wakho uyancomeka wena, no. Saving the best for last. Over to you, CEO. She's a doctor, Dr. Mahambana, usebenzile ugu, usebenzile elsewhere. She's working at JoGEDA. Less than 2 years, she's making an impact. Lean and mean efficiencies, fit for purpose. I don't know what's your staff complement, but what I'm seeing here, I would imagine you've got 80 or 70, I'm not sure. Oh, she has got only 1.8 warm bodies compared to what we are witnessing today. Over to you, CEO. Technical team.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Allow me to rise on the same protocol that was said before. If it happened that in the previous speakers, that protocol was not properly laid, I'll blame those previous speakers. I will be presenting on the topic which reads as follows: State of Development and Catalytic Projects in the JoGEDA District. And Program Director, I will just lay a foundation where our LED directors from the local municipalities will come in and present their catalytic projects and their potential areas for investment. I want to go straight to the next slide. And I want to talk to the investors. Can our investors show hands so that is babone ukuthi bakhona? Can they stand up, our investors? Because I want to see who am I talking to. It can be two. There's quite a number of them. Mrs. Daku, can you please stand up? Can our investors stand up? Oh, okay, at least I can count more than 5. Thank you so much. Basically, in my presentation, I want to speak to the investors. And the first question that I want to answer with my presentation is, why JoGEDA? You might have gone to other district municipalities, but you chose to come to JoGEDA district. And without repeating what has already been said by the mayor of the district, executive mayor, and other speakers, I want to reiterate on the fact that JoGEDA is a strategic place to invest in. We are a gateway between Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, and the Free State. And besides that, we pride ourselves of our natural resources, being agriculture, tourism, forestry, and water resources. And I have to reiterate on that. We have sufficient and enough water resources, our dams, let alone the fact that we still have backlogs in terms of water provision. That backlog is due to our aging infrastructure and also the backlog in terms of bulk water infrastructure. But in terms of water resources, we have enough water resources. I know that in our midst, we have some investors that have got or shown interest in investing in our infrastructure. So I just want to put this across for the benefit of the investors. Also, we want to say that we have potential for renewable energy. I'll talk more about that because I know for a fact that in our midst, we have investors that have shown interest in renewable energy. So I will talk to the areas where I believe that that could be suitable. We have potential for tourism. Yes, we have our dams, we have our areas of attraction. We have our scenic beauty, the mountains and the rest. So we do have potential for tourism. Then the next part of my presentation is talking to the key assets and major towns. As a district, we have 3 local municipalities, which is Walter Sisulu, Sengo, as well as Elundini. But I will start with Walter Sisulu local municipality. Within Walter Sisulu, I want to focus first to the Garib Dam. I think I'm the 3rd speaker now that is talking about the Garib Dam. And maybe you'll wonder why we are talking about this dam, most of us. Before I get there, Walter Sisulu is, I would say in terms of the population, is the smallest. However, I want to put to your attention, investors, that in terms of the growth rate, they are the ones that are growing very fast as compared to other local municipalities, which is Walter Sisulu municipality. Then we talk about the Garib Dam. Garib Dam is the largest dam in the whole South Africa in terms of the storage capacity. It has got a storage capacity of more than 5.5 million cubic centimeters. Abantu bakwa engineer ke baya understand the language yam, but it is the biggest. However, we believe that that dam is not properly utilized or is not fully utilized. I know that after Garib, Elandela is Val Dam, which is properly utilized to my knowledge. So it's a resource or it's an asset that we can tap into. And then whilst I'm also looking at the Walter Sisulu local municipality, I see the potential for renewable energy investors. Phakathi kwe-Venterstad, Steinsberg, as well as Beckerstop. I'm made to believe that in that area, there is sufficient wind. There is enough land. And there's also high solar irradiation. That's what they put it in terms of the language of renewable energy. I've also learned that in that place enjoys more than 3,000, they call it sunshine hours per annum. And that is significantly high as compared to other coastal areas. So meaning that if you want to invest in solar energy or any kind of renewable energy within Walter Sisulu, that is the best place to go to. Then I now move on to Sengu local municipality. The mayor of Sengu have said a lot. Sengu is well recognized in the whole South Africa as a region that have got premier wool production. It is a heart of Eastern Cape economy. If we talk about our contribution to the GDP of the province, we also include Sengu. So in Sengu, I want to talk specifically on the Tiefentel. I know that this is not our property, it's a private property. However, it is a ski resort which is one of a kind. It's the only ski resort in South Africa. In the sub-Saharan region, there are only two. Kune Afriski, which is in Lesotho, and this our Tiefentel. It ranks amongst the top ski resorts in the whole world. However, it is underutilized. Post-COVID, there has been no activities. This is another area, investors, that we can tap into and make sure that we invest in. Let alone the fact that even within Sengu, we do have quite a number of dams, including your Jozana Dam. So I want to reiterate on the fact that we have sufficient water. Then moving on to Elundin. Elundin, again, we call it our forestry belt as well as our agricultural belt. Between the areas like Yugi and Maclear, we do have more than 1,000 hectares of commercial forestry plantation. That on its own is an opportunity for investment. We are not in the business of just planting trees, but we want to get value, economic value out of that. We need furniture factories. We need places that will take advantage of those economic benefits that arise from the forestry belt. Then in terms of agricultural belt within Elundin, we talk of crop production, livestock improvement, as well as agro-processing. Let me also indicate the fact that as this whole district, we do have key enablers, which is our roads corridors. I don't want to overemphasize on the issue of N6, which we call it our economic lifestyle. Because everything, every movement, when it comes to production, investment, we use N6. N6 is connected to Bloemfontein, which is Free State. Apina is connected to East London and the Port of East London, Port Elizabeth, and so on. So meaning that N6 connects us with the whole South Africa. We do have our key strategic roads. For example, we have R58, which we call it the district connector. A connector, the wool to tourism. And we also have R56 Elundin, which we call it the agriculture and forestry belt of our district. So that is the potential that I wanted to present to the investors. Our sectors, our key sectors will include agriculture, renewable energy, tourism, logistics, as well as property. I want also to highlight the fact that we are a growing population. On an annual basis, we experience a growth of more than 1%. Which is 1.09%. That on its own is an opportunity for you to see that even in future, your services or your products will have a market. Let alone the fact that when it comes to the category of children, we are rating in terms of the percentage very high there. And as Gemamu Mayor, Okanyo local mayor, 31.3% ngabantwana within this district. So the youth is about 18.7%. That category, those categories are also growing. Tomorrow they will need better education, universities, and they will need employment within the district. The last part that I want to talk to is why invest through JoGEDA. You might have gone to Krisani development agents or any other development agencies. But I want to indicate that what we offer you clean audit. We offer clean governance, meaning that we have got clear systems of accountability as JoGEDA. Of course, we alert, as the program director have said before, because in that department, our finance, we do have a chartered accountant. Also, we have a project development support. Within JoGEDA, we have a fully fledged department or unit that is focusing on project management that is led by an engineer. Then also we have an investment facilitation support, which such department or unit within JoGEDA is also led by an agricultural economist. So meaning that we are ready as the entity of the JoGEDA District Municipality to move together with you in terms of investment. I cannot overemphasize on our strategic connections. I think you might have seen with this conference that we do have broad network. We do network with government, with business sector, with private sector, with the banks, with everyone. So that network also is a strength to our facilitation of your investment. As I step down, Program Director, I want to call upon again all investors to say, let us work together. Let us invest to the economy of this district. And by doing so, we'll be building this district together. I think that takes me to the end of my presentation. I thank you.
Let's talk more action. Thetha umuntu ongumama inzala abantu. Uba ebengekho umuntu ongumama ngengekho umuntu ongutata. Ngelingaqhubeki ilizwe liye phambili. So clean audit, it's an assurance ukuthi people of this district, people of this area, they must be fed. How are they going to be fed? Attracting investors, having the basics right, and the potential is elastic. I can add, there's an iconic bridge. We used to call Herzog Bridge then. It's so iconic. We must trap traffic edlulayo, ingabi yo thoroughfare. Thoroughfare, trespassers shall be prosecuted. If we package these investment opportunities and then you just drive as if nje indawo ebalulekileyo yela Ultra City, your good Lord will punish you. Because now, as we are moving on, we are going to package exactly what are these investment opportunities. And I'll be requesting my directors, local economic and planning directors from the locals, and there's no other way. The continuum continues, the female following another female. Miss Mamu Edi, I'm so happy. Kuyabanda ngaphandle, but ngaphakathi kushushu because the people who are making things happen, most of them are ladies. Over to you, Mamu Edi. She's running to Mandla Mabece. Please come, Mama. And we're talking nothing else but investment opportunities in local municipalities. Malibongwe.
Thank you, Program Director. Protocol all observed. I greet everyone equally. I think I'm going to use the slides, yes, as they are flagged there. I will be talking to the agro-industrial park of Elundin municipality as an investment case. This is just the reflection of the stakeholders that since the initiation of the project, we have been working with. So we are also giving them also a recognition for the work that they have been doing with us together. So the way that I've structured the presentation, I'll just touch base on the strategic framework and the policy alignment, the status of the economy, and what is it that we seek to achieve as Elundin, and our competitive advantage, and the detail of the project that we are selling to the investors today, and the description and the status thereof, and also some of the investment quick wins that we are looking at. So as Elundin municipality, the council set up a vision for the municipality to say they want to be a pioneer for the sustainable rural development, taking all the three components of sustainability within that, which is your economic element, your environmental one, as well as your social element. So the mission being also to sustain the good governance and also the quality services. So Elundini ke, as CEO has said, it is also boundaried by Alfred Nzo, Chrisani District, and the OR Tam. And you know, with economic development, regional economic development is critical. You cannot alone and plan for the development without taking consideration of the neighboring municipalities. In fact, trading with your neighboring starts at home rather than you would want to see yourself trading with Africa or trading with other countries. So it is also important that we also learn to trade with our municipalities in the Eastern Cape. So we're saying we are about 5,064 square kilometers, and our population is 141,761. We've got a increasing rate of 2.5 in the past 5 years in terms of our population increase. Okay. The next slide, please. What we want to achieve with this project, we want to contribute to the national policies. So when we implement the agro-industrial park, we see ourselves contributing to the national development plan, that is in terms of your agro-industries and manufacturing, and also your green alternative energy and construction infrastructure. We are also seeing ourselves contributing to in the fulfillment of the policy statement, which is on inclusive and sustainable economic growth, strongly being the infrastructure investment. And thirdly, as MEC Agriculture have said here, we have also taken into consideration the master plan of agricultural development in the Eastern Cape, which is to ensure that you are not working alone as a municipality, but you ensure that you put in place the public-private partnership so as to achieve the long-term goals in sustainable manner. Maybe the last one that I've left is to say that we have also been cognizant of the white paper on local government, because it is in our space which emphasizes the developmental local government, where in terms of land use management, you set aside yourselves land so that you can be able to make attraction for the development of your local economy. This is the status of Elundini presently. We are an economy that is growing with the tertiary sector. Whilst the CEO is saying that we are more in terms of natural resources, but today the growth of our growth is tertiary rather than your primary and your secondary. But we're saying we've got a potential for primary production, and we'll also have the potential to increase the secondary production. So that is what we are aiming to do in terms of the investment. We want to increase the primary production and we want to increase the manufacturing, so that we cannot be an economy that is disorderly or is not growing efficiently the way it's supposed to grow. The reason why we want to grow the primary production, this is a statistics of Elundini. We have no competition in the region. These are the classes of land that we have in terms of your arable land across the areas, as well as your non-arable ones for the livestock production. So this is our competitive advantage. We are different from other regions because we have these unutilized pieces of land. Okay, this is our geology. Historically, nobody can take it away. We are strong in arenite, and we're also strong in sandstone. It's the strongest sustainable areas for agricultural production. So it will go generations to generations. And that is what we are priding ourselves on as well climatically. we are uncomparable in terms of the climate as far as suitability of agriculture is concerned. Now, I want to come directly, Chairperson. We are saying we have a compelling case here. When we are talking to building an agro-industrial park at Elundin, we have previously done, it is a success story for the past 15 years, and we have had results. I'm going to show the impact or the results of what we had. So this is the combination of the investment from public and private investment who came together to say, let us make this a case. So let's go to the second one before. So these are the results of what has happened previously in the first industrial development that was there. You had an increase in terms of the contribution of the GDP. You had an increase in terms of your annual employment. You had an increase in terms of also the influence in terms of the informal sector. Hence, we are saying, let us then continue and expand in terms of the industrial development. Quickly. Yes, so the site that we are talking about is a development site, that is the size, is the agro-industrial park that is planned by Elundin municipality, and we have, okay, let's continue. These are the sites, these are the development sites. Included in that site is also the middle income housing, because we want to diversify the agro-industrial park. Okay, this is the architectural impression of it. Okay, the reasoning behind that, we have already said that we want to make sure that there's an increase in the primary production, associating it or linking your downstream and upward stream, so that your secondary and your primary production, they match together. And previously, what was happening was that I was saying to Mr. Somkyan, the CEO of SRDA, that previously what we were doing is, it is not that the government never put investments there. Large number of hectares were previously planted, but there was no strategic integration. I-production ibityalwa ithathe iphumele ngaphandle kotyeba ezinye indawo kusetyenziswa umhlaba otyebileyo waselundini. So we're saying, let's change that. Let's make an industrial area to process the food that is being produced locally, because it is not that government never made investment there. If you can look at it, you will see large number of investment that was placed. The next one, please. Okay, this is just the continuation of what we want to achieve in terms of the local manufacturing sector. Want to increase that, and also the barriers that are faced by farmers in terms of the primary production and raw material. We would want to make sure that we solve that, and also the integration of the rural towns to the rural and urban areas. So this is a proposed a development model where you find the municipality have already planned together with its partners in terms of making sure that all the preliminary investigations have been done. So we're not coming to say the industrial hub might work, or we know that it is a case in point and it is compelling, and it can commercially absorb quite a large number of jobs. Okay, we can go to the next line. Okay, these are the business activities that are in the hub, and also the estimated values, where now the investors can be able to look at what they are interested in terms of their area of interest. Let's continue. Okay, we can continue again. Yeah, these are the economic benefits that are envisaged after all the development has been done, in terms of the increase of the value addition, and also in terms of the increase on the jobs, as well as the overall hectares of land that can be utilized, which is presently lying low, which can be utilized through this initiative. And also the climate resilient practices, which we are at the center of what we are proposing. Chairperson gave, this one will be more or less the last one, was saying, investors, this is what we have already done. We have put the PPP, which is the public-private partnership, in place. And through the advice of the DTIC, there is a clear model of SPV, which is a REIT model, which allows the participation of the private sector effectively. We have got all those studies that are done, the geotechs, the site plans, the EIA, preliminary architects, and the basic bulk infrastructure, the energy, all those have been done. And also the primary production master plan, which is going to fit into the hub, has been done. But finally, I just want to say that Mamu Konsiwe, we are also glad that the grain producers in the Eastern Cape, the 7 grain producers that have been funded, the 297 million, 2 of them are lying within our municipality, and this is going to make the feed into the agro-industrial park through the planting as well as the grain terminal. So those are the quick wins that we would want to sell. If you would want, if you can, in terms of the public investment, assist the municipality for finalizing the bankability, which is your project preparation. And also we are looking for the bulk infrastructure, to develop the bulk infrastructure. And those are the enterprises that are quick win. When I'm saying they are the quick wins, it's because presently the municipality has got the potential of infrastructure that is there. So if there is a ready factory that is to be placed now, we're not saying we're going to wait for the rest of the bulk infrastructure, but we can put it immediately. So those are the opportunities then that the IDC, in NEF and DTIC can take consideration of. We just want to say to the leadership, these are the areas that we would want them to unlock. The Transnet issue, which is the logistic hub, which is clear. We've already written them the letter, because if you look at how the development is structured, the logistic hub is within the Maclear, whilst the other 2 hubs of production are in the 2 towns, because the development is spreads across the 3 towns of Elundin. We have submitted application for the BFI. We would want also the assistance on that one. I think that was the last one. Thank you so much.
Malibongwe. Madoda sanba nomona. Guys, don't be jealous. Malibongwe. Beyond theory to sustainable results within the immediate future. I'm happy the mention was made of ECRDA as well as EXEC. We acknowledge you. And now the owner of this car, or the driver of this car, BG58 NKZN, may you please go to the support team. They'll tell you what's happening about your car. My assumption, you still like it, you still treasure it. The sooner you go, the better it is for you. Thank you so much. We now move to the next one, but we acknowledge the exhibitors, the sponsors. And now, Ndatele Bohang, please come through, sir. It's your turn. What is it that you are offering as far as Sengu is concerned? The mayor did have anything to say, but now come with more details. Over to you, sir.
It's still good morning or afternoon. Sorry, mind my voice. Good afternoon, leadership. Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Those that I did not mention, protocol observed. I am from Sengu, local municipality, a nice budding baby with greater potential. My leadership has said quite a lot to introduce the municipality and its work and its basically its achievements. So we as a municipality have done and completed our urban design framework for Stegspruit. The urban design framework is particularly completed to unlock the congestion that is prevalent within that particular local space. Within that dimension, I'm running alone here. Next slide. Yes. Within that dimension, one can therefore see that movement of goods and services, people, is moving in a monolith type of sense. One entry from the top, one entry on the other side of Lady Grey. Therefore, the urban design framework is intended to open up movement within Stegspruit itself by identifying paths that can be, invested in. This design particularly will also indicate that, next slide, that there's quite a number of issues that it's not supposed to be showing the movement framework. Those slides were hidden, sorry. Catalytic synopsis of the Stegspruit UDF, why that was critical. The UDF is also outlining where mixed-use developments are going to take place. It unlocks the municipality in such a way that you can see that development has this particular direction that the municipality is going to follow and investing in terms of infrastructure. It opens up movement corridors in terms of limiting the centrality that you pass through inside Stegspruit and identifies roads that could go to the site to delimit the congestion, the air traffic. There's also this particular issue here, high density zoning development. Next slide. High density zoning development indicates areas where housing affordability is going to be placed at within our land use management system, and which will then say different typologies can then be accommodated with the growth of the municipality. At this point in time, growth and land use management in zoning aspects in Stegspruit, it's happening in a more fragmented sense. And this particular UDF unlocks where industrial zones are supposed to be, where residential areas are supposed to be, so that you are able to say people are supposed to reside here, but they can still walk and play in these particular spaces. Because if you see on the outer part of that graph, it's basically where your active open spaces are. So where the active open spaces are, it's where the municipality will then have your green parks and all the other, where people can normally just go and buy whatever that they want to do. But industrial zones are kept away from residential areas for better land use management. So there is also flexibility of economies, because the mayor has also emphasized that there is potential for retail parks. This space in the UDF identifies clearly where the town is actually directed, where you can have these particular hubs like tech hubs, maker spaces, or retail corridors in all that mix. And it fosters your sharing of innovation and localized LED. Then the informal economy is also not ignored. The role of the local economy in the UDF is also captured clearly as to which zones will be promoted. I think we went to East London some other time to identify how they piloted, the container hub, and located a space that is likely to be the location at the container hubs where our SMMEs will go in together to serve different positions that or business ideas that they want to, as selling points. The other part of this UDF is an emphasis on workability and placemaking. Placemaking is particularly what makes you like and want to live in that particular space. This particular transformation is what advances placemaking as a principle within State. People that are in State, by promoting such type of developments and structuring, will be able to say, this I'm very proud of, and I like this particular transformation. So the capital projects that I have basically highlighted here would therefore contribute towards that placemaking. And then movement corridors produced, I've basically gone ahead far beyond the person who's dealing with the, okay. When we go to Lady Grey, you will see Lady Grey is our center of administration. But in our SDF, we identify spaces within the CBD, within the town center, where mixed-use developments can take place. And mixed-use developments do not necessarily have to be advanced by government. A developer can still come and say, in this particular space, I can have, contribute with bulk. The municipality does internal reticulation. As it does that, it will mean an agreement for land use is already agreed. Therefore, the municipality will have to budget for internal reticulation. And then people with different business needs, housing needs can go into that mixed use space. And then it also identifies on the other section of the town as to where a proposal for industrial zoning is actually, placed to say this is suitable for industrial zoning, and anybody who's an investor who's prepared to come with an industrial proposal can then come forth and say, these are the activities that I can contribute in this town, depending on the appetite for environmental protection as well. Buckley East, the greenery that you come across when you go to Buckley East is impressive. And that town's natural environment needs protection beyond any other means. However, Buckley East, in terms of our special development framework, also then identifies the growth corridors that the municipality can consider. In that case, an investor can still come and say, mixed-use developments here, industry here, and everything. We are able to show that map to any investor who will come and say, what is the appetite for investment in the municipality? And it's not like it's any new thing. Singu has been open to investment. I'll show you at a later stage here that presenter, what am I doing? Check up a slide to the hospital too. I'm about to finish. It's very important. Emergency and Trauma Center in State. Back. Please go back. Back again. Yes, right there. If you would look on, I don't know whether you're able to see the green area there. It's ERF number 68. We received a proposal, hence I'm saying we have always been open to proposals. We received a proposal that said we want to establish a 24-hour hospital, a hospital that functions continuously. Because complaints have been there that people leave for critical care to Queenstown, they go to Bloemfontein and everything. So this proposal said, let's establish a hospital in Stekspruit in particular. So that earth was identified. But according to the development proposal, the land is slightly more. It's smaller than 4 hectares. So we considered that they can do a support type of health service. Develop an emergency center rather in Stekspruit and place a 24-hour hospital in Herschel, right next to where the post office is. I'm still coming to that. So this particular proposal is what is showing that proposals are open and we're still taking proposals. Any investor can still come and say, locate in your land use as to where I can use this type of business. We are ready to negotiate and look at proposals, including the land availability agreements. Next. We are also, as we are in the process of developing the Herschel precinct plan, which will direct the type of land uses and zoning that will happen in Herschel. The location of that hospital is also considered. This is a schematic representation in the insert of what is basically your layout. And then the hospital, makeshift hospital indicated there, that will benefit people of the municipality at large. The proposal, the precinct plan will achieve agricultural revitalization for Herschel, being predominantly agricultural in nature. It will also consider tourism development and the necessary infrastructure upgrades, settlement structuring, and non-motorized transport. There's a farm in Sengu, 2 farms. They are joined together. It's in excess of 93,000 hectares that we can eye, as the mayor said, for renewable energy. When you talk renewable energy in the space like Sengu, you may consider agrivoltaics. Agrivoltaics is agriculture that is mixed together with your appetite to raise energy. So what you do with agrivoltaics, you don't necessarily place your solar panels at a lower height. You raise them higher so that agricultural activity, the cows, planting of vegetables and everything, can still take place below the solar panels. So we have a dual achievement that you can consider instead of a farm becoming dormant and just lying there without any use, considering only. That size of the farm itself, I'll tell you, compared to the size of the population that we have, if I were to produce 1,000 megawatts of energy from such a big farm, I will only need about 1.3 to 4.6 hectares. The rest of the other hectare can still be used for other issues that the municipality can be interested in. 1,000 megawatts will power households completely, say 150,000. 150,000. Right. We also received a proposal, the automotive aftermarket support center. There's an agreement between a partner in Joburg with a mechanic in Stekspruit to have this type of support center. So ICALA agrees with the development proposal that students that are doing mechanical engineering related motor vehicle, including Baba Kowalan Dikoloi, those that do panel beating, they can go into this center for skills development and whatever and be trained as tradesmen and all the other issues. So that type of support center is also being pursued. As to the locality, it would basically be in the area marked for industrial zoning in the municipality. I would leave it there. Thank you very much.
There's power in the name of Jesus. Amen. Pastor Mandla Mapete on the podium, CTC Abulela. We've received a presentation from Elundini. We've received a presentation from Sengu. Nothing that looks like it's a pie in the sky. It's realistic, it's achievable. We've done what we're supposed to be doing. Mr. Tikana, please come. Your turn has arrived. Walter Sisulu, I'm correct? Over to you, sir.
Greetings, Program Director, Leadership. I like introducing myself. Yes, my name is Masonwabe. My surname is Tikana. I am from Walter Sisulu Local Municipality. Walter Sisulu Local Municipality is one municipality with 5 towns. There is Maletswai, there is Beckerstop, there is Venterstad, there is Steinsberg, there is James Kalata. Maletswai is one town which we always say it is an economic hub of Walter Sisulu. Then Beckerstop, that's where we have our offices, or it is our administrative hub. Then we have other towns. Then the opportunities which I will be presenting will be cutting across these towns. In this conference, we are positioning Walter Sisulu as a future property development hub. My colleagues spoke a lot about agriculture, but as Walter Sisulu will focus on property development. The reason is that Walter Sisulu have a lot of land. We have land at Walter Sisulu. And that land is strategically positioned and suitable for investors. So if investors are coming in Walter Sisulu to invest, then it means they will be able to get returns on investment. And also as the municipality, we will be able to also expand the revenue stream. And when the revenue stream expands, then it means economic development will also multiply because there will be funds available to fund the economic activities in our area. So we are saying this land is suitable for townhouses. This land is suitable for social houses. This land is suitable for student accommodation. As I start with townhouses or with F1 in Aberview, if you know Maletswai, you will know that there's an upmarket area called Aberview. Next to that area, there is land, 8.5 hectares, very big. And we did a dummy layout. And when we looked at that, if you were to say each site is going to be 700 square meters, then it means you can get up to 84 sites. And that land is not subdivided. One would say, if it's not subdivided, it is a disadvantage. However, in my view, it is not, because it now allows a developer an opportunity to decide the size of each site. Because it is the developer that is going to develop, and it is the developer that must determine how big the site should be for the revenue to be realized. The area already is zoned for residential, which means there is no need for rezoning. You just do the subdivision, and then after that you are able to move. Again, there is a place very popular called Alwal Spa, Hot Springs, in Maletswai. In front of that place, there are flats which we believe as the municipality, they can be refurbished and offer social houses or any form of development which the investor might feel suitable for that place. We are very flexible as the municipality to engage with investors because we want the type of investment which will work best for the municipality. So we are looking for partners. Currently, it is part of F790, and we have plans of making it a point that it has its own identity. So we are in the process of subdividing it so that it can have its own F number. Now we go to Burgerstop. When you are in Burgerstop, there is a very beautiful facility. However, when I define, or in my own definition, the word beautiful does not mean, or is not in reference to the state, is in reference to the conceptualization behind what you can see there. We have a dam there, it's called the JoGEDA Brain. There are chalets along that dam. There are ablution facilities. There is a laundry. We have stands for caravan park, which means if you want, you can go there, pull your caravan, you will be able to enjoy. There are drying stands. We also have what is called slipway. If you want to launch a boat, because I said there is a dam there, so you can be able to do those activities. But what I'm saying about this place is not to say go there and have a good time. No, I'm saying investors must come so that we can be able to commercialize and have investment in that place. Why? Because these type of facilities, they have multiplier effects. And because it is an accommodation, what one would think accommodation will only come or will only be considered a secondary attraction, because you do not go to wherever to sleep. You go there to do whatever you're going to do, then you sleep. But with this facility, there are activities which one can do. It has a pulling power on its own to attract people to go there and have a fun. We go to Venterstad, a popular Garib Dam. In Venterstad, there is what is called Lake Garib Resort. It is in Ovestin. There is a suburb area which is part of Venterstad. When you get there, you will see again what I say is very much beauty. It's very beautiful. I'm not talking about state. I know the state of these facilities, they are at the stage, or they are at the dilapidating state, but I'm talking about the concept and the concept which can be able to make money for the investor. So there is a guardhouse there is a reception, there are chalets which are completed, there are chalets which are not completed, there are rondavels, there is a swimming pool, there is also caravan park, up to 20 stands. If you have been in the caravan park, there are stands with electricity points, because if you go there with your caravan, then it means you'll have to have access to electricity, of course, so that you can be able to enjoy your stay. There is a tuck shop. There is also boot-jacked infrastructure. That infrastructure is there. And the investor can just look where to upgrade or what to make, what to add so that it can look good or attract investment. Going to renewable energy. Unfortunately, renewable energy today, it is a strategic alternative. But in the future, it will be a forced alternative. A time will come where we must stop using electricity generated from coal. Why? Because there is environment. So now, as Walter Sisulu, we have already started moving towards the direction of just transition. We have done so through identifying land in Maletswai to say, investors must come. Let us take advantage of sun, wind, and all those natural resources to generate energy. So we are open to investment. In other towns, the CEO explained that there is a potential in Venterstad, Steinsberg. We are appreciating that, and we are willing to engage with investors. And then, again, we have interest in student accommodation. I said we have land. And we believe if we can invest in student accommodation, we do have Ikhala there. But we believe we can attract campuses from other universities and be in Maletswai so that we can be able to grow the economy of Maletswai. And we are saying in Venterstad, Steinsberg, James Talata, we do not have much of clothing stores. We do not have clothing stores. And it is a basic need to have access to clothes. So if one gets 350 from wherever, then for them to be able to buy something warm, they must drive or they must have catch transport to another town, then it is the challenge. So we are calling for investors interested in that space. And also moving with technology, we are interested in ICT hub and innovative centers in the municipality so that we can be able to move with speed and catch up with technology and make sure that we don't leave youth behind. And of course, the last point, Chair, before I go to the last years, it is bulk infrastructure. We are also raising our hand as Walter Sisulu to say, this land that we have, if we do not have bulk infrastructure in some of the land parcels, which I did not talk about here, it means we will not be able to move. Hence, we are raising our head to say we need investors interested in that space. And then we are saying also, we understand that investors at times, they get frustrated when we do not process their applications, development applications. So Walter Sisulu is moving forward with establishing a standalone municipal planning tribunal so that we can be able to have control over the sitting, over the functionality, and over the processing of applications. So that's the commitment that we are making to investors so that we can be able to move with development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bautikana. What we listened, it was an indication we are not here for theory, we are being practical. We are intentional. We know who we are Joe Gabi, and I'm really impressed because more often than not, we as government officials, Mandla, your previous life, we as government officials were good theory, very economic in terms of implementation. As I invite to CFO to acknowledge others, says Nanaka or Nanaha next to Kucha. It's in the Nanaha, ne? It's in the middle of nowhere. And their objective is to trap passing traffic. You go there, you see 30 minutes is enough. You won't count less than 50 vehicles and about 6 or 7 trucks at the back there. We do have it, a potential here. You drive entry from Pietermaritzburg to Joburg. After Harrismith, kwindawo kuthiwa Montrose, bekwindawo kuthiwa Friede. In the middle of nowhere, there's Tau Lodge now, which has captured. There are so many opportunities, investors. We are just not theorizing, being theoretic. We are serious about what we are pledging today. Please come, CFO, Mamu Clean Audit, Mamu CA, Mama Yonkindo, enhle. Ngicela uthethe ngezinto ezinhle ezenziwe ngabantu. We acknowledge government departments, senior leadership. We acknowledge investors. We acknowledge exhibitors. You are loved by God. Mandla may hate you, but who is Mandla compared to the Almighty? Everyone who's here is loved by God or the Creator or Allah. Over to you, sis.
Thank you very much. Iyakufanela le jazz. Ndizo acknowledge bendiliqayileke ligama ngondinyuka ndiphazanyiswe ngowe-program director. Uchairperson we-traditional leaders, uchief andingiboni Sejwa Singh, yes. Then ndizo acknowledge one of the other board members, Mr. Mawonga, who's also an MM. Ya lapha kule ndawo sikuyo tewafika ndiyaku-acknowledge njenge-board member andikubizi. Umama uNtlemeza from the COGTA yalapha edistrictini. South African Youth Council is amongst us. Bendimole ku-chairperson, Mr. Konewe, yes, ne-delegation yakhe. Sibracewe ngu-Councillor Bomela, uSpeaker wase districtini, ukhona amongst us. Oh yes, Msuthu. Mr. Mbanga, u-CEO wakwaSalga. Kwenye indawo ke kwathiwa uSalga, union yoceba. So u-CEO kaSalga is amongst us. Ikhala TVET delegation yakhona ikhona. We've got to Aspire, all the way from East London is also part of us. Emalahleni, Amatole district, I think LED director is part of us. Chair Busose wathi ke mansuse acknowledge ne-exhibitors zethu. Ndiyavuya ke xa kufika u-MM, ndizoqala ngesenqu, kuba noko ngabantu esebenzisene nabo kakhulu. Khonto endiyicengileyo wena MM, esizophinde sidibane. So amongst the sponsors ke, isenqu sebenzisene nayo kakhulu, ne-district yethu, ne-Land Bank, sisebenzisene nayo kakhulu. Salga, I know besifike ezitafuleni zethu there were pens and what was into zobhala, and notepads and other documents. Thank you to Salga. And there's ARC, LNR. People have got bags, goodie bags, so that was the sponsor. We've got Conrad Walls, would like ba azokwenza 5 minutes, bendimcelile. And Graham Mashel, 5 minutes, those two sponsors, kufuneka zisinike izinto. And also besiphandle, there's Primitive Craft, there's D Nature, there's Chikaleta Poultry, there's Tell Us More Museum. I think one of the two, Graham Mashel as well as Conrad, one of you Magabeses. There's IQ 86 projects, bee farming papandle. Standard Bank, Asupol, Government Communications and Information Systems, senzela naba ke sodolophu bakhange baphume, bayobona papandle executive mayor. And there's also case and branding. We've got to housing development, no Krakamasha. IEC is also one of us. There's Amis Sweet Streets, Kabasabat Batingsa get 20 rand. Kuku 8W Wi-Fi, Kuku EPOL, Invest South Africa, Chiron Agri. There is pharmacy at Spa, Wasa Buckley East. Executive Mayor Batendi Dluliseki message in Doba, they are launching a pharmacy at Buckley East month end. So it's an invitation to the district, no Maspalabao. There's Umailu, there's UPKB, then there's Wenza Chilis. Thank you, Chair. Saulinda Lagaban by 2.
All right. Thank you. Immediately after this, we are going to take now locational context, globally, regionally, and locally. From now onwards, I extend an invitation to Professor Price from the US. Sis Maureen, give us a regional perspective in terms of the African context, particularly SADC. Nobut Luvuyo, in terms of locally, what is it that we are positioning for ourselves for? I said 3 minutes. I think she made a mistake of 5 minutes. It's not part of my KPI, or it has never been my job description. So then I'm not too close. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Protocol observed. Greetings to everyone. I am Pikolom Tsipa, General Manager in the Eastern Cape for Conrad Walls. Our offices are primarily based in coverage in Kukombo. So Conrad Walls is a proud 45-year-old company. While we have leading manufacture of precast concrete walling, our journey took a significant step forward in 2009. We developed a precast top structure specifically designed for rural sanitation across KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape.
Sorry. This innovation spurred immense growth in 2018 as we expanded to 8 factories, spanning East London, Durban, Umzimkhulu, Ulundi, Vryheid, Empangeni, Umhlathuze, Jozini, and Mandini. Through these factories, we have supplied an incredible 1.4 million toilets for the rural sanitation over the years. Today, we have streamlined our operations into 3 highly efficient factories located in East London, Mount Fletcher, and Durban. A major focus for us over the past years has been in educational infrastructure. We have supplied and constructed our ABT fast-track bank toilet system for 230 schools across KwaZulu-Natal and the Eastern Cape. This translates to approximately 150,000 children who have been uplifted with basic sanitation, restoring their fundamental right to dignity. Beyond sanitation, our Conrad Projects Division is a leader in wire fencing. We have successfully supplied our smart fence system to over 140 schools in the Eastern Cape and KwaZulu-Natal. Working alongside partners like KUHA and the Department of Education. Additionally, our smart wall system, a top-of-the-range high-security concrete panel system, security projects and various private, high-security businesses, and in both KwaZulu-Natal and the Western Cape. I also invite you all to please visit our store for further information for any inquiry. In closing, we would like to sincerely thank JoGEDA for this special opportunity to promote our company, and we wish JoGEDA all the very best for the highly successful investment conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Conrad Walls. We are not building walls that separate us. We are building bridges that connect us. Conrad Walls is providing that. And now we take the international perspective. Why are we here? Because what is happening has got a global impact. And therefore, I'll invite Dr. Professor, Mr. Price, over to you. And then I won't interject, but between myself, your good self, the audience, and what's happening in that corner, I'm not sure. We'll try to be efficient in terms of time management, but without compromising the essence. You are welcomed in Zanzi, City Mall, when we greet Sawubona. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. So the program director won't let me have the politician time, so I'm gonna do good though. Good afternoon. It's good to be here. All protocol observed. And thank you to Madam CEO, Dr. V, for inviting me. I wanted to be here. I flew 16 hours nonstop from Atlanta to Johannesburg. Took a flight here, and so it's good to be here. And I really like the fact that you have this investment conference, because one of the things that I've done is I've started my nonprofit organization called Global Ties Alliance. We focus on trade, sustainability, investment, and education. And I also have a consulting company, which I'm looking at bringing the diaspora here, because diaspora only invests 4% in Africa. But the diaspora has a $1.7 trillion that they could be investing in Africa and collaborating. So I'm gonna start with my speech. As I say, it's a great honor to be here before you in this historic district, a land shaped by the Orange River. And forgive me when I mispronounce the name. It's not that my heart not in it. I listened to it, I try to pronounce it, but I know I'm gonna mess up some of the names, so forgive me. So the Malati Drakensberg Mountains, the legacy of liberation and enduring resilience. So you can go to the next slide for me, please. It said, why this moment matters. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. When we look at this area of financialization and digital abstraction, the call to invest in real economies is bold. Real economies produce food, they generate energy, they move goods, they employ farmers, technicians, welders, teachers, and nurses. They are anchored not only by large corporations, but also by small and medium-sized enterprises. The abattoirs, wool cooperatives, tunnel farmers, sawmill owners, township ESCOs that absorb the most rural employment. So as I said earlier, only 4% of African Americans do business in Africa. Yet the US population alone commands roughly 1.7 trillion in spending power. That capital combined with the global diaspora and the international investors in this room can be deployed at the SME level as effectively as mega project level. Today, I plan to do three things: place JoGEDA within the framework of African capital formation, introduce the technology and partnerships structures my consulting company BP has developed, and argue that JoGEDA's time has come, not as an idealized blueprint, but as sequenced, a pragmatic plan built for South African realities. The global energy transition and the African imperative. The global energy transition is the largest infrastructure investment in human history. The IEA estimates that clean energy investment must reach 4.5 trillion annually by 2030. A significant share must flow to Africa, not as charity, but as investment. Africa holds 30% of the world's critical minerals, and South Africa is home to one of the world's richest vanadium deposits in the Bushveld complex. And the Eastern Cape has some of the continent's highest level of solar irradiance, and JoGEDA lies within that envelope. Yet Africa continues to export raw materials and import finished energy technology. The question is not whether Africa joins energy transition, but rather it does so as a raw material supplier or as a manufacturing and technology hub. I'm here today because I believe that South Africa, especially JoGEDA, can be one of the hubs for vanadium solid-state batteries. So vanadium solid-state battery technology in the buffer box. Our technology platform is the vanadium solid-state battery, developed by our partner Vanadis Energy and MK Plus in Sweden. It is fundamentally different from lithium ion. It has 20,000 discharge cycle versus 2,000 to 4,000 for lithium ion batteries. No risk of thermal runaway or fire, a critical safety advantage. Full depth of discharge without capacity loss. Scalable from microgrid to utility scale grid stabilization. A value chain that can be fully localized from vanadium pentoxide, sourcing through cell manufacturing to best integration. Excuse me. Across the region, the bottleneck is rarely the energy source. It is the inability to deliver power on demand. South Africa users endured more than 1,800 hours of load shedding in 2023. Rural feeders, industrial sites, and static border posts rely on weak single-line grids that cannot deliver megawatt scale bursts. Diesel backup is expensive and polluting and erodes SME margins. The buffer box solves with simple architecture. It accepts a trickle charge of 100 to 500 kilowatts from a weak Eskom feeder or overnight solar, stores roughly 2 megawatts an hour on demand, discharges at up to 6 megawatts peak, sustaining a 6C surge for 8 to 16 minutes. The grid never has to be strong. The buffer absorbs slowly and delivers faster. The implications span every audience, for miners, agro-industrial operators, Bushveld complex vanadium, PGM mines, I know I can't pronounce this word, so I'm gonna spell it, NQANQARHU feedlot, In Aperture, Sin-Q wool, Oogie timber, and it mitigates load shedding and unlocks ESCOM's tariff arbitrage. For SMEs, small operators, tunnel farmers, township energy companies, it turns an unaffordable diesel cost line into a capital asset that pays for itself. For the public sector, it secures rural clinics, district hospitals, schools, and TVET colleges. The same buffer box size appropriately serves either a 6 megawatt mine or a 200 kilowatt township abattoir. So let me be candid about the integration challenge. Smart grid integration and ESCOM tariff arbitrage are not capabilities usually distressed rural municipality holds in-house. That is precisely why BEP Consulting and our partners do not hand a buffer box to the municipality and walk away. We deploy with embedded technical operator a wheeling or PPA structure that monetizes the asset from day one, and an operation and maintenance agreement that runs for life of the asset. The municipality role is to host and to benefit, not to engineer. The same VSSB chemistry powers our Venatus 2U form factor data center battery unit, a single rack unit that replaces the legacy lithium plus capacitor pairing. One technology, one supply chain, serves both BESS and data center backup. So what I've done with my company is I'm going into an agreement with Venatus out of Sweden to do a joint venture agreement, and I've convinced them to do make South Africa a hub, because South Africa is to vanadium as Saudi Arabia is to oil. South Africa, when you look at vanadium deposit, it's China, Russia, and South Africa. Okay, and so through BEP Consulting, I'm executing a joint venture agreement with Jealous Energy. Jealous Energy started out in the oil and gas industry, and they invented underwater robots for oil and gas exploration. Excuse me, and then Venatus Energy, they're the ones who invented the vanadium battery. And so the plan is to establish an African vertical covering South Africa and all 15 SADC member states as the primary territory. The flagship manufacturing hub under consideration, one is in Durban, Special Economic Zone in KwaZulu-Natal, world-class business, world-class logistics, SEZ tax incentives. But one of the things I've convinced them to, because a lot of investors are shying away from the triple BEE, but I've convinced them that one of the ways to go there is we need to support the triple BEE. And so that means South Africans own 51% if we have this partnership together, because one of the things I look for investors that's willing, because I believe this, I'm not just saying this, I believe Africans should benefit more from their resources. So I look for investors that aren't predatory. And so I found some investors that embrace this concept of the BBB, the triple BEE. And so, but one of the other things that as a professor, I realized that also the University of Venda would be great because it's in Limpopo, and that's where the chief researcher there who does the bricks, and he also is a professor there. So I was looking at also doing a project through the University of Venda, because in order for you to sort of like do this, then we need to train the scientists to develop the batteries, train the students, okay? And so that's why I'm looking at the University of Venda as well. So as I continue with the presentation, I understand that on the Bushville to KwaZulu-Natal to Eastern Cape supply chain question, you know, we have to be realistic. Domestic logistics across South Africa are not friction-free. That is why phase one deployment in JoGEDA does not require a fully operational KwaZulu-Natal manufacturing line. Phase one, buffer boxes can be assembled from imported Veneta sales stock with local integration, while the Dub trade port line scales. It may be in Venda, in Limpopo, or either Durban. By phase 2, local content rises. By phase 3, the Eastern Cape becomes a deployment customer of a fully localized SADC supply chain. We sequence the dependency rather than gating JoGEDA on KwaZulu-Natal readiness. So we are also evaluating a continental multi-sector platform with Omega Logistics covering the EAC and adjacent regions. If executed, the Eastern Cape model will serve as a continental replication template. That's how I've sold it to Venetas and Agelis, and they're on board. And of course, we get together, then the CEO and some of the leaders and the tech people, we want to take them to Sweden to visit the factory to vet the technology. At the agriculture value chain and energy nexus, it was interesting. I forget the gentleman who talked about the elevated solar, and that's sort of a nice segue for me. Agelis Power is also working on a 90-foot, I think that's 27-meter solar canopy. It's bifacial, it rotates with the sun, and it only takes up 5% of the agriculture. Of the land rather. So you can plan and do everything you need up under the solar canopy. Like I said, it's about 27 meters high, and it only takes up 5% of the space. And it's bifacial, and it rotates with the sun. And so that's something I've convinced them, said that we would like to pilot here in JoGEDA and in the Eastern Cape. So and when I think about it, and the reason why I convinced them, because agriculture is a $4 trillion, $1 trillion to $4 trillion business. And so agriculture without dependable energy is subsistence farming. With reliable, affordable, off-grid energy, agriculture becomes industry. And in this district, the operators of that industry are overwhelmingly small and medium-sized enterprises. Again, consider the NQANQARHU. How you pronounce that, program director? How you pronounce that? I definitely can't get the club. Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, that's the problem for me. So the maize meat feedlot and the abattoir capex have ran 35 to 45 million. Refrigeration, processing lines, water pumping, and 24-hour lighting are all met by one on-site solar BESS microgrid, with VSSB providing long duration storage and burst-capable discharge in a single system. The same logic applies to the Senku Wool Hub, serving 2,500 communal farmers, the Burgers Dorp Tunnel Farming Project, and the Uji Timber Hub. Energy security is a link that connects every sector in this prospectus. A note on the agrivoltaic solar canopy. The most advanced South African pilots of this technology sit in Limpopo, not in JoGEDA. I'm not asking this district to bet on unproven framework. As I said, the phase 1 anchor projects could be the Cluck, I can't pronounce it, Senku Wool, Bergsdorp Tunnel, are based on conventional on-site solar plus VSSB storage, a well-understood architecture already operating across South African mines and agro-processors. Agrovoltaic canopy designs come in as phase 2, as I said. Optionality evaluated against pilot data, not as a day one commitment. I think I went there. And the UN estimates, as I said, that agribusiness could be worth USD 1 trillion by 2030. And African agri-tech startups funding exceeded 800 million in 2024. And JoGEDA sits at the crossroad of these growth trends. But also with respect to Venetas and Agelis, they are part of the Scale X project in Saudi Arabia with King Abdullah University, and they have access to the Saudi Sovereign Fund, which has about anywhere from 700 billion to $1 trillion in it. So we're going to come here without bringing funding, but as I said, I'm building the structure, and then we'll make sure that if an opportunity is here to invest, we'll make sure that all the decision makers are in the room to make that decision. And as I bring to a close, excuse me, investment architecture and GTA capital mobilization. One of the things, and I've heard it mentioned here many times with other speakers, there are too many investment conferences that produce MOUs that gather dust. The difference between a conference outcome and a project outcome is disciplined deal structuring. Our framework rests on 5 negotiable pillars: clear offtake agreements, who buys the power, food, fiber, timber, and at what price before a single shovel goes into the ground, land security and regulatory approvals, EIA, water use, license zoning, zoning, title verification, blended capital stacks, DFI concessional debt, commercial equity grant co-funding, and community ownership instruments, BBEE, and community equity from day one, including ring fence, SME procurement, ESOP structures, ESCO structures with meaningful equity, not token shares, full FCPA, AML, KYC, and OFAC compliance, because international institutions capital will not invest where governance is not clean. And as the executive director of Global Ties Foundation, a registered 501c3, I provide the international mobilization infrastructure that complements JoGEDA's domestic facilitation. We translate local opportunities into ESG development, impact metrics, and blended finance, and we actively engage the IDC, DBSA, Land Bank, DAL RRD, the DBSA Green Fund, the Saudi Sovereign Investment Fund, and the ART, Trees Carbon Markets. Critically, we also build the SMEs on the ramps through SEDFA, the IDC, SME Fund, and National Empowerment Fund, enabling small operators in the district to access blended finance on terms appropriate to scale. And I think the program director is moving, so I'm gonna go to my last page right here. See, I'm a professor, I take cues, so I know when the speaker, when they want you to sit down. So I'm gonna go to my last page. One of the questions I ask, and I pose this to the room, who captures the surplus? That's a very important question. Who captures the surplus? I teach global African political economy at Medgar Evers College at the City University of New York in Brooklyn. But my accent is from Memphis, Tennessee, so I'm not a New Yorker. So that's where you find, I'm from the southern parts of the state. So again, the question is, who captures the surplus? So the investment framework this conference must establish is one in which the surplus, profit, employment, knowledge, infrastructure stays in the district. Community equity, beneficiary trusts, ESOP structures, and local procurement mandates are not social welfare costs. They are the tools that translate investment into development. And as a bridging framework just made clear, they are operationally compatible with the pace of international capital, providing the sequencing is respected. And in closing, the challenges facing JoGEDA are real, as it is all over the world. Unemployment, infrastructure gaps, limited capital, and spatial marginalization. These are genuine, but constraints are not destiny. So, on behalf of BEP Consulting and my nonprofit Global Ties Alliance Foundation, our partners of Jealous Energy and Venadis, I pledge to this partnership. We're here not as extractors, but as builders, not as distant advisors, but as co-investors with skin in the game. And so I'm gonna try to pronounce this. Siya Fambili Asijiki, right? Did I say that right? All right, thank you.
Moving forward, no turning back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. Beyond theory to tangible outcomes. Please come. Over to you, ma'am.
Good day to you all. Dumelang, Molweni, Linjani, Likai. I bring you greetings from Zimbabwe, all the way from Zimbabwe at this conference, JoGEDA conference, and I would like to take this time to really acknowledge Dr. Vui, who I met about 2 years ago in Dubai. And I'm really honored to be standing before you and joining you at this key conference on investing in JoGEDA district. All protocol observed. I'm going to ask the guys to do my presentation. My name is Dr. Maureen Bondia, and I am the CEO at Dravental Car Hire and Tours. I'm a proudly Zimbabwean woman, female-led business in the transport industry, which is a business that is very male-dominated. And our role is to, we've committed to really providing transport services across Zimbabwe and the region. Okay, is she with me now? Okay, our services include executive car hire, self-drive rentals, chauffeur services, airport transfers, VIP transportation services across the region and in Zimbabwe, facilitating tours and logistics and corporate travel. We have strategic partners, so we're supporting investment, trade, and regional connectivity, job creation, and conference logistics in Zimbabwe and regionally. So being based at the airport allows us to be able, and we do come in contact with a lot of investors, so we are facilitating investors coming into the country. And what I like to say is I sell Zimbabwe as a product. Now, going to the JoGEDA conference, and I'll be giving a perspective from an African perspective. The future of JoGEDA and Africa will be built through strategic investments, strong partnerships, and a shared commitment to creating thriving economies. And to unlock sustainable growth in JoGEDA and Africa as a whole, we must prioritize investment in key sectors that directly improve the quality of life of our communities, including education, school development to prepare for future generations with the skills needed for a modern economy, housing, and I was really glad to hear that Walter Sisulu is talking about opportunities within that particular part. So housing and gated community developments that provide safe and affordable quality living environments for middle-class families. And I think that's really key, especially to this particular JoGEDA area. Healthcare facilities and medical establishments that improve access to quality healthcare services, strengthening community well-being, tourism and hospitality infrastructure to attract visitors and stimulate local economy. And I was really glad to hear that there are tourism opportunities within this area. Agriculture, that was really mentioned, agro-processing to enhance food security and create employment. And I've been asked by the program manager to be quick, so I will be skipping as I go for my presentation. So what kind of an Africa do we want future generations to inherit? And I'll ask you to pause and really reflect on this particular one. Do we want one that is dependent on others? Or are we looking for one that is built on innovation, investment, and economic growth? This conference theme sets a tone and speaks directly to the future not only of JoGEDA, but it speaks to the future of Africa as a whole. And we are being challenged to think beyond economic theory and focus on practical investments and solutions. Today, more than ever, we have a collective responsibility to build economies that will be people-centered, future-focused, and driven by collaboration, innovation, and sustainable development. And hence, that will be able to help us to create jobs, strengthen communities, empower local businesses, and support women-led and youth enterprises. We gather at a defining moment, not only for JoGEDA, but for Africa, where economies should no longer be seeking survival, but should be actively positioning themselves for transformation, industrialization, regional integration, and sustainable growth. And SMEs, women-led enterprises, and the youth-led businesses continue to be the backbone of African economies, where women and the youth continue to drive innovation through business, technology, tourism, and agriculture. The challenge for us as Africa is we need to stop thinking beyond we need to start thinking beyond the theory perspective and focus on these practical investments, some of which have been said today. As Africans, it's vital that we ask ourselves this question: are we genuinely building economies that serve our people? African Development Bank says inclusive growth remains essential for long-term stability in emerging African economies. There have been major shifts in investments that focus on sectors such as sustainability, economic diversification, and long-term development. Real economic growth is not only measured by GDP statistics performance, but it is really measured when we have job creation, employment opportunities are being made, empowered, thriving economies, strong and growing SMEs, regional trade and investments, innovation and technology adoption, improved quality of life for general citizens, infrastructural development, tourism growth, and of course, food security. There have been key growth areas in Africa, such as tourism, agriculture, agro-processing, technology, and digital innovation, more so with the AI coming in on board. According to the African Export-Import Bank, intra-African trade grew in 2024 by 12.2% only, and this represents just 15 to 18% of African trade, highlighting that there are highly enormous untapped opportunities within the continent. I would really call upon JoGEDA and the African continent as a whole to really look at domestic resource mobilization, which remains the key pillar of sustainable development, because this helps us to leverage our own resources, unlock economic growth from within, enhancing financial inclusion, reinvesting local wealth into the community developments, and encouraging local investment and savings. For a region such as JoGEDA, domestic resource mobilization could mean for you that you're able to create an environment where local businesses thrive, where communities actively participate in economic activity, strategic investment in education, skills and development, housing developments and building gated communities for middle-income families, healthcare facilities and medical establishments, promoting tourism. Growth must be felt and not only reported. Across Africa, there is a shift, but we still have a lot of work to do. There's an urgent need for us as Africans to have a collective responsibility to building economies that are people-centered, future-focused, and are driven by collaboration. Africa's development will not only be driven by what comes from the outside of the continent, but it will be driven by how effectively we mobilize and grow the resources that we already possess. The after came, but there are challenges that remain, which include customs inefficiencies, border delays, infrastructural gaps, policy inconsistencies, limited finances for the SMEs, currency payment challenges. I've experienced that since coming in. I've been struggling to use my bank card. And, these are some of the things that we need to really improve as Africa. Some considerations that can be applied to allow AfTA to have its full potential will be investing in infrastructure, digital trade systems, allowing regional transport networks, policy harmonization across African states, SME financing and support simplified customs procedures. The United Nations Economic Commission reports that regional value chains and cross-border investments will play a critical role in accelerating industrialization and reducing poverty across the continent. Africa is not a continent of potential only. It is a continent of opportunities, some of which are already in motion, such as already mentioned, tourism, agriculture, technology, etc. Africa's long-term success will depend not only on agreements, conferences such as this, but it will really depend on an inclusive participation across all sectors. And here we're talking about government officials, politicians, business institutions, and communities as a whole. Tourism is no longer about movement only. It contributes at least 5% of job creation as well. And regions such as JoGEDA continue to hold an enormous untapped potential with strategic investments and investors, some of we've already seen today. And I believe that it can be a powerful contributor to both provisional and regional economic growth. We've learned lessons as Africa, in emerging economies, where African economies we've continued to demonstrate resilience despite challenges such as inflation, limited finance, economic uncertainty, changing markets, and infrastructural challenges. As Africans, we've learned and we've demonstrated that we can adapt quickly, diversify revenue streams, build regional networks, embrace digital solutions, and create opportunities from challenges. And I believe that resilience remains Africa's greatest competitive advantage. As the CEO at Drevental Car Hire and Tours, I have seen firsthand how tourism and transport has contributed to economic growth. With trade, connectivity, employments being created, regional integration, economic growth, investment opportunities, and we continue to receive investors coming into the country day in and day out, partnerships across the continent. And how do we invest in Africa's future? And more importantly, JoGEDA, I believe we can do this through skills development, more entrepreneurship, infrastructure, innovation, agriculture, and more trade. It's very important that we continue to collaborate. The future depends on regional cooperation. Africa must intentionally invest in African businesses, supporting local entrepreneurs, manufacturers, tourism operators, technology innovators, sustainable development. Start with us now. And the key message from the World Bank and African Union both stress that investment in human capital, digital transformation will determine Africa's competitiveness in the global economy. Growth must be inclusive, must benefit rural communities, women and the youth who continue to be the backbone of Africa, and emerging entrepreneurs. In conclusion, Africa is entering into a new era which is shaped and should be shaped by African solutions, African entrepreneurs, African partnerships, African investors, and investments will shape the future of our continent. The future of Goldgabi is not something we should wait for. It is something that we must intentionally build together and now. Let us continue investing in real economies, empowering our people, building sustainable growth. As Nelson Mandela once said, it seems impossible until it's done. Let the work begin. Thank you. Ngiyabonga. Kiyaliboka. Tatenda. Thank you so much.
Uyamthanda uThixo uMandla Mabhece. Amen. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please come.
If anything, Shubi, I can do to you is to ensure that I don't disappoint you and save you the time. I know many of those seated there, knowing who I am, they would always say that, oh God, he may take the whole afternoon. If you flight the presentation, please go straight to the slide divider that is saying value add, which is the exact value add. I want to observe protocol as was established in the morning, and I don't want to extend any long greetings, except that iyaba indelelo ungambulisi umnikazi mzi. Executive Mayor, we extend our greetings to you and your guests today. Secondly, I just want to say, whilst the team is working on flighting the presentation, that I have listened quite carefully to the presentations in the session before ours. And I've heard that there are great opportunities right across the district in the individual municipalities. But the main thrust and task is to do what I simply call, let's get into the mode of sequencing the implementation task. But however, that sequencing of the implementation task doesn't go without appropriate knowledge of what it is that we need to be doing. Because we can't call ourselves into doing when we do not know what it is that we need to be doing. So we therefore have to invest time. We are going right. Please continue. Move on. I've left that data in detail for a reason. Go down again. We must invest time in collectivizing the knowledge that has been spoken about here, and in knowing that it will mean ensuring that there is a first step to undertake. And those first steps to undertake, next slide, just keep moving slowly. Yes, you can keep on that. Amongst others, knowing that we are an interconnected world, but fragmenting world. Interconnected but fragmenting world. So all of these things that we look and listen at media, radios, we must understand that by their nature, they are telling us about the continuing fragmentations that are happening in the globe. In the earlier slides that I did not show, we simply are making an analysis about the current war and its disruption in supply chains, including those things that we know are the basic ingredients of the economic oiling and ensuring that we are able to move forward. But this period of a fragmenting world requires critical thought leadership. Please underline that. Critical thought leadership. And that critical thought leadership must be about building our economies on the basis of our own endowments, not on the basis of consumerism, us consuming goods from others, but building from our own endowments. And as I was listening, this is what has been said from the MEC agriculture down to everyone else, that we have the endowments. So what do we do with them? How do we create the appropriate value chains? How do we ensure that we are having the best of the markets for those endowments, both within and outside South Africa? And this particular district and the region are placed in a critical spot within South Africa and in the Eastern Cape in particular. So how do we go about this? You can leave those slides. People have read it. That slide, you can move on. People have read it already, and I'm not going to talk to it. Two things that are going to enable these endowments, the next slide, is reconnecting. If you look at this particular slide, I hope the pointer is working and is going to help me. Well, no, that's fine. But if you look at this slide and look at the infrastructure planning, just the left map on top there gives you the map of the rail infrastructure. What do you see? Nothing about JoGEDA. And I'm not saying anything bad about Transnet, but I'm just saying nothing about JoGEDA. But how are you going to move the goods that we are saying you are going to produce if you do not have the rail branches that used to exist in JoGEDA? These are the things that we must resolve. Otherwise, we will continue to be, this time around, unconsciously being underdeveloped. Previously, we were unconsciously underdeveloped. So we need to get onto the main table and put our case very strongly on infrastructure, including on roads. So the bottom map is on the roads. The one on the top right is the one that is talking about. My timer is telling me that the 5 minutes is out. Oh, someone is saying man group. The next thing I want to say in this same slide, we need to re-articulate our regions on the economic basis, not on the basis of the district boundaries. And in this instance, we are pulling together an argument at EXEC that says, here we have the entire Maluti mountain region, which combines a couple of district municipalities, and which then demands that we must have integration in economic activity across these districts. At any rate, the economy doesn't know any district. The second point, and we can leave that slide, go to the next one. The second point we want to raise is that along the most immediate things, we need to look at the opportunities that are available to us. One of those, the Eastern Cape Development Corporation and EXEC have entered into a relationship agreement. That agreement has resulted into better cooperation with respect to developing economic leadership across the various districts and as well as for the district development agencies and local development agencies, municipal agencies. We are very purposeful in this work because ours is about developing a number of capabilities that are not there. One amongst those is the capability on project packaging. The whole of the Eastern Cape doesn't have, and it sits with just one entity, Kucha. You talk about the BFI, which is the Budget Facility for Infrastructure, we all will run to Kucha. And the time now has come that Kuha, our regional or district development agencies, our local development agencies are able to cooperate, partner, and ensure that the capabilities for project packaging are resident in the district spaces, and in particular with the district development agencies. That's the work we are doing. We're busy now preparing, Chair Khadebe, a proposal for the provincial cabinet discussion, which will seek to reorganize our own understanding in the Eastern Cape about the role of development agencies. Because development agencies, particularly district and local municipal development agencies, have now become that particular ball that when we want to deal with some of our political issues, we keep kicking around. Now we need to rethink and recenter them. We have had discussions with KZN. We visited them recently, and we have seen a different, and they've contributed to our thinking quite very well. We have seen a different mechanism of making use of district development agencies as the real engines of development. And I would want to end by saying we are purposeful in this work, and we do want to ensure that, as you see on that slide, as on those pictures, that we get to all of the districts and get this project investment, project pipelines packaged appropriately, sequenced appropriately, and being ready for investors. These that we are seeing were the first municipalities that we worked on and worked with ECDC, and you can see they have projects that are ready to be placed at the table of the Provincial Investment Conference. We would want to do the same with yourselves, with the opportunities that we spoke about at the beginning. That is the session before us. Thanks a lot, Luke.
Ndiyabulela bhuti. We are on injury time for lunch. Baba Utaile, on behalf of the Department of Small Business Development, please come to the fore just to indicate. We're talking substance here. We may be compromised in terms of lunchtime, which I would beg for your indulgence. We squeeze it to 30 minutes, including 5 minutes for EVIPs and leadership by a holding room. And then Baba will take no longer than 3 minutes, after which we shall break for lunch, and then we return 2:45. We started 30 minutes late. I stick to a timeline that was allocated. Definitely at 5 o'clock, we shall be marching out just to compensate for that 30 minutes. We're not really off tangent. Over to you, sir.
Molweni. Manbuliso MEC, Buliso Mayor, Buliso Ngumdokona. I'm just given 3 minutes just to say that I'm here on behalf of Minister Ndabeni. Mayor, as soon as she got the invite from you, you know that she confirmed that she was going to come, but unfortunately, as you may know, there is a visit to India by the DP, and she has now accompanied the Deputy President to that visit. But she is really sending her warm words of appreciation for the invitation, and she wants to support this initiative. But I just wanted to talk about 3 things that she would have said, since this is an investment conference. The first one is that she wanted to talk about red tape and cutting red tape. You would know that there is a study that shows out of 184 countries, South Africa is number 155 with red tape. And therefore, the president and presidents have taken active steps to make sure that we cut red tape. We now have a red tape reduction framework. We are in the process of establishing an act that will force municipalities, provinces, even the country, to make sure that we cut red tape. We want to cut the cost of doing business in South Africa. We want to cut the cost of time it takes for you to register or license your business, and we want to cut all the faff and all the complications. The second thing that people have said is that there is a situation where people are taken from pillar to post, where there is no coordination between departments when people want to license their businesses. We now are in the process of establishing a platform which will be an e-registration platform which will integrate Home Affairs, SARS, us, municipalities, so that you just go to one stop and get your license for business. The second thing which I cannot forget is that we want to place MSMEs at the center of development. So for the investors that are here, where you have identified businesses that you want to partner with, we want to fund those businesses so that we make sure that your investments, first of all, are protected. We de-risk your investments, but we also make sure that you are able to thrive. We've got a number of funds, Mayor. We've got 300 million for youth, which Minister is going to launch. We've got another 300 million for women. We've got 400 million for township and rural provinces and municipalities. And just to say that you may know that the minister is hailing from the Eastern Cape province. And I think what Tufak was talking about in terms of project packaging. We get so disappointed every year that Eastern Cape is amongst the lowest in terms of people who apply. So we want to make sure that we partner with you, we partner with EXEC, and make sure that really our people are assisted to get those projects and those plans right. The last thing that we want to talk about is that we are in the process. Minister took the advantage of going to India because part of what she does is to crisscross the world to say, where are the important markets where our MSMEs can go and sell their products? So she sends her warm greetings. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Buti. I really appreciate that you are a good audience. Despite the fact that it was lunchtime, we encroached on lunchtime. Lunch is served, ladies and gentlemen. We shall spend strictly 30 minutes, another 10 minutes just to settle in. Exactly 3 o'clock we are starting. Rest assured, by 5 o'clock we shall not have compromised the objective of the day, but we'll be leaving. Enjoy your lunch. Please network. Thank you.
Mountains tell stories of days gone by, where the river flows fast and strong with a passion for life, where the footprints of prehistoric beasts have left their mark, where the voices of the people resound over the vast landscape. This is LD, a place of mystery, rich in history, pure in its serenity, and abounding in adventure. Elundini, the cradle of culture. Bring your childhood friends to life. Be surrounded by nature. Prove that you can conquer any challenge. Allow history to come alive. Have unique experiences. Feel exhilarated. And be awed by the canvases of our earliest inhabitants. And wonder at the mysteries of this ancient land. Come home. Embrace a beautiful culture. And simply be amazed. Elundi, the cradle of culture, welcomes you.
Beauty, hospitality, opportunity. Welcome to Sengqu Local Municipality, the proud home of the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. A region rich in natural beauty, growing infrastructure, and investment potential. Experience the warmth of our people, the beauty of our land, and the promise of a region ready for growth. We look forward to welcome you to Sengqu Local Municipality. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. In the heart of the Walter Sisulu local municipality lies Malitswai, where natural beauty, vibrant communities, and opportunity come together.
Welcome to Malitswai. Namkelekile eMalitswai. Namkelekile eMalitswai. Namkelekile eMalitswai.
Strategically positioned for tourism, trade, and investment, Malitswai is ready for sustainable growth. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together.
South Africa's cities are expanding rapidly. Demand for well-located housing continues to rise. And across our urban centers lies one of the country's greatest investment opportunities. The transformation of strategically located public land into vibrant, economically active communities. Human settlements are no longer only a social imperative. They are an economic growth sector. One that thrives on infrastructure investment, urban renewal, job creation, and long-term asset value. The Housing Development Agency was established to accelerate human settlements delivery across South Africa. Today, the HDA is evolving beyond a traditional support function into an investor-ready development institution. An institution focused on unlocking land, packaging bankable projects, and enabling partnerships between public and private sectors at scale. Recent land assembly milestones include over 316 hectares within priority development areas, and more than 1,600 hectares have been identified for future human settlements development. This growing pipeline creates a powerful platform for long-term investment participation. Under the leadership of Chief Executive Officer Becky Kenisa, the agency has entered a new phase of institutional renewal, driven by performance, strengthened governance, and disciplined execution. The HDA has achieved a clean audit outcome and has strengthened investor confidence through accountability, transparency, and measurable delivery. Today, the agency stands as a credible public sector partner with the governance foundations required to support complex, large-scale development. Designed for sustainable long-term income generation, together, these projects represent more than development. They represent structured opportunities for investors to participate in South Africa's spatial and economic transformation. The future of our cities will be shaped by those willing to invest in possibility, by those who understand that impact and commercial value can grow together. The Housing Development Agency invites you to be part of a new era of development, one defined by partnership, inclusive growth, and by shared value creation. The Housing Development Agency, an agency of the Department of Human Settlements, government's developer of choice.
Good morning and welcome to all our guests joining us today. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026, a platform dedicated to unlocking investment opportunities, fostering partners, and driving sustainable economic growth across our district. This conference is proudly hosted by the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, an entity of the JoGEDA District Municipality in partnership with Sengu Local Municipality. Together with our sister municipalities, Walter Sisulu Local Municipality and Elundini Local Municipality, we are committed to positioning the JoGEDA district as a competitive investment destination and a catalyst for inclusive economic development in the Eastern Cape. During this conference, you will have the opportunity to engage with industry experts, policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and development practitioners shaping the future of our region. Through discussions, networking opportunities, and investment showcases, we hope to inspire partnerships that contribute to job creation, innovation, and economic prosperity. We extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who have helped make this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable in building a stronger and more resilient economy. To our speakers, we wish you engaging and impactful discussions. To our delegates and guests, we encourage you to make the most of the opportunities presented throughout the conference, connect with fellow participants, and explore the investment potential within the JoGEDA district. As you do so, we invite you to experience the natural beauty of our district, home to breathtaking mountain landscapes, valleys, rivers, and rich cultural heritage that make JoGEDA not only an attractive place to invest, but also a remarkable place to visit and live. Guided by this year's theme, Investing in Real Economies, Growing JoGEDA Together, we recognize the importance of investing in sectors, enterprises, and communities that drive meaningful economic activity. By working together to strengthen agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and small business development, we can create lasting opportunities that benefit all residents of the district. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. We wish you a productive, insightful, and enjoyable conference experience. Welcome to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. Together, let's unlock opportunities, inspire investment, and build a prosperous future for all.
Welcome to a place where the ancient mountains tell stories of days gone by, where the river flows fast and strong with a passion for life, where the footprints of prehistoric beasts have left their mark, where the voices of the people resound over the vast landscape. This is Elundini, a place of mystery, rich in history, pure in its serenity, and abounding in adventure. Elundini, the cradle of culture. Bring your childhood friends to life. Be surrounded by nature. Prove that you can conquer any challenge. Allow history to come alive. Have unique experiences. Feel exhilarated. And be awed by the canvases of our earliest inhabitants. And wonder at the mysteries of this ancient land. Come home, embrace a beautiful culture, and simply be amazed. Elundini, the cradle of culture, welcomes you.
Beauty, hospitality, opportunity. Welcome to Sengnu Local Municipality, the proud home of the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. A region rich in natural beauty, growing infrastructure, and investment potential. Experience the warmth of our people, the beauty of our land, and the promise of a region ready for growth. We look forward to welcome you to Sengu local municipality. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. In the heart of the Walter Sisulu local municipality lies Malitswai, where natural beauty, vibrant communities, and opportunity come together.
Welcome to Malitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai.
Strategically positioned for tourism, trade, and investment, Malitswai is ready for sustainable growth. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together.
South Africa's cities are expanding rapidly. Demand for well-located housing continues to rise. And across our urban centers lies one of the country's greatest investment opportunities. The transformation of strategically located public land into vibrant, economically active communities. Human settlements are no longer only a social imperative. They are an economic growth sector, one that thrives on infrastructure investment, urban renewal, job creation, and long-term asset value. The Housing Development Agency was established to accelerate human settlements delivery across South Africa. Today, the HDA is evolving beyond a traditional support function into an investor-ready development institution. An institution focused on unlocking land, packaging bankable projects, and enabling partnerships between public and private sectors at scale. Recent land assembly milestones include over 316 hectares within priority development areas, and more than 1,600 hectares have been identified for future human settlements development. This growing pipeline creates a powerful platform for long-term investment participation. Under the leadership of Chief Executive Officer Becky Kenisa, the agency has entered a new phase of institutional renewal, driven by performance, strengthened governance, and disciplined execution. The HDA has achieved a clean audit outcome and has strengthened investor confidence through accountability, transparency, and measurable delivery. Today, the agency stands as a credible public sector partner with the governance foundations required to support complex, large-scale development. Designed for sustainable long-term income generation, together, these projects represent more than development. They represent structured opportunities for investors to participate in South Africa's spatial and economic transformation. The future of our cities will be shaped by those willing to invest in possibility, by those who understand that impact and commercial value can grow together. The Housing Development Agency invites you to be part of a new era of development, one defined by partnership, inclusive growth, and by shared value creation. The Housing Development Agency, an agency of the Department of Human Settlements, a government's developer of choice.
Good morning and welcome to all our guests joining us today. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. a platform dedicated to unlocking investment opportunities, fostering partners, and driving sustainable economic growth across our district. This conference is proudly hosted by the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, an entity of the JoGEDA District Municipality in partnership with Sengu Local Municipality. Together with our sister municipalities, Walter Sisulu Local Municipality and Elundini Local Municipality, we are committed to positioning the JoGEDA district as a competitive investment destination and a catalyst for inclusive economic development in the Eastern Cape. During this conference, you will have the opportunity to engage with industry experts, policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and development practitioners shaping the future of our region. Through discussions, networking opportunities, and investment showcases, we hope to inspire partnerships that contribute to job creation, innovation, and economic prosperity. We extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who have helped make this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable in building a stronger and more resilient economy. To our speakers, we wish you engaging and impactful discussions. To our delegates and guests, we encourage you to make the most of the opportunities presented throughout the conference, connect with fellow participants, and explore the investment potential within the JoGEDA district. As you do so, we invite you to experience the natural beauty of our district, home to breathtaking mountain landscapes, valleys, rivers, and rich cultural heritage that make JoGEDA not only an attractive place to invest, but also a remarkable place to visit and live. Guided by this year's theme, Investing in Real Economies, Growing JoGEDA Together, we recognize the importance of investing in sectors, enterprises, and communities that drive meaningful economic activity. By working together to strengthen agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and small business development, we can create lasting opportunities that benefit all residents of the district. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. We wish you a productive, insightful, and enjoyable conference experience. Welcome to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. Together, let's unlock opportunities, inspire investment, and build a prosperous future for all.
Welcome to a place where the ancient mountains tell stories of days gone by, where the river flows fast and strong with a passion for life, where the footprints of prehistoric beasts have left their mark, where the voices of the people resound over the vast landscape. This is Elundini, a place of mystery, rich in history, pure in its serenity, and abounding in adventure. Elundini, the cradle of culture. Bring your childhood friends to life. Be surrounded by nature. Prove that you can conquer any challenge. Allow history to come alive. Have unique experiences. Feel exhilarated. And be awed by the canvases of our earliest inhabitants. And wonder at the mysteries of this ancient land. Come home, embrace a beautiful culture, and simply be amazed. Elundi, the cradle of culture, welcomes you.
Beauty, hospitality, opportunity. Welcome to Sengu Local Municipality, the proud home of the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. A region rich in natural beauty, growing infrastructure, and investment potential. Experience the warmth of our people, the beauty of our land, and the promise of a region ready for growth. We look forward to welcome you to Sengu Local Municipality. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. In the heart of the Walter Sisulu local municipality lies Malitswai, where natural beauty, vibrant communities, and opportunity come together.
Welcome to Malitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai.
Strategically positioned for tourism, trade, and investment, Malitswai is ready for sustainable growth. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together.
South Africa's cities are expanding rapidly. Demand for well-located housing continues to rise. And across our urban centers lies one of the country's greatest investment opportunities. The transformation of strategically located public land into vibrant, economically active communities. Human settlements are no longer only a social imperative. They are an economic growth sector, one that thrives on infrastructure investment, urban renewal, job creation, and long-term asset value. The Housing Development Agency was established to accelerate human settlements delivery across South Africa. Today, the HDA is evolving beyond a traditional support function into an investor-ready development institution. An institution focused on unlocking land, packaging bankable projects, and enabling partnerships between public and private sectors at scale. Recent land assembly milestones include over 316 hectares within priority development areas, and more than 1,600 hectares have been identified for future human settlements development. This growing pipeline creates a powerful platform for long-term investment participation. Under the leadership of Chief Executive Officer Becky Kenisa, the agency has entered a new phase of institutional renewal, driven by performance, strengthened governance, and disciplined execution, the HDA has achieved a clean audit outcome and has strengthened investor confidence through accountability, transparency, and measurable delivery. Today, the agency stands as a credible public sector partner with the governance foundations required to support complex, large-scale development. Designed for sustainable long-term income generation, together, these projects represent more than development. They represent structured opportunities for investors to participate in South Africa's spatial and economic transformation. The future of our cities will be shaped by those willing to invest in possibility, by those who understand that impact and commercial value can grow together. The Housing Development Agency invites you to be part of a new era of development, one defined by partnership, inclusive growth, and by shared value creation. The Housing Development Agency, an agency of the Department of Human Settlements, a government's developer of choice.
Good morning and welcome to all our guests joining us today. It is our pleasure to welcome you to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026, a platform dedicated to unlocking investment opportunities, fostering partners, and driving sustainable economic growth across our district. This conference is proudly hosted by the JoGEDA Economic Development Agency, an entity of the JoGEDA District Municipality in partnership with Senqu Local Municipality. Together with our sister municipalities, Walter Sisulu Local Municipality and Elundini Local Municipality, we are committed to positioning the JoGEDA district as a competitive investment destination and a catalyst for inclusive economic development in the Eastern Cape. During this conference, you will have the opportunity to engage with industry experts, policymakers, investors, entrepreneurs, and development practitioners shaping the future of our region. Through discussions, networking opportunities, and investment showcases, we hope to inspire partnerships that contribute to job creation, innovation, and economic prosperity. We extend a warm welcome and sincere appreciation to all our speakers, panelists, sponsors, exhibitors, and partners who have helped make this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable in building a stronger and more resilient economy. To our speakers, we wish you engaging and impactful discussions. To our delegates and guests, we encourage you to make the most of the opportunities presented throughout the conference, connect with fellow participants, and explore the investment potential within the JoGEDA district. As you do so, we invite you to experience the natural beauty of our district, home to breathtaking mountain landscapes, valleys, rivers, and rich cultural heritage that make JoGEDA not only an attractive place to invest, but also a remarkable place to visit and live. Guided by this year's theme, Investing in Real Economies, Growing JoGEDA Together, we recognize the importance of investing in sectors, enterprises, and communities that drive meaningful economic activity. By working together to strengthen agriculture, tourism, manufacturing, infrastructure, and small business development, we can create lasting opportunities that benefit all residents of the district. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. We wish you a productive, insightful, and enjoyable conference experience. Welcome to the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. Together, let's unlock opportunities, inspire investment, and build a prosperous future for all.
Welcome to a place where the ancient mountains tell stories of days gone by, where the river flows fast and strong with a passion for life, where the footprints of prehistoric beasts have left their mark, where the voices of the people resound over the vast landscape. This is Elundi, a place of mystery, rich in history, pure in its serenity, and abounding in adventure. Elundini, the cradle of culture. Bring your childhood friends to life. Be surrounded by nature. Prove that you can conquer any challenge. Allow history to come alive. Have unique experiences. Feel exhilarated. And be awed by the canvases of our earliest inhabitants. Wonder at the mysteries of this ancient land. Come home, embrace a beautiful culture, and simply be amazed. Elundi, the cradle of culture, welcomes you.
Beauty, hospitality, opportunity. Welcome to Sengu Local Municipality, the proud home of the JoGEDA Investment Conference 2026. A region rich in natural beauty, growing infrastructure, and investment potential. Experience the warmth of our people, the beauty of our land, and the promise of a region ready for growth. We look forward to welcome you to Sengu Local Municipality. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together. In the heart of the Walter Sisulu local municipality lies Malitswai, where natural beauty, vibrant communities, and opportunity come together.
Welcome to Malitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai. Bamkelekile eMalitswai.
Strategically positioned for tourism, trade, and investment, Malitswai is ready for sustainable growth. Investing in real economies, growing JoGEDA together.
One, two. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello. Good afternoon. Hello.
South Africa's cities are
Sanbona,
expanding rapidly. Demand
Mulweni,
for well-located housing
we
continues
are
to
charging
rise.
ahead.
And across our urban
May you
centers
please
lies one of the country's
engage
greatest investment
with your
opportunities.
plate in a very quiet
The
manner.
transformation of
We are
strategically
continuing.
located public land
I
into
will
vibrant,
invite
economically active communities.
Dr. Kaywood,
Humans
support staff, can you please invite everybody outside to come in and close the doors? Good people, we're talking investment here. Dr. K, Zelusonde, this is. Nikela kuwe ka kwintambo ne.
Hayi njani baba abantu
Khawubabulise nje.
bendibakhangele andikosho ayingxakandibazi.
Ukhona ubaba uSibiya nankuya omnye wakhe. Yeah. Ukhona. All right, people, may we settle? Yeah, it has to. It has to.
Good afternoon. Molweni emva kwemini. Program director senenzela umsebenzi lula wathi ucela ni engage neplates zenu ngendlela ethoba ivolume noko. Sawucela nosisi abaphakayo eback nithoba ivolume zinga yazibona ezi plate asifuni feedback kuthiwa kuya recordishwa betinani sawuphuma eTV. My panel, Dr. Sibiya, ukhona Sotoba, ngaphambili. Mapholoba, Mr. Ngco. Eke. Andibazi ebusweni ke ningandiboni ndibakhangela. Uyazazi mani bukule panel phakama iza. Mr. Somtyaka nanko siza. Dibabize bonke. Oshotayo. Hey ndijonge loo nto. Sisixoliswa? Yabona mani ngami ndedwa apha ababhuti baninzi bazandongamela. Cela nihlale. Then nangapha isekhona indawo. Hayi.
Ithe ngani baninzi kakhulu bengekho bangaka. Good afternoon colleagues, good afternoon. Wesilapha sonke. Igama ngulungelwa Kaywood. Intombi yaseMonti hayi kuGompo. Umampehle. I am going to be the facilitator for this panel. Please settle down, colleagues. Thank you. If you allow me then to sit down, would it be okay? Thanks. The good professor spoke, and I think he changed the whole idea that I had about this session. Hey, I want to order again. Go to Amandenzi announcements. A white, is it an A200? I see 200. PFPEC, a white, kupalwe 200. I will assume maybe Mercedes-Benz A200. Please approach the admin staff. And then a silver gray car, registration JDH 118EC. JDH 118EC. Professor Price, I think, set the tone in a way that I did not expect. Uti, real economies produce food. Real economies produce energy. Real economies produce jobs. Sikhona ke ezinye azibizileyo, but I will stick with the three because I think in the main, our panel has to focus on that. Ndizayitshintsha ke and adapt it and say, real municipalities provide food, or they create enabling conditions so that we can create food. Real municipalities create an enabling environment with local economic development so that there could be jobs. Real municipalities can supply energy so that people can do business. Apart from it being just basic electricity, but it's an enabler to economic development as well. So if you are a real municipality in this room, pinch yourself and ask, are you a real municipality that is enabling all of that? Ababengeko, when I was introducing myself, I am Ulungelwa Kaywood, Owasemonti, Ayikukombo. So my panel, can I please start with you, my sister? Introduce yourself briefly because everything is in the handbook.
Thanks, Program Director. I suppose since I'm the only woman in the panel, so I have to start. My name is Xoliswa Taku. I am the CEO of Taku Group of Companies. We focus on property development, investment, and management. Thank you.
Tammy Klassen, good afternoon. My name is Tammy Klassen from the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. I'm responsible for industrial parks, rural industrialization, and the township economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Program Director. I'm Dr. Subia, the Chief Executive Officer for South Coast Tourism and Investment Enterprise in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I lead the Regional Development Agency, the well-functioning entity in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. Thank you.
I omitted to mention that I work for Stellenbosch Municipality. I also work as a part-time lecturer at the Stellenbosch University, so everything is about Stellenbosch.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Mine is Mbuyiseni Ngobo. I am from the Council for Geoscience, which is a state-owned entity under the Department of Mineral Resources and Petroleum, charged to look after the stakeholder management of the organization. I mean, I'm here representing my CEO, Mr. Musa Mabuza, who could not honor the invite due to other engagements. Program Director, thank you.
Good afternoon, Program Director and everybody in the house. My name is Sakhele Sikuni. I'm from the Land Bank, the DFI responsible or mandated to support funding agriculture and all the agricultural activities. I'm based in East London. I'm the relationship manager there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor MEC. My name is Simpiwe Somtyala. I'm the CEO of the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, an entity of the Department of Agriculture, MEC Lulab, is shareholder yale entity ndikuyo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you can hear, colleagues, we have everybody to answer your questions today. Everybody that will turn this session into a practical, not the theory. So today we delved into investment landscapes, the previous speakers, and the transformation projects. We heard of the transformation projects in this region. And so I urge that as we engage my panelists, we dedicate this next hour to collaborating with individuals who truly grasp, what it demands to transform this region. But before we proceed, perhaps we should also take time and reflect and be honest with each other in terms of why. Why should we be here today as at JoGEDA district? To say Eastern Cape, the home of the legends. But this home of the legends also accounts for the highest unemployment rate in the country based on the latest statistics. So that's a reality that we need to contend with as the people that are gathered in this room. And panelists, I hope that your contributions drive us towards changing that narrative. We are a home of legends. We cannot be a home of high unemployment. So let's ensure that this session focuses on the specifics, not theories, but the concrete steps that can help this region, to transition into an investment hub. It is not my session. I am not an expert. I know nothing about investment. That's why we have this panel. So the first theme deals with agriculture and agro-processing. And we will have Mr. Simpiwe Somtyala as a contributor there. Mr. Somtyala, JoGEDA has agricultural land, and it's reported to have also a lot of smallholder farmers. What is the honest gap between what is being grown here in this region and what is actually reaching the markets from your perspective? We would appreciate some more mics, please.
I think MEC Konziwe and MEC Williams responded partly to that question. MEC makes this comment. She says, the Eastern Cape cannot grow by accident. We must be deliberate. I think that's a powerful statement we must move from. MEC Williams makes the point, and he says, without capable, stable, cooperative government and a stronger state, it's not going to be possible. I think you also made the comment about the role of government as an enabler. We also know that this district is the #1 maize producer in the province. We also all know that it is the second largest producer of wool in the province. We also know that it is the 5th largest in terms of farmland, as you have pointed out. Coming to your question, I think the first point for us to be realistic, and it is also to demystify that for us to succeed, we must do these big things. It must be R1 billion investment. Agriculture and agro-processing, of course, requires scale, it requires aggregation, but it also takes that R1 to make it possible. And for us, we also can use the examples of PG Bison. And PG Bison didn't come, I think we saw that, we listened to that example at Elundini. Government made it possible through infrastructure investment. And for us to make real this potential, it's about ensuring that we invest in infrastructure and we support those farmers. One of the things that the provincial government has done already as part of that is to open up market access for rural farmers. We've got a 4.6 billion rand opportunity just buying from farmers by government departments. Government has taken that decision. So the challenge we have is how do you make that a reality? So the ECRDA and the Department of Agriculture are leading and working with the Land Bank to support these rural farmers to access government market. So that's a reality. And if you're looking at what government buys almost every day and what schools procure, these are the things that are produced in this province. Meat, for example, is one big example. But we're not adding value. That's where the trick is. We need that scale and the ability to work together to aggregate for us to have the possibility of adding value and processing. Because once you start with manufacturing and processing, you need the throughput, you need the volumes, and farmers aggregate and have that. I think we'll hear good examples of what is already happening around farmers, the 100 farms we talk about. The majority of them are here. They've been funded by the department, ECRDA, and the Land Bank. And now those farmers, as we speak, are looking at value adding. And that starts with silos and processing. So these are the things that are happening. So the key message is we need to focus as a region. We need to ensure that we deliberate in the 3 or 4 areas where we have comparative advantages. And that's what we're going to change the face of this district. Don't try and do 100 things. You've got what God gave you, and let's make it work and not tire.
In simple terms, focus, Joe Gabi. Focus on what you do best. Focus on what you have. I would want to follow up quickly before you hand over the mic and ask, what is it in your view that any person that is considering investing in Joe Gabi should know? Something that we don't find in the brochures, in your internet, in the websites. What is that one thing that we should know about Joe Gabi?
Wow, a lot. And I'll talk about deciduous. We've got the cold belt here. And where do we grow deciduous fruits? Not here. But the biggest potential is also here. It's not in any website. And when we did a study and you map the corridors that the department talks about, it's one of them. So we reach in so many things, but it's going to be a new thing. We already have existing ones that we are saying let's build upon because they will catalyze other investments that can happen in this district.
The Land Bank, I don't know from the Land Bank side, what do you think stops financing from flowing, particularly into agro-processing in districts like this one?
Thanks, Program Director. I think maybe let me start by saying what is critically important at farm level before you get to produce is productivity, right? Making sure that at farm level there's productivity. That in itself is helping to ensure that one, the farmer gets the right production inputs, mechanization is there, and they are producing at scale. And I think as the Land Bank, we have a role to then support as an enabler to make sure that that farmer produces at that level by providing the financial solutions that are supporting the farmers. So in so many instances, you would find the gap is at farm level, because before you can produce and have off-take agreements, you need to produce at the qualities that the market is expecting. And we do support that from Land Bank perspective, even at market level through our partnership department. So it is a question of educating the farmers on the ground to ensure that they access these services that we offer.
What else would you want those that are involved in agro-processing to know? I don't want you to respond to my question anymore. I want you to say whatever you want to say. That would help this district to get the funding.
The district has got potential. Obviously, there's land that is available from the speakers, but obviously there's opportunities there to access funding from different development finance institutions that they can tap in. But of course, there's work to be done in terms of providing bankability of those projects to the banks, because funding is there, but it needs the proposals that are bankable. And as a bank, obviously, we do support in that regard to ensure that we support, as such.
I will then perhaps move to Mapoloba. Often people say rural district particularly ideal for renewable energies. Again, I am no expert. I'm repeating that which I have heard. And this was mentioned earlier on that it's because of your sun, your wind, and a whole lot of other factors, but very little actually gets built. Why do you think that's the case?
No, I think you're correct. So rural districts are commonly known to have potential for renewable energies. And you are looking at both solar, you're looking at wind, you're looking at example of bioenergy as it relates to either biogas digesters, and there's also possibility of geothermal. I think we've had mention of some of hot springs that are hosted here in this district. So there is that potential, but the other contributory factors to that will be the issues of land access. So there is so much land availability in rural areas. There is also an issue of less population density, which also provide that platform. And there are also environmental considerations that must be taken care of. So there is that potential. But of importance is the mantra that we ride on as the Council for Geoscience, which places science at the center of making decisions, and where then the science takes us. So science, we firmly believe that it can assist in designing programs that would begin to solve societal challenges. And key to that is the development of renewable energies as one of the sources as part of the energy mix. Now, and it's been evident in the number of speakers that have spoken before, including the Honorable MEC of Agriculture, in terms of the importance of science. So there is so much work that has to be done. So there's precursor activities that must be done for one to be able to realize that potential. There is research work that's been done in collaboration with the Department of DTIC as well as CSIR that looked at the potential of wind potential in South Africa. And that resulted into a wind atlas, which basically points us where there is that potential for deploying such. The South African National Energy Development Institute, also known as SANEDI, also produced a South African solar atlas, which also points us in terms of where there is possibility for such development of these systems. Now, what is more important as a Council for Geoscience, we then undertake fundamental geoscience activities. We do research, and that research can then be able to assist, and where we come in is to look at the issues of geotech assessment, where we look at whether the areas where we've earmarked that potential, are these areas conducive for such development? By making sure that the ground is stable enough to host such, But also, we also look at how we do not sterilize the land that might have other economic potential, such as mineral development, agricultural activities, and infrastructure development, by using science to be able to then inform what decisions are taken as it relates to our expansion on our energy opportunities. We directly work on the issues of geothermal. So we are looking at the potential for geothermal in South Africa, with primary pre-feasibility research being undertaken in the KZN and Limpopo. But we are also looking at what other potential does exist throughout the country. And we believe that there is potential within the very same region. Thank you.
Let's bring it home, Babu Ngobo. So from your research, what is realistically possible in this region, perhaps? What do you consider investable renewable energy projects in a district like this one? Who should initiate it? Who finances it? Who finances it?
Great. So as part of our work and the development of renewable energy, I think collaboration and partnership are key. There are a number of potential funders in the country and globally. There is potential. In terms of what is feasible within the region, there is potential for renewable energies. But again, just giving a chance to research, to be able to do a dedicated research to understand what is possible and where. What do we need to get there? Because the moment you understand that, then you are better positioned to be able to then say, these are the projects that can be developed, and this is how much it will take us to get there, and these are the potential funding opportunities that exist.
CEO, I hope you are listening. Perhaps you can explore that discussion further after this conference. Mr. Klassen. Oh, he's right in the middle. I will pass the mic to him. The DTIC has tools like the SEZs and industrial incentives that you perhaps know more of, obviously, than me. Are those tools actually accessible to regions like this one? Or even smaller municipalities, I may add, or are they just instruments that are perhaps more accessible and reserved for your metros or urban city centers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think the answer is simple to say yes, the tools are available to all South African citizens. But I think the pattern of our mindset that needs to be inculcated, I think, in small municipalities, rural municipalities, must be more intensive in terms of driving industrialization. I think more than anything else, we know we've been driven sort of by the culture of grants, you know. We know the Department of Social Services more than the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So we must take it upon ourselves, especially LED departments and facilitators. There is a plethora of these, so that also what needs to change in terms of the landscape of accessibility or using those incentives must start to trickle down to the communities and the rural sort of areas where they are less accessed. What then I mean by that is most of our tools are usually accessed to by the large companies. So when you can look at, you'll see, for example, that Gauteng accesses more of these tools than ordinarily people from KZN or Eastern Cape even. Eastern Cape, of course, it's the SEZs and the industrial parks, but largely the SEZs, I mean, they are the best performing in the country. So there is a need now to drive the value chains deep into the rural communities into the work of the small enterprise development so that they can also start to access some of these instruments for their own taking. When you look at the opportunity, obviously, of how we can package solutions, it shouldn't be just one sort of, unilateral system. It's got to be an ecosystem that's considered, because the value chains now are more integrated, collaborative, and they work as a collective. It's systems that have got to be integrated. So we don't have to look just that if we've got a green field in terms of a rural community, therefore and we've got land, therefore we can access these things because we've got arable land. There's a lot of things. I think my colleagues were also saying there must be an informed business cases. There must be a science behind those. And what we usually emphasize is the bankability of those identified opportunities. But more than that, I think we need to support as a collective. DTIC, although we have got a package of incentives, it's not enough. We have to work with the Department of Electricity and Energy in order to augment some of the offerings, whether they be offered by them or us. Same goes with what the municipalities are offering, so that we can therefore not disadvantage the revenue stream of some of the municipalities, as we've had in the initial phase of the renewables. The biggest outcry was the municipalities themselves. But I think there is now a change and a turn of events where they now see value in terms of us earning and contributing towards decarbonization of the space, but also to making sure that ordinary citizens, even in the far-flung areas, are able to create self-sustaining energy systems. And this is what we need to see into the deeper rural communities, self-sustaining energy systems, which can come from the energy mix, largely driven by, yes, solar, where irradiation enough permits, but also wind, where also that sort of facilities are available from a technical feasible report. But also there's gas, which also counts, in the areas where it could be, I think, accessed. Now, those things have got to be combined with what are the comparative advantages of this community, being agriculture, but you want to move to agro-processing, being also tourism, but you want to add value into the issues of tourism. So when you look at tourism, sometimes the facilities don't have hot water or electricity and things like that, but you can improve that by renewable energy mix. So I think in that case, it must work as a collaborative, integrated ecosystem. There's no there's no single solution coming from a single entity, but we need to collaborate more, look at our blending mixture in terms of financing and giving support on this.
I love how you end that with collaboration, because that was going to be a follow-up question, but directed to Mr. Somkyala, to say, do you agree with what he's saying as a person that I hope should be working closely with them? What areas of improvement in terms of collaboration, just to make sure that these tools are accessible to even the smaller municipalities? Is there any room for improvement? Is there that collaboration?
There's always room for improvement, and more often, everywhere you go, you will hear our leaders, administrators, ourselves talking about the importance of enhancing coordination. And more often it just becomes a word. At a practical level, there are semblances of coordination. We can do more. And you'll realize that we say the same things, but doing them, I think we can do better. Take, for example, the wool industry here. We cannot be celebrating taking wool raw to Gqeberha. We can sort wool here. and the value adding processes that we can do tomorrow here, because the wool is here. So you've got that primary base. So the DTIC has got the money for infrastructure. You've got the land bank, you've got the ECRDA, you've got the ECDC, who must provide funding for working capital for farmers to produce consistently. And they never run out of stock or medicine or all of those things. You've got government providing grants in the form of e-sharing sheds. They're there. So how do we practically kill this bureaucracy and make it work? I mean, recently we had a session with Department of Agriculture, our mother department, ourselves, Provincial Treasury, and EXEC. One of the things that came up, and again, we always hope what we say we do, was that we need to have this center of excellence, right? And agriculture, the department leads agriculture in this province. It is that center of excellence. It is that center of coordination, so that we know what's happening where and how we can leverage off each other. And that's something that if we were to do it well, working with all the district agencies, the municipalities, aligning with the IDPs, we can do. So there's no reason why we shouldn't do it. It's us humans to just do what we know needs to be done. It's already happening, by the way, but you need to multiply those things. So I do agree, and I think it's doable. Here, we just need to be practical and just do it tomorrow. The money is there, collaboratively, it can be funded, and we've got the entrepreneurs, they're farming already, and we can scale up, and that's what we need in this district, scaling up. Municipalities have got all the plans, communities are ever ready to say, avail our land, let's get the aggregators, let's get the farmers, let's get the investors. I think the key also are the offtakes. The offtakes in reality are there. We've got team here, will tell you Boxer is everywhere, SPA is everywhere. How do we integrate these things so that we deal with those hurdles around a gap certification, for example, which are expensive for a small-scale farmer? How do we make sure mechanization is aggregated and at scale? Not just grants, but combination of all sorts of funding instruments to scale up and make it accessible. Right now, we know that private sector is coming in to fund things like silos as loans, and ECRDA as loans, government providing the basic infrastructure, ITAMO, to make it work. So there are centers of excellence which we can build upon and scale up. So it's not like nothing is happening. We just need to scale up. I don't know if it was MEC who was saying, more often we focus on problems and things that don't work. Let's just focus more on things that are working and we know where they are working, scale them up.
And the IDP is one of those great instruments that we all know. If COGTA is here as the custodian of the IDP, I'm imagining an IDP forum or session where everybody that we have in this panel is sitting and actually planning with that particular municipality. But we know that remains a challenge practically. How I wish COGTA would perhaps ensure that that process is indeed an expression of government-wide interventions in that particular region.
If I may, I think we need to build on Mr. Mosana made the comment, because more often the IDPs are inward looking, that is municipal looking and wards. But when you look at the economics of it, more often it doesn't work. So this ability to look beyond a ward and a municipality and look at how we develop corridors that work requires those experts to integrate that. so that we know, of course, the foundation is the IDP, but there's a broader planning. The Department of Agriculture, for instance, has developed very clear commodity corridors in our province. So we need to translate those in our IDPs. But the ward itself may not be a viable unit, but the wards and the neighboring districts and other municipalities make a compelling case. So it's that level of thinking that must force JoGEDA to work with Chris Ani, et cetera, and that's why it's important at a provincial level that Center of Excellence must work and must coordinate these agricultural interventions. And also at a national level, equally, it has to work.
Thank you for that input. I was giving you time to think about what you need to say, but yours is on property development, particularly in the rural areas. It's growing. You know, as we are driving here, we're seeing beautiful, massive houses along the main road. I don't know, we were driving from Awal North, and I was like, okay, it's really growing, like that area called Ndabagazi, somewhere in Upper Ngasetua. What has, but it's still considered a high risk property development in the rural areas for some reason. Yet that's a direction that people are going. People want to build in the rural areas. What has your experience taught you about making it work where others haven't? If you can maybe just share from your experience. And right after that, we can then have input from the HDA. The HDA is here, right? They're not here. Oh, okay.
All right, thanks, Program Director. I think it's not just a compelling issue, property development in rural areas. It has blossomed without developers coming to the area. But then the next thing that would then come to the fore is that it is residential development. Probably when you look at it, you notice that the trends with regards to would be mainly to your primary homes, which is basically people that are within the rural areas, having these houses expanded. But just driving here and looking at the corridor, which is N6 and towards this area, there's nothing. There's no commercial activity, there's no, nothing actually, let me put it that way, except for a post office that I saw, and so on. So what does that mean? It says to developers that as much as we're all talking about agriculture, then who needs what in the area? So there's a serious needs assessment that needs to be done. So if you want to know what are we learning when we're dealing with smaller towns and what you would regard as rural areas, because we call them smaller towns, you'll realize that there's a strong need to do these needs assessment with regards to who can afford what. Because when these houses are blossoming, you don't know who's got the muscle, because remember, when it comes to property development, the market requires you to have affordability as a primary with regards to the type of developments that you need in the area. So that's going to play a very important role, especially having looked here with the presentations that have been done. You'll notice that Walter Sisulu would become the catalyst because it's got the numbers, it's got the feet, and it can be able to produce some of the facilities that you do not have. Having said that, and on top of what they've presented, there's conferencing that can come up just because of what we're having today, and more activities that could be aligned to that. But what are the things that we are experiencing is valuation of these properties for development purposes. So it's a very serious element because they are identified through the municipalities, but you still need to ensure that the values are correct. And then another thing that we have to consider as well, it's the issue of land reform. I mean, on many occasions, I laugh when I look at my province, and I'm like, how many times I have to deal with land claims? And then you find that there's a land claim that was not spotted because of exactly the integrated conversations that we're having today. Someone else didn't pick up that there's a claim that is sitting there, whereas they've actually dispose of that piece of land. So that's another element that becomes a very serious challenge when it comes to this. Water and sanitation, I think a lot of people have spoken about it. Finding a property that you've taken with sewage coming somewhere into that pool. So you didn't know these things because you were not there before, and the municipality was aware about such, but now they want to dispose of the property because they don't know what to do with it. So it's costly for the developer to deal with those issues, because when you look at it, you want to develop a 5-star hotel and nothing else. You're not focusing on dealing with water and sanitation challenges. In some areas, you'll find that there's a reservoir in a site that was meant for retail and accommodation. So there's various studies that must be done, and maybe the geoscience with regards to the scientific assessments that they need to do, they must help the municipality on valuations quite a lot, because I'm sure there's capacity with regards to funding on those elements. And as I've said that, how many nurses, how many doctors, how many police officers are in the area, so that we can determine whether we need to do affordable housing or should we deal with semigration? Because remember, in the Eastern Cape, I might be staying in Queenstown, but working in Alwal North. So I need a secondary accommodation, which is the rental stock. So there's a lot of work that we can do within this region, because the buying power is there. You've seen the shopping malls, but where are people working? So if we're talking about industrialization, we need to say that, because I'm looking at them, where's storage? If you've got all these retail companies based here, where are they storing their food, and as well as also logistics hubs, we've spoken about it, and so forth. So also, when we do these things, I mean, I'll talk about examples of some of the Kailicha CBD, it's one of the biggest developments. You must have community services as well on board. So what is that? So if you've got that retail and as well as also accommodation, just make sure that your government departments are coming closer to that development so that they make it more viable, especially in the smaller towns. So your offices, such as your SASAs, your social development, must find location, because there's a dormitory system that I tend to find where people want to do offices there, they want to do retail on the other side, and accommodation on another space. So we need this integration so that we can be able to build centers of excellence, as Usimpiwe has said, even when it comes to sports centers, because they also play a critical role when it comes to enhancing development and profitability. Otherwise, when we go to the banks, we're still going to find challenges with regards to making sure that these properties are viable. So what am I saying to you? Market assessments must be done by municipalities, and as well as also the valuation of properties, and as well as also assessing the pieces of land from a geotech perspective that they're suitable for development. Then we can come in and invest. Thanks.
Yeah, Ivage, I don't even know what geotech means. Can you expand briefly, sir? It's your time to shine.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair. So basically, in simple terms, you are understanding the properties of the geology, whether that geology is stable enough to host any form of development. Whether that land is in dolomitic land, which is always linked to sinkholes, where when you get water, the water then over time finds expression in the soil, and then it creates then the shift, which we refer to as sinkholes. So geotech basically looks at minimizing that risk, so that you understand exactly what development you are doing where, and what is it that you can look out for. In addition, to add to what UCE was saying, is the issues of on the logistics side of things, is the issue of the investment on infrastructure development, especially on the roads. So what CGS or the Council for Geoscience can be able to assist with is to look at rock materials that can be used for such development, such as aggregates, for example, which we know that this region has potential for, and it can catalyze some business for local businesses and those that are interested in the mining space.
If I did not ask what this geotech is. I would have embarrassed myself because the next question was going to be what type of property development should be taking place around here. So thank you for that explanation. HDA, please introduce yourself. There was supposed to be Ms. Mashiane, but we've got a representative from HDA who will introduce yourself. Immediately after, we understand the critical role that you play in terms of housing and property. When you look at this district realistically, JoGEDA specifically, it might be a redundant question, it might be an obvious answer, but remind this municipality what infrastructure or planning conditions must be in place before property investment becomes available. I have seen it, I have been driving here, but just remind them.
100%. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katlego Nkomo. I'm a project manager at the Housing Development Agency, responsible for architecture and design. I'm here representing, like you said, Ms. Venolia Mashiane, who is the Chief Investment Officer. I sit in the Chief Investment Office. So just briefly, the HDA is a state entity that is responsible for identifying, acquiring, and then packaging and developing state-owned parcels. So there are various ways which we acquire those properties. One is active search, so we'll identify land that is suitable for housing development, and then we go and package that property for development. The other ways we get it is through powers of attorney from municipalities, where they have a piece of land that is suitable for housing development, and then we partner with them through a power of attorney. And then the third way is through getting first right of refusal from other state-owned entities like Public Works. So properties that maybe the state wants to release into the market, the HDA as a housing development agency or as a state-owned organ gets first right of refusal for those land parcels. So just to answer your question, that was just very briefly, but just to answer your question, there are specific, or I can say there's a few things that need to be in place for a project to be development ready or shovel ready, as they say. There needs to, like the gentleman and all of the previous speakers have actually said, that there needs to be services on the site. The site needs to be serviced, and all the bulk infrastructure requirements need to be in place. But most importantly as well, we need to know that there's a need for a specific housing typology or a specific housing market for that area. And within the Sterkspreid, it's my first time in this area, so I can say what I've identified from my experience being here, but also from the research, is that there are quite a few housing options that can be viable for this area. One, if I think about is social TVET, because there's a lot of TVET colleges, so student accommodation can be one that is viable for this specific region. We look at affordable housing options, typologies for like such as your flips housing, like the lady said, is another viable option, housing option. And then another one that I think is the most, I'd say, suitable for most underdeveloped areas in the country is your social housing, through collaborations with institutions like your social housing institutions in order to get funding, because it is a grant that you get from your your social housing institutions through SHIs. But for that to happen, for us to get to a point where we're saying we have a project that's ready for development, there are quite a few land due diligence studies that need to happen, like your geotech, like your environmental impact assessment, like scanning of the land, or making sure the land is prepared in terms of services that need to be on the site, and then also making sure that the English is not going, the proposed target audience or the proposed target market is able to sustain the development. So what we've seen, especially in social housing developments, is that one requirement that the STRA has included is tenant education, to ensure that if you're developing social housing in the area, that the beneficiaries of that social housing development are able to sustain and maintain post the construction of the development. So yeah, I think briefly that's what I can contribute for now.
Thanks,
Thank
HTA. English tends not to English after lunch.
After lunch, yeah.
Yeah, we understand. Sotob, he's talking about typologies, bayakumsha, geotech typologies. You know, driving here, I have never been to Stegspruit. I am born in this province, but it's my first time in Stegspruit. So I was looking at the landscape, looking at the mountain in my travel itinerary.
Thank you, Madam. I think one, it's important to highlight the factor is a cross-cutting in nature. And secondly, tourism, I classify it as a dependent variable in the context of sustainable tourism development. And all the various sectors of economies represented by the panel members here, the likes of the renewable energy, the bulk water infrastructure, and industrialization and all of that, I consider it as an independent variable. So for as long as there is a balanced basic service provisions, the tourism sector will thrive. But then the question is, what probably may be the hidden gems in this region? Before one come to answer into that question, I think again it's important to understand that what sustainable tourism development requires. It requires nothing else but the proper and the balanced system thinking. I know Dr. V as a specialist in the design thinking and the system thinking is now thinking deep as to how will it relate. But it consists of about 4 questions to be answered. How does the local economy function? Then one may probably answer that to say, by invoking the so-called place-based development. That is what we're here for. And the place-based development, it's inner looking as opposed to be embracing the other modernization theories out there. And then secondly, how does the investment decisions are made? And I believe that Prof. Price covered that precisely by invoking the 5-case model as a means of trying to ensure that you develop the bankable business case. That's what the tourism sector needs. And thirdly, how does the small medium enterprises integrate into the supply chain? And I believe that Honorable MEC Williams admitted that there is a fragmentation on our supply chains that are directly talking to embracing the entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurialism in the context of embracing the beneficiations in the developmental space. And the suggestion made was that there is a risk-adjusted model that are aiming to be integrating the entrepreneurs or the small medium enterprises in this context, the tourism, including the other sectors, to form part and parcel of the recognized elements in that. And then fourthly, it's how does the governance itself affects the execution of development in the area, of which the CFO at the beginning gave us nothing else but a very strong confidence that this region
is thriving and their governance structures are balanced and are highly recognized. And that's what both domestic, local needs to boost their investor confidence as well as the consumption confidence for the tourism experiences that we need. Then, Madam, before one suggests what over and above of embracing the sustainable tourism development model, I've taken note of a number of constraints. As I was driving all the way from Bloomside to here, and through aerial view, I managed to discover that there's infrastructure gaps, and clearly admitted and confirmed that we need a balanced infrastructure for the tourism sector to thrive. The road networks, it goes without saying, it's an unnegotiable instrument that we need when we are driving our development. We are geographically located next to the border of Lesotho, and we are bordered by Free State, Northern Cape side, but with our about 300,000 population, we cannot sustain this economy. Therefore, we need to ensure that there is a seamless access and the proper road networks that will enable travelers, for the existing and future travelers, to come to experience the taste that we're offering. Not just a generic taste, but a value for money, unique, and a hard-to-get experience. It's one that a Jongabi as a district as a whole definitely requiring for it to remain a place to visit or to live an unforgettable memories of the tourism assets that are required here. So in answering the question, we need a proper packaging of tourism assets. I do understand that the existing ones, let us not relegate that the existing ones are not adding any value on our economies. But let us embrace the existing ones and see how best we may create the authentic and local connection of the tourist assets here by establishing the sector-specific structures that will be addressing all the hindrances and difficulties that are being experienced by the tourist operators.
The timekeeper is here trying to intimidate us,
Okay.
but I think we are still within time. Please give us a few minutes to close. We will not be intimidated. We have tried to cover a lot of ground in short time, from farms to energy grids, from property to tourism trails. I think the last call that Usotobe is making is really to the province as a whole, the province of the Eastern Cape. I do not understand why my home province is not competing with the likes of Durban. When you look at East London, Buffalo City, I don't know why we can't compete with Cape Town. We have got the most beautiful beaches in the that doesn't sound right, sorry. But you know what I mean? Yes. So perhaps let me stop. The Indian Ocean, yes, that's what I meant. What is clear is that the opportunity is real in the province. The expertise is in the room. The question is now, how do we translate today's conversations into commitments? And please, Program Director, allow me just to have 1 minute for all our speakers to answer that question. How do we translate this into commitments? Because the people of this region need this to be translated. It needs to be more than a workshop, a conference. Please, in 1 minute, briefly, we will start with you.
Okay, thank you. So I think what is going to make this a sort of a fruitful conversation is actually taking action from here. Who do I engage with? I heard one of the speakers from Walter Sisulu talking about land parcels that are ready for development. That is an individual that I would love to talk to about how do we engage into a power of attorney agreement or a partnership agreement with the agency to make sure that those land parcels don't stand there vacant, that they are developed. So making those calls and taking action where in the space that I'm in, I think is the best way forward to ensure that there's tangible outcomes from the discussions that were had here today. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I think for us, it's building on what has started. We already made a commitment to close those gaps on the Ilundine one to bankability. I hope after this, we will finalize what needs to be done. It's quite an interesting deal. I think Prof. Rice made it very clear, those elements, but I'll mention just some. Offtake, we can finance, we've done that. It doesn't have to wait. Land Bank is here, NEF is here. All of them are hungry for deals right now. Secure land, that's what it says, and a strong regulatory environment, blended capital stack, your blended finance, grants, loans, quasi-equity instruments. Those are the things that are possible. And one beautiful thing that came out here that makes one to really want to work with JoGEDA are the clean audits. And that's a sign of good governance. And every investor wants to be part and associated with good governance.
Thank you.
Program Director, I think Uputsimpo has covered me, but I think to add on that, from Land Bank side, the commitment is that we do have a funding instrument that can support the municipality, but also through our partnership department, monitoring becomes important after we've assisted this to make sure that they are successful. So partnering with the agency is important. There is a commitment from the bank's perspective. Thank you.
Thanks, Program Director. I think from us, we are a state-owned entity. We work for government. We avail ourselves in terms of undertaking a mapping of the area to understand what potential lies beneath us, especially in the space of renewable energies. Where it all begins with geosciences. So you need to know what resources and what materials goes into manufacturing the solar PV, manufacturing the wind turbines. So, and as part of the latter there is potential for basal fiber in this province, particularly in this district, which is an asset that can be exploited, that can assist in terms of beneficiation and the development of wind turbines. So we are here. Thank you.
Over to you.
Thank you. Well, from my side, I will propose that we establish the regional route. Maybe we may even call it, say, JoGEDA Highland or JoGEDA Highland Adventure as a route, and then we sell the route that will compete with garden routes, panorama routes, southern explorers and whatnot, and the multiple packages within that are tailored for the existing and future travelers. Fortunately, we have plans in place to work hand in hand with the JoGEDA as they will be traveling to the KZN for information sharing sessions and learn how best we may better package the unique experiences that may unlock the economic potentials for this region.
Asibonge Sotolo.
I would say, let's get back to the basics. I mean, it's sometimes a cliche, but we need to emphasize what we mean by that. We're working with a case of Elundini, and I think it's a space to watch because we've been workshopping with them, and that's practical, get all the stakeholders together, you workshop, you work on a business case until you derive it to be bankable. So I think it's one of those things that you need to do. Get back to the basics, let's work together, not talk together. Yeah, it's just a talk, but we can all organize one room number of sessions, you come up with a resolve, and that's the way to go.
Thanks. Program. I think there's one element that probably I left out when I was speaking. It's very important to encourage foreign direct investment because it allows us to build properly as developers in areas so that we don't focus only on the local fiscus. But what I could say is that we are going to be exploring 2 developments in the area, one in Beggerstop and as well as also in Alwal North. As I said, that let's work on the hazard areas because for us to move faster with development, it's just that needs analysis and confirmation of the land, not ownership value, and as well as also anything that could affect the development. We've seen it so many times, developments being stopped by various issues, even third parties. We need to see the partnerships that the municipality has got. But yeah, we're looking at JoGEDA Brain and as well as also Alwal North Spa, accommodation, mixed-use development. We're gonna bring a mix there. We already saw what they are saying, but we're looking beyond that. There's conferencing needed here and a lot of stuff that they could do better. Thanks.
As we close, the panel has confirmed that the land is here, the ingredients exist, the agricultural land is here, the sun, the opportunities are here. But the politicians are also here. Our political leadership, I would like to add, is also here. And I would like to say this respectfully as I close, that the experts on this panel have given the political leadership the roadmap. They are available. The investors in this room have come with appetite, I am told, in the next session. So what happens after today really depends on both the political and the administrative leadership of not only just iJoGABI, but also this entire province in its entirety. We can't afford for this as the Eastern Cape to be just another conference. So each and every investor, please maybe adjust your budget a little bit upwards from what you had planned, because we need the money. We have good governance, we have the people, we just need the funding. And in closing, thank you so much to our panelists, and I am sorry that I cut you off. Thank you to every one of you. I think Kandivala Bati Egauteng are thing, meaning let us work, ndizawuthi kapha ekhaya, makuphithizele, makuqhume uthuli, late ngoku. Enkosi.
Kodwa masisebenzeni. Siyacela, sorry ancinci baba Somtyala. Ngicela ubuye ancinci bhuti wami. Amalate ngabantu aba-generous. Ngicela ubuye baba. Ndade xa mbona ndade. Kinamandla mabheca ubuwami. Mamo. Sorry, Sister, please come back. Tokens of appreciation. Over to you, ma'am. Aitethisi. For disclosure. Tokens of appreciation. Okay. It's below. It's below it for sure. Yeah, it's below. It's below. We really appreciate you. We appreciate the session was short, but the deliberations and the engagements were qualitative. As the leadership indicated, beyond theory, talk shows have come. We now need action. Hamba ngamandla onawo JoGABI, hamba ngamandla onawo. Sanukoyika man. Hamba ngamandla onawo JoGABI, hamba ngamandla. Okay. I know that session after lunch. You are appreciated, all of you. You may disembark. Thank you. Siyabulela. Oh, group photo. Group photo. Yes. Group photo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We now call Dr. Ndevu. Okay. Before I call Dr. Ndevu, Honorable MEC, we really appreciate your presence, your indulgence, the quality of the speech. You were not reading word to word. It's something that you are living. We really appreciate Mama. Ungumama wasekhaya. Thank you for finding time out of your busy schedule. Siyabulela. I think you have indicated you've got other commitments. We really are humbled. Nguwe. Can we give her a round of applause? Ikhona ke token. Ikhona protocol ithi makuye kuye. Ikhona i-token of appreciation, ma'am. Andiyazi ke i-protocol ihamba kanjani. Ndoyika ukuthi cela uze ngaphambili MEC. Oh, ayithethisi? Oh, ayike. Okay, it's just to receive a token, ma'am. Tatu Mosana, Stella uze uzofumana i-token. All these are below a threshold a declaration. Uba kukho into ethethisayo, into ebambisayo, nankumandla amabhece will serve your time. Kulaa ndawo. All these are below a threshold. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, ma'am. Baba Mosana. Thank you. Thank you. We invite Professor Ndevu, USB, University of Stellenbosch Business School, in charge of governance issues there. As he marches to the stage, he is comforted by the fact that it's the clean audit capital, Baba. Public resources are in good hands. Dr. Lusufu, please come. Without much ado, I hand over to your good selves. You can take this one. Our VIPs, in terms of digging into your pockets, you were announced, I think it was 6 or 7 of you, the investors, potential at this stage. May you please come, all of you in front. The investors, may you please come in front, because now, beyond theory, we are translating talk into action within the shortest space of time. Please come, Prof. Please come, Mama Shipara. No, Mama Mondia. Please come. Yes. This is the crux of it. I'm not underplaying anything. Hello, Baba. Sizwakiti, wazalana Baba. Sizwakiti. Please call him, yes. Please come. Please come, sir. Yes. Make yourselves comfortable. Yeah, make yourselves comfortable. There's plenty of sitting space. Plenty of sitting space. Yes. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. 2 minutes to say something. You want this one or this one? This one, okay.
Good afternoon. Due to time, I will stick on the protocol that has already been laid here. Unlike the other sessions that we have had today, this one I think is the real session. This is where we're going to talk about money. We want to hear what these industry players have committed to. As the MEC has indicated in her speech earlier on, there is a difference between a conference and an agreement portfolio. So here we're expecting to see people to talk about money, to talk about commitment, to also talk about partnership. We have had rich conversation today about opportunities, potential, and possibilities within the JoGEDA district municipality. This session is therefore different. It is not a panel session like the session we had previously. It is about accountability. We expect these colleagues to account. The room of investors that are here will tell us what they have to offer. We also expect the leadership of the district to listen carefully and be able, if there is a need at the end, to respond to some of these things that would be said here. I just want to be honest with all of you. Being a person that does leadership studies for a living or do research in leadership for a living, there is a gap between intentions and actions, especially in public-private investment. And that gap is not, in most cases, money. It is always about trust, accountability, and follow-through. So today in this room, we are going to begin building public trust. In doing that, I'm going to give my colleague to indicate who is here, and then we will indicate what we are going to do with who is here. You can just go through that list.
Thank you, Prof. Ndevu. My name is David Lifuzo. I'm from Kuha. I'm here to assist. Maybe let me also say just 1 minute. I think there's a huge acknowledgement that has to be done to the business development team of JoGEDA. For all these people to be here, there's months and months of work. So they were not found in the classifieds. They had to really talk to each and every one of the people here and convince them that this is a better location than anywhere else they would choose. Thank you. We've got on the list here ECDC. We've got Daku Property, BEP Consulting, NEF, SEDFA, FMSG, SDA. Thank you. Mangwane Investments, Masakane Projects, MMX Foundation, Housing Development Agency, I think they were here earlier, Gas Bank, Inzalo EMS, Lisedi Technical and Beyond Boundaries. Let's start firstly with those who are here. We'll give them each 2 minutes just to announce who they are and why they are here with us and why this is a better investment location for them.
Maybe before they start, we've got one investor who has sent me and my colleague a commitment. It's Harib Irrigation Scheme and Ecotourism. They indicated that they could not be here, but they are committing to ecotourism at the value of 200 million rand. And they have indicated that they would wait for a follow-up with the JoGEDA and be able to then put that in writing. So Harib Irrigation Scheme and Ecotourism at the value of 200 million rand to Walter Sisulu local municipality.
I'll give it a chance. Then we also have Inzalo EMS. They are in the renewable energy space, and their commitment is between 20 and 50 million rand. Thank you.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tim, and I'm from the FMCG Supplier Development Accelerator, and we are demand-facing, meaning we are the market looking at ShopRite, Checkers, Spar, Boxer. And I think one of the things that came through very strongly in this conference was the limitations in terms of market access and really getting things into market. So what we have, in fact, it was available to us in 2017, 2018, it was announced. There's a heads of agreement at the moment between Development Agency and one of the retailers, Spar retailers. And there's an offer on the table for a market access program of 250 million rand per annum in retail sales. meaning that if you can come up with the manufacturers of specific products that the retailers are looking for, these sales would automatically come through to you because the products would go straight onto shelf. And so we want to offer that up as an investment opportunity to support you to get further investment in terms of your infrastructure development as well as a retail readiness program. And I hope that you can make good use of that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I already announced that we're going to focus on JoGEDA and convert it into a proper hotel and leisure space. By the way, we didn't mention we do quite a lot of that work throughout the country. So it's our prime commitment for now, JoGEDA, the dam project, but we will look at other opportunities as well. Thanks.
And I can commit to that. We want to build a battery storage facility here, okay, and create opportunities for the people, but also build the manufacturing facility and make you one of the hubs for battery energy storage. I already spoke to them and they agree. So that's a contract we had to put together, but there's funding, and I have also going to have access to the Saudi Sovereignty Fund as well. So we'll be able to put together a deal around battery energy storage. And you have my word. I'm going to work with the CEO and whoever else needs to be a part of it. And we're going to work that out because I want one right here in JoGEDA.
Do you know any value? How much would it be?
Well, he want me to say value, but you know, I'm not writing a check, so I can't really say the value. Okay, so.
They want to know the value here.
Yeah, but
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ako Skenjana from the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, that's ECDC. We are a provincial entity, for economic development and investment promotion. So we come here with the district, on the facilitation side and promotion. And we have signed an MOU and we have signed an MOA for that Ngangahu feedlot. We are packaging the business plan so that it gets ready for the investors. So that's just the first project. I think we supporting in all the sectors, and we are also at DFI. We've got the fund, for some of the investors, when they want money to implement it, they can also talk to us. That's the little that we can provide. It will depend on a project by project. For the business plan, we've put R1 million. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think it's Dr. Maureen Bondia, CEO at Drevento Car Hire and Tours. For us, I think it's about exploring opportunities in tourism development, also extending into transport and logistics, especially with emphasis on electric vehicles, which is something we're introducing in Zimbabwe currently. Also, with my other arm on CSR, I did speak to one of the mayors earlier about potentially looking at skills development, particularly for young women and the youth. This is something we've been able to do successfully through the Momentous Academy in Zimbabwe, skills development for young women and the youth. So I'm particularly interested in exploring those opportunities, and I cannot put a value on it yet. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Stephen Gwande. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm representing some investors in Dubai, Luxembourg, and Australia. I'm here for the energy space. We are in the energy space. The investors that we are working with, they are interested in investing in municipalities. All what we need from the municipalities is just land. If there is land, then we can do the rest together. We can also provide a development budget. When the land is available, then the money is available. We are the money, we are here to give the money to the municipalities in a very short space of time. So what we need to hear from the municipalities is that the land is there, then we can take the project to bankability status. Because we've noticed that most of the projects, they don't get funded because they are not bankable. So we are here to assist to make sure that the projects are bankable as we provide development budget. We've got 30 billion US dollars on stake, but as for South Africa, we have budgeted 10 billion US dollars for the projects with the municipalities. So all we need from the municipalities is to connect us to the relevant authorities to make sure that we don't have issues when it comes to licensing, and make sure that the PPA is bankable. So we've got 10 billion US dollars that we can do renewable energy projects. I thank you.
Thank you, program directors. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the leadership present in the room. My name is Kaeli Hlesibiya. I am from the National Empowerment Fund from the Johannesburg office. We are here, we have been here since Tuesday, traveling the region. We have seen and we have been taken through investment opportunities that are present in this region. The National Empowerment Fund is a government-owned entity responsible for the implementation of BEE. We fund SMEs, we fund Black-owned entrepreneurs, we fund women and youth-owned businesses. We are interested specifically in tourism projects that are ready for funding before implementation. We are interested in agriculture projects. We have spoken to the various leadership in the different regions in terms of their aggregation programs, including wool, vegetables. We were told there are sawmillers because there is a thriving sector, wood sector in the region. We are interested in that. We fund between 250,000 rands and 50 million rands. Any project that is ready for funding within that bracket, we are ready for it. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity. My name is Jason George, and I'm from a company called Energy Bank. And we own two companies, one called Gas Bank and one called Battery Bank. And these are interesting because these are actually products that we manufacture. The Gas Bank is important because it allows communities to have access to affordable LPG. It is effectively a filling station, like a forecourt or a petrol station, but for LPG. At significantly reduced prices because we tariff arbitrage how we deliver gas to the region. And what we do, because this is such a community empowerment-based project, is when it is for a municipality or not a privately owned system, it creates 10 to 12 direct jobs, which feeds then about 80 people. And what we do in those cases is we support by, well, one, we are the project developer, the manufacturer, and then the implementer. So it's a complete business in a box. We then prescribe that it is operated by the community, and where it can be by youth and by women. And because it significantly reduces the gas price, it means that people have more money that they're not spending now on basic needs. And when it is a community-based project, we are very happy. We've done this before. We've done this in the Free State with Destia, We reduce the price of so effectively we put our own skin in the game in supporting the development of these units and the implementation of these units, which can be spaced 10 to 20 kilometers apart. That's the radius of supply, which means there's scope for hundreds of them in the Eastern Cape. So there's effectively no limit then to what we would, as our portion, put into supporting the development of these. That is the first one. And the second one, the battery bank, which is very interesting, is, yes, it's a BESS system, as you've been speaking about, but this one is 75% local content. The only thing which does not come from SA is the cells themselves, and we all know that you have to get from China. But otherwise, all the assembly, manufacturing, implementation is done by local groups. So we'd very much like to be involved in whatever you're planning to do here. And again, if it's community-based and it's empowerment-based, we will support them in that way. We are very focused on developing skills and long-term sustainable skills in the implementation of these projects. So even on the gas bank, everything is certified and it's transferable, sustainable, long-term skills that the people can then use if they don't necessarily want to end up or stay working at a gas bank. They could work at Oryx or Afrox or anything like that. So we will be sending out a lot of information around these projects. And as I said, these are tried and proven. We've done one in Tupati, which is going to open soon through the municipality, and another one with Testia, where we put R1 million of our own rand into that one. And as I said, if we're doing thousands of these across the countries, effectively it's billions of rands that we'd be able to put in ourselves. Okay.
Good evening, everyone. It's Katla Ronkomo from the HDA. So I was not mandated to make any monetary commitments, but what I can say is from the conference today is that we left knowing exactly who we're going to engage from different stakeholders and different institutions to make sure that the projects within the region and also the projects that have potential can be developed and packaged. So that's the commitment from my side as a project manager sent by the CEO. I can't commit value, but I can commit my word to engaging the municipalities and ensuring that we assist and can collaborate in making these projects, like the previous speaker said, bankable, but also finding and sourcing equity partners for housing development purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Program. I forgot something. Minister. I also wear the CITFA hat. For those that know, I'm chairing the Social Ethics and Transformation Committee. I know Utaile has left already, but I just want to say that I've already, as a board member, and that's what board members should do actually, committed ourselves to partner. We're gonna do an MOU with JoGEDA to have CITFA present in JoGEDA, because we've noted that already, that there's no office of CITFA here. And then that would then open up a lot of those programs that we have. I'm sure you've heard about the Women's Fund. We've also got a youth fund coming in and a construction fund as well. We also, it's live, it's running. So there are so many products that CITFA has got, even for business support. And we do hope that with that collaboration, we'll be able to make sure that people from this region are also able to access all the funding mechanism and business support from CITFA. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we should have another round of applause for all the investors.
All right, as we are drawing to the close, I think the responsibility is now left with the leadership of JoGEDA to ensure that they take responsibility and follow up in these commitments that have been made here and recorded. Secondly, it is also the responsibility of political office bearers that are here to ensure that if there are any hurdles, they are taken out those hurdles. Somebody talked about stones. If there are any stones on the road, we take out those stones so that these particular commitments become meaningful commitments. Lastly, it is also the responsibility of all of you sitting here, investors, to ensure that the kids of JoGEDA district do not come back a year later and think this was a waste of resources, but they see value out of the engagement that we have had. So thank you so much. We are going to have a photo shoot Each individual will just go there with the CEO, I'm not sure with who else, for the commitment, to show the commitment. You, CEO, you will assist me there. ECDC, you can go down there and have a handshake next to that table. Let's just wait one at a person at a time. One at a time. Yes. I must give you this file so that you can the file. Have some picture. Yeah, anyway, where you think they can be. I don't know, anyway. Yeah, with the investors. So the investor, you can come in the middle, the first one. Investor. Investor. You can just come in the middle here. Just one. Come, just one here. ECDC. ECDC. Just join in the middle. Right in the middle. I think must be busy.
Yeah, alphabetical.
Alphabetical, really still.
The next one is about BP. Oh, Mutaku.
Mutaku, yes. The next one is DACO. DACO Properties. You can go in just in the middle there. DACO. Yeah, DACO, sorry. Let's just give DACO first. DACO. FMCG, okay. Let's allow FMCG to go first. Okay, okay. Daku, can we have your picture alone with the leadership? Tibetan Babini. Oh no, okay, okay. BEP Consulting. USD. That's fine, okay. Go to we've done all those ones. NEF, Mr. Spear. And who's else there? The lady from Okay, I'll just call it. Drive and tell.
Kuzaba no ulanto lena gas blank.
Gas bank na ke.
Yeah, ngafona ngapha.
Yeah.
Or there's energy bank. Or gas
Okay.
bank.
And then we'll look Bani the guy.
No, go beyond boundaries.
Housing development. Gas bank. Then we beyond boundaries.
Thank you very much for the nice photo shoot with all the investors. I think our job is done for this segment of the program. Thanks to everybody who attended. Thank you. Thatha umsebenzi wakhe ngoku.
Thank you so much, Lebogang. Futhi wami siyabulela ba. Ngizafika eBoston. Ngizafika eBoston. It's good to be here. Hayi bantu, no, senora, no. After such a good thing, singakwazi uba sithini sonwabe. It's so good to be here. Leadership indicated ukuthi it can't just be theory. Zizocela utata u-CEO weSalga. Tata u-CEO weSalga. Ndicela utata u-CEO weSalga. I'm not sure nobukhona na andimboni. Okay. Mama weGraha Machel. I don't mind coming to usher you. Mama weGraha Machel. Messages of support, short and sweet. Is a mama, mom. Is a mama. Yabona indlela ahamba ngayo. Is a mama, man. Is a mama. Uyakubiza uMandla. Is a mama, man. Please come. Short and sweet messages of support. Podium. Do you need the podium or? Okay, please hold it. I'll bring it.
Thank you so much. Program Director, thank you very much. Our Executive Mayor, MEC, distinguished guests, investors, partners, and colleagues. I think the investors have just put pressure on us. I was sitting there thinking what numbers am I going to mention? And I thought that's difficult. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Graça Machel Trust, I'm honored to join you today in support of this important investment conference. We commend the JoGEDA district for its bold vision to unlock the potential of rural communities through investment, partnership, and innovation. The Graça Machel Trust, represented in 20 countries across Africa, was founded on the simple belief that when women, when youth, when local enterprises gain access to opportunities, gain access to markets, and capital economies grow. That is why
Your time will come, kufuneka uthethe, abantu bangabi naxesha lakho. Lumkele ke lonto, thetha umuntu omhle ngoku, please listen.
Thank you very much. I seem to be competing with coffee, so I'll take the challenge. I was saying that is why we approach development not as charity for us, but as investment in people, in business, and also sustainable economic development. The theme of this conference, investing in rural economies, is particularly important because Africa's next growth frontier will be built here. Across the continent, rural communities are rich in potential, particularly in agriculture, yet too many small-scale farmers, too many women entrepreneurs, and youth-led businesses remain excluded from the markets, finance, as well as value chains. So to unlock growth, we must accelerate value addition. I think that was mentioned by the previous panel here. We must accelerate market access and enterprise development. This is the work that the Graça Machel Trust has been advancing across Africa. In South Africa alone, the Graça Machel Trust has facilitated 80 million rands in direct investment, 64 million rands in contracts secured, and 144 million rands in capital raised for women enterprises. Importantly, approximately 5% of this investment and opportunities have directly benefited women entrepreneurs in the Eastern Cape. These numbers represent businesses growing. These numbers represent jobs being created, and these numbers represent communities becoming more economically resilient. They also demonstrate that we do not come to JoGEDA as observers. We come as partners. Partners with a proven ability to convene investors, to unlock opportunities for women and youth, and also to strengthen the value chains and support local enterprises to grow. Our commitment to the Eastern Cape is growing. Last year, we signed an agreement with the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency and have already, through the capacity building of women, invested over 1 million rands. And I think it was just about towards the end of last year. So over 7 months, that's a commitment we've already made. Over 30 women that are now going through the program with exhibitions outside here and stands outside here. So through ongoing discussions with the Department of Agriculture, Land Reforms and Rural Development, we are developing a program that aims to support 1,000 to 5,000 small-scale farmers. And one of the ladies that are here said the program that we provide, and I think that for us was profound, she said it's not about investment, but it's about the mindset that you help us to develop. And what we do with the program is that we help women gain their confidence. We capacitate women over 10 months. We make sure they have access to markets. We make sure they have access to partnerships, and we make sure that they have access to finance. This initiative includes the initiative that I'm talking about with the Department of Land Reforms, an investment of 28 million rands focused on strengthening 500 women-owned agricultural enterprises, while positioning at least 20% of participation on business and trade, and making sure that about 20% of them at least can be able to trade across border. The Graça Machel Trust aims to invest 175 million for 5,000 women enterprises and create 100,000 jobs. I was in Zambia about 2 years back. I made commitments. I said we will capacitate so many women in 2 years. We will create so many jobs. 2 weeks ago, I went there and we had done that. When we look at the JoGEDA's priorities for agriculture and agro-processing and industrialization, we see strong alignment with our own vision. We uphold the district, municipality, and JoGEDA for their commitment. We applaud them for their commitment to creating opportunities that keep value, that keep jobs and wealth within the local community. As I conclude, however, achieving this vision requires more than capital investment. It requires partnerships, it requires financial inclusion, and it requires a deliberate commitment and ensuring that women, youth, people with disability, and local enterprises are part of every value chain that you will be creating here. The Graça Machel Trust stands ready alongside government and investors to be able to partner with you. We must not only invest, but build partners and demonstrate that rural economies can become a powerful engine of growth. I think somebody who spoke before me said, I travel to many countries, and sometimes you say, you get to this country, they say it's a heart of Africa. You travel to another country, they say it's a Christian nation. And when I got here today and they say the Eastern Cape is a province of legends, I was proud to be from here. So we do have solutions. I think it's acceleration of implementation. The Eastern Cape remains one of South Africa's largest labor-sending regions. And I think the reason I'm mentioning this is because I looked at the list of investors that were here, and I didn't see the mining houses. We spent a lot of time, over 24 years, I've worked with the mining communities. And when we looked at the initial mining charter, the amended mining charter, now it's amended again, the mining charter. One thing we did was to make sure that labor-sending areas were included. And we did that because I'm from the Eastern Cape. So I wanted to make sure that our provinces who sent labor to the mines was included. So I urge the Eastern Cape, if you need help, please ask us. You have the right to ask the mines. One of the trusts that I sit on as a director, it's called Zenzele Itering. It works particularly with labor-sending areas. There's dividends because there's a 26% ring-fenced dividend that goes to communities. So there's dividends that go into that mine, it belongs to you. Please, I urge you to ask the mines, what is it that they've got for your communities? Let us leave this conference with deals signed, as we saw today, investments committed, and accountability agreed. And next year, we return not to discuss potential. I did mention, last year, about over 7 months, we committed to the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. Now, we've already, over 7 months, invested on women and also capacitation. Potential does not transform economies. Investment does, partnerships does, and accountability does that. And you will not achieve this with individual investors coming to say to you that this is what I'm going to do. But if you do create the JoGEDA municipality beyond the investment that is coming and understand what it needs to look like. I always say, and then when investors are coming, they do not tell us what they're going to do for us, but we say, this is the map, choose what you are going to do. Because we have a roadmap of implementing what we want to do within our municipality. That works for us. So I urge you, because that's what we used to do with mining, we still have a lot to do. And mines would come and say, I will build a community hall, I will build a school, I will build this. But we then said, if we get all these mines working together, we have a roadmap within the municipality. We tell them what we want them to do. That works. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Please wait, Mama. Mama, uyakubiza uMandla, please, ma. Cela usondele. Uzawunikwa glasses. Uzawunikwa glasses. Ingonakale nonikwa ndim. It's almost 5 o'clock now. Ingonakale nonikwa ndim. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable MEC, Executive Mayors, Board Chair, Ugu South Coast, we really appreciate you. In the unlikely event, I say unlikely, I have offended anyone. Sincere apologies. In the unlikely event, ndikhathaze umntu kuba ndityebile ndinamabata, dark in complexion, it's an act of God. I can only appeal, live with me. But through my actions, through what I said, it was for the good of everything that we did here. We are so humbled. We started late, leadership was here, went for lunch exactly 2 o'clock, they were here. It means we are serious. Not only clean audit, academic clean audits. Academic clean audits, yes, it's good on paper, but physically we have demonstrated only today, beyond theory, actions speak louder than words. Ndicela invite ubaba usihlalo weboard. Oh, hayi mayiphele kule nto mama. Hayi mayiphele le nto. All right. Anybody we've omitted? Housing Development Agency. HDA, Housing Development Agency. Akekho CEO. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, sir. HDA, sir. One of the apologies I made, I omitted to take unxolele kodwa. Sorry, sir. Sorry, sir. Over to you. Message of support.
Ngenxa yexesha, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and colleagues. Allow me, on behalf of the Housing Development Agency, to congratulate the JoGEDA District Municipality as well as the Development Agency, as well as all the partners in convening this important investment conference. What a breath of fresh air to sit in a room where municipal leaders not only discuss budgets, compliance, operational challenges, but actively discuss infrastructure investment, economic growth, project packaging, and attracting capital to the district. To be honest, you are literally 50 years ahead of your peers. Across South African municipalities often spend significant time debating constraints. Here in JoGEDA, you are discussing opportunities. That shift in mindset is important because infrastructure is not simply a cost item on the balance sheet. Infrastructure is the foundation upon economics, where economies are built, jobs are created, investment is attracted, and communities prosper. Recently, the recently released State of Cities Report 2026 reminds us that Africa's future is actually being built today. That report estimates that African cities require roughly about $157 billion annually in its urban investments and highlights the critical role of land, infrastructure, innovative financing to drive socio-economic transformation. This is also relevant for South African cities. The recent urban discussions at National highlight that South Africa may require between 4.8 trillion to 6.2 trillion in infrastructure investments by 2030. If we are serious about achieving this growth, the economic competitiveness and sustainable development, the good news is that government is beginning to respond. The commitment of over 1 trillion over the medium-term expenditure framework, together with the planned investments through state-owned entities, demonstrates that infrastructure-led growth is once again becoming the central point for the national development agenda. However, public resources alone will never be enough. The future belongs to municipalities and development agencies that successfully leverage public partnerships and crowd in private capital. This is precisely why we are here today and why today is actually so important. What excites me the most about JoGEDA is not only the vision, but your readiness. The district has already developed practical projects for investments around Elundi, Sengu, the district-wide housing development opportunities, the roads property development, your water and sanitation infrastructure, your small towns regeneration. These are not theoretical concepts. These are real projects located within real communities with real economic potential. As the Housing Development Agency, we believe that our greatest contribution to this district, such as JoGEDA, lies within our primary mandate. We stand ready to support the district as well as the development agencies. This basically means that development now will not only emanate within Cape Town, KZN, or Pretoria. It will be SANU, it will be led by the district, it will be led by the development agency. Thank you, sir.
Sorry, HDA. Thank you. We are now just doing some pleasantries. Listen to my tone. We are doing some pleasantries, just a token of appreciation. More so, he has indicated we are 50 years ahead. So unfortunate to see Owesalga engekho. Claim no easy victories, but nothing wrong in celebrating your success. It wasn't easy, but it was worth it. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And now we extend the pleasantries to Professor Notatu Lebogang. Celo sondele, Professor Babundevu, to be specific, both of you. Only because the professor goes to the same congregation with my younger brother, as well as my younger sister. It's after 5 now, I can say it. I'm raising my tone. Please come, Professor. Your bread is buttered on analyzing governance. You see leadership. MEC being here from start to finish. You see our executive mayor. That's governance. That's leadership in action. Please receive the tokens of appreciation. Please receive the tokens of appreciation. Bayabulela bati engosi, bati thank you. Ngena phakathi sisi. Thank you. Thank you. And even lento bayithethayo. I request now in leadership. Ngicela executive mayor. Celebrate your successes. Nature doesn't allow vacuum. Uyawuthula, Honorable Mayor, ungancomi xa usebenzile. Soloko thina siphosa amatye. It's below the threshold for a declaration. If ukhona obuzayo imalini lento, uthe uMandla Mabhece, it's below the threshold. Uba kufuneka endaweni, I'll gladly do the time. You do the crime, I do the time. Dim law. Over to you, Baba. Siyabulela, Mama Mayor. Siyabulela, that's leadership. Anybody else? Mayor Links, as a belief, Mama. Yes. I get department yam leyo mama. Cela uze Mama Mayor. Cela uze Mama Mayor. Siyabulela be. All right, now it has been speeches reinforced by commitments. It's only fair to give Ubaba Uslalo representing the entire board. Board members, I did acknowledge you. Once more, I do acknowledge. It was in June last year when we thought about this. Deliberations were not too comfortable. The good thing, there was nothing personal. We were dealing with issues. If you are not frank with issues, you sugarcoat them. Yenzani le development agents. Is it a parasite? What is the mandate? It's duplication. Now we are happy. We are seeing results. Over to you, Baba. Umandla Mabhece bekumnandi ukubanani. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Ungathi ugqothwe ndim ke. Ndiyakubona sowujija amabata wakho uyahamba. Greetings to all. Nam mandenze le yenziweyo ka protocol observed. Mabai. I hope ilight yabona ikhona. That's one of the things I must assure before I speak, so that everybody can see me. I'm a bit dark in complexion. Ndiyinkwenkwe yakhuliswa ulusa ndatsha ngamalanga. So there must be light so that nindibone. But this one is proper. Ladies and gentlemen, mine is very simple. I thought before I speak, I was going to acknowledge someone I saw here. A very important person from APSA. Wala company ekuthiwa nguTizoro. I saw umthunzi Mdwaba. I saw him, but he disappeared, but it's fine. He's an international from here. Some of the important things that came up here today, my fellow board members, Tatu Searchmore Tindlen, my fellow MMs, there are things that maybe we need to take cognizance of, especially the business people in the house, emerging ones. We're talking about knowledge economy the whole day. It was about us, how we access knowledge and everything. How do we get to be relevant so that we can go and draw into all these investments that we're talking about? The importance of action more than the rhetoric that came out strongly. Now, we talk about catalytic projects. I don't want to say carelessly, Executive Mayor. We talk about them just openly as if we do not know the importance of prioritizing at least one or two of those. We need to look at, as we structure our action plan around the catalytic projects, we would have failed this event if we don't prioritize one or two. CEO. Even if we get commitments about all the funding and investment and everything, but if we don't prioritize one or two, we will come back here and account for zero. In the 4 AGMs that I've sat in ever since I joined JoGEDA Development Agency Board, there's a question that sometimes comes as an attack. The question is, or maybe the statement, show us one investor that you have brought into the district as JoGEDA. If anyone has ever answered that question or that statement, that person would not be in this room because they would have misled the leadership and everyone at the time. So this year's AGM, that question came back. And in discussions with the CEO, I said, CEO, by chance, nature permitting, I've been given an opportunity to chair the board on an interim basis. One of the things that I would want to walk away having done is to find an investor. How we do that, it's not in Bantu's control. Now, we go and sit as a board and say, how much control, how much involvement do we want to have on operational issues for this investor to be found? Do we give CEO and her executive an open on a blank check to say, go and be creative, find something? There were many proposals as to how we get to this point. And the first proposal, CEO, was not an investment conference. The first proposal was that we would crisscross the country and the world at large in trying to find an investor. As we're busy trying to process that, this idea came, and for it to have grown into this magnitude, this idea is 3 months old. It was not developed over a longer period, it's just 3 months old. When we went to our strat plan, we were still trying to figure out whether this is doable or not. Just a month ago, I was about to make a call. I wanted to go decisive. I was about to make a call that let's call this thing off and find another date, because it doesn't look like we're getting what we want to get. Because it has to be something of
quality. We need to come up with something that will be tangible, something that we can account for, which today I'm very proud to say you have delivered what we had asked for as a board. Thank you very much. Mr. Somgyal stands, he was sitting there. He says, it's important to have cross-regional or district relationships. Now I'm made to think of this one because we're talking about a feedlot that ECDC is helping us to try and operationalize and make sure it gives back quality that we want to give to JoGEDA and also job creation and all. We can have the feedlot, but the reality is we don't have the abattoir. OR Tambo does have the abattoir. A relationship with OR Tambo will ensure that as inkomo sizikhulisa apha sizityebisa eJoGEDA, they find a place to go. So it's important to keep those relationships and not think after we have fattened up the cows and everything, we'll be acting backwards. The very same OR Tambo has a potato washer. And here in JoGEDA, we've invested a lot in potato farming. Umeya kawayisenza isoda emea wathi sibothi xa sidlula nanga ngakoyuki siwathengela amazambane. And indeed, we need to start to find these partnerships and make them have a meaning. The age of thinking that development finance institutions are a solution to our economic challenges, I think we somehow need to scrap that off. That's not the only solution. We need to find partners outside of that arrangement. So it's only the cowards that will walk away from here worried that we might not make an impact into the poverty that sits within JoGEDA. Colleagues, our supporters, sponsors, and investors that grace the event, thank you very much for taking time out of your very busy schedules and be here in JoGEDA. It's a very nice place to be at. We are saying now we are underdeveloped, but we are still a very beautiful destination with our shortcomings. It is not because we do not work that we've got clean audits. It's because there's a lot of work that's being done, but diligently so. We just have to take and build from that strength and not collapse because being challenged to do more then challenges that strength gets tested. But we want to sustain the clean audit. But if we work more, it might just temper with what we have. We've got capable people in JoGEDA, and we've got a developing economy. The people that don't know, Mayor Langs, Lundini, I will just give a quick clarification of these areas. Lundini will give you a potential strong one of crop farming and also stock farming. It's a mixed economy kind of market. It does have an element of property development in it. Isengu gives you predominantly stock farming. Sibethwe Esengu, I will just, the wool also, but I want to talk about something that we keep in Sengu as a subsistence farming product. Sibethelwe basic. You see, when MEC Consuwe was speaking about the citrus belt, I was worried that someone from Sengu will stand here and say, we also have a belt here for peach. And our peaches, portfolio head Umbonja would tell you,
The peaches that they harvest here, Mr. Somja, are of the same quality as you would buy at any retail store. But they produce those in their households. So we need to tap into that potential as well. So that ndingamane ndibethelwe into enye qho xa ndifika kwi-GM ithi senguziphi basic. So all of these things that we say are a potential, we need to work on them and be realistic. Even the potato issue, there's a place even here. Besides Elundini being strong on potatoes, there's a place called Tapuleng here. It's not by default that it's called Tapuleng. It means something was happening there that we need to revive. So we need to look into these realities and build on those. If the liberation route is what must be done for tourism to be given face, let us do that. We've had commitments here about tourism and everything. It's for us, CEO, to show those investors where to invest on tourism. Some did not know why there was a table outside with funny looking bones and things that look like stones. Those are dinosaur things that are found here. Yes, sir. Lundini ke oko ndandikhule kusithiwa kukhona inyawo le-dinosaur somewhere. Andikalibone laa nyawo. Kuthiwa yayinyathele phaa eLundini. I don't know. Councillor Lengs, you must show me that food. Excuse me. So there are many other things that we classify as tourism, but we have never touched. Councillor Stoker will tell you about the 4x4 trail in Jubet Pass in Lady Grey. Internationals go there to test their 4x4s. Before they hit the market, they are tested here, you see. And we do nothing about that. So there's lots of opportunities that we can still tap on. I'm not just saying that. I'm saying as you put down the money to invest in JoGEDA, do allow us to give you a bigger scope. And also because I was told we are live somewhere. Those that want to make commitments who are potential investors, they are very much welcome. We still need more. I counted here 250 million, which is talking to 200 to tourism. And one potential that we should not downplay is that 250 million that talks to FMCG. Because that's a direct challenge to our small holding agri that produce, and then on your behalf, we will walk into these stores, your Boxer, your Checkers, as they were spoken of here, to open opportunities for you to supply. That 250 is not just going to be planted somewhere. Let's go and talk to them. They will maybe even sponsor the soil testing and everything so that we plant the products that they will take. So when we have spoken to them and we plant and they come and assess, we already sign off-take agreements. You know you are not planting for nothing. So those that are in that field, please make sure to engage. A lot was done yesterday here when we had a workshop with SMMEs. And I know Prof. Price has committed to a continuous engagement in terms of Zoom interactions and also to coach those SMMEs. I think we had more than 20, if I counted, 30 SMMEs. That will go into a coaching program, training program, to be assisted to be able to apply for these fundings and also to run profitable and bankable businesses. So as I say that, maybe I was given a message, there are forms that were given to investors that must be sent back to the CEO. I'm sure those forms are about the commitments. Don't commit verbally and run away with the form. We would like to have the form. We already have the pictures.
We took photos here. The next one is the form, right? Then the last one from me, I understand there are people except me who are invited to a networking session after this with the investors. Ningatyhudisi. There are specific people who were invited to that session. That session, I just want to be sure what time it's starting. Nizawutsho kuba nditsho uba ivenue iphi, uba nitsho uba nifuna ndingatsho so that ungabe kukho i-gate crashing. So it says, let's meet at 18:30 at the venue that was shared with you, so that by 7 we can start. I think that's the last part for me. Besides everything else, thank you to everyone who participated. We had full attendance. I know some had to go because there's snow in the Berkeley East area, but I had suggested in the briefing that let's wait for the snow to set so that you can tell your spouses back home that you cannot leave JoGEDA because of the snow. It's a valid reason. It's a valid reason. So that you understand the kind of life we live. I will emphasize that because by chance, maybe my wife is watching, so she knows that I might be locked here for the whole weekend. I don't know when the snow is going to melt. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think in the absence of Mr. Mabeke, I would call for a closing prayer. And maske ngokuba umfisi ba uyephi umfundisi bethe uyothandaza kwenye indawo. Yiyo ingavele yonakala lesesiyenzile ba uMabeke sesiqhubeka kakuhle gqithi kodwa mandivale ngomthandazo. Now I'm very comfortable with that nomination. UCouncillor Mgijima ligosa lesekethe laseWisile udodana. So this task is not misplaced. Thank you very much, Kuden.
La